drag free their comrade, faced Blackstone. His back was straight, fists clenched at his side. Dried blood streaked his face and beard. The routiers had beaten him as hard as they had his companions, all of whom sported bruises and wounds. "You bears a blazon of Thomas Blackstone. Are you he?" said Wolfram von Plauen. Blackstone looked down. "I am." The tall, muscular man raised his chin. "I am Wolfram von Plauen. I came here to kill you," he said, his tone of voice a formal declaration. "Then I suggest you put some clothes on," said Blackstone. Blackstone's men's laughter pricked the Teutonic Knight's pride. His skin flushed. He quickly recovered. "It is no laughing matter." "You're not sitting where I am," said Blackstone. Ignoring the man's suppressed anger, he wheeled the horse away, Killbear at his side. "Mother of God," sighed Killbear. "We found the damned Teutonic Knights, and they are as far up their own arses as I remember." Chapter 39. They left the fallen routiers where they lay, scattered across the open field. The Teutonic Knights pulled on their breeches and a linen shirt, giving them sufficient dignity to drag their own dead close together. They laid the two half-brethren next to young Walter von Rank. They did not try to free him from his armour. His flesh would be too badly seared. Then the Germans, ignoring their own wounds, attended to digging graves for their comrades. They found a place near a rocky outcrop and dug 4 pits. Andreas von Suckenwerth had also fallen. He had seen a figure running free from the routiers' camp, a crouching Giscard, crabbing his way across the field, safe from the attack. Andreas had fought through the men who opposed him, but as he pursued the crippled peasant, a crossbow bolt struck him. He managed to ride down and kill the woodcutter who had betrayed them before, weakened by his mortal injury, he turned to throw himself into the fray, smashing through horsemen that surrounded von Plauen and Rudolf von Burkhardt. He had been dragged down from the saddle and put to death. The knights laboured, despite their injuries, until the graves were deep enough to dissuade any wild creature from digging up the bodies. They left no marker for fear of brigands disinterring their friends, thinking there might be weapons or money buried with them. They scattered the excess dirt and flattened the burial mounds with rocks until it looked no different from the surrounding area. Blackstone and the men had withdrawn to the forest, where William Ashdown had kept the rear guard, frustrated by the duty of protection that kept him from the fight. Blackstone's men had minor wounds, and knew they had been lucky not to lose anyone in the skirmish. Blackstone ordered the men to camp for the night and treat their injuries. The captains placed their pickets. Cooking fires were lit and horses fed. Blackstone and Killbear went among the men and assessed their injuries, ensuring every man washed their wounds, bound them with clean dressings, and made good use of the potions and herbs they carried to stop infections. "You took a cut on your back and side," said Killbear. "You've bled down into your breeches." "My shirt sticks and seals it. Once the men and horses are seen to, I'll attend to it." Blackstone looked to where the Teutonic Knights knelt in prayer at their comrade's graveside. "They honour their dead with a deep fervour, Gilbert. They've been on their knees for a long time. I'm grateful they didn't try to scrape the poor bastard out of his armour. Be worse than trying to clean out an old cooking pot. You think he's serious about wanting to fight me?" Killbear stripped off his mail and swabbed a flesh wound on his arm. "They are mad bastards, Thomas, and when they get caught up in religious fervour, they think they can rule the world. Challenging you to a fight is like a Will Longdon fart, an unpleasant experience to be endured or quickly avoided. Whatever the reason, the German's convinced himself that he has to kill you." Blackstone sighed. "All right, if that's what he wants. He'll be one of those highly efficient swordsmen, Thomas. He'll fight the way he trained, by the book, but not always predictable. I've fought Germans before," said Blackstone. Killbear wrung out the wet cloth. "I fought alongside them on crusade, against the Lithuanians. They use something called Kampfketten. It's a skill they learn for armoured combat on foot. It's effective. You be careful. They sacrifice the strength of a strike. Makes you think they have weakened, but then they make a fast, deceptive cut. It can catch you unawares." "And you think I can't deal with that?" "You understand, Meisterhalven?" Thomas. They're master cuts. They are predictable, but they use a sudden change of tactics to throw an opponent. 5 controlled strikes. They call them the secret cuts. Gilbert braced and used the edge of his hand to demonstrate what he knew of the German sword-fighting discipline. They close off a line of attack like so. He swept his hand across Blackstone's bodyline. But it's a feint. You think they have moved into a defensive stance, like this. He quickly shifted his weight. But it's their first move to counterattack. It closes off your line of attack, draws you in, deceives you, and then that stance they've taken— he squared up to Thomas to impress on him how the German would likely turn what appeared to be a solid defensive position into a sudden killing strike. It changes this quickly, Thomas. He cut the air with the edge of his hand, so rapidly that Blackstone took an involuntary step backwards. A single cut or thrust with an immediate follow-up blow. I was taught by my own master, Gilbert. After being badly wounded at Cressy, 16-year-old Blackstone had been taken into Jean de Harcourt's home and taught the way of the sword. It was a debt that could never be fully repaid, and the skills instilled in him had saved his life on many occasions. I fight the man, not his sword. Thomas, remember one thing. Whatever position you adopt, they have a counter-strike already in place. He held Blackstone's attention. Defense into attack. They gauge the weight of your blade against their own. If you feel theirs yield beneath your own, it's a deception. Be ready for their killing thrust. Blackstone considered everything Gilbert had shared. Thank you, old friend. I'll remember. When the time comes, finish him quickly, said Gilbert. We need to move on, and these knights don't let go of a grudge. We don't want them shadowing us, looking for an opportunity to strike. Or him, at least. We've just saved their lives, for God's sake. And they will see that God sent you so they can complete their vendetta against you. It is part of their deformed logic. It will make perfect sense to them. Attend to your wound, Thomas. You will need your strength and skill against this man. Henry Blackstone stood next to his father's horse, its legs hobbled and its great neck secured with rope. Henry had stripped off its saddle and boiled leather breastplate. A sliver of a wound, a hand's width, ran across its flank. Cateline's son, Jocard, was at Henry's shoulder, fascinated by and wary of the great beast that snorted and rolled its eyes in their direction. "He will try to kill you," said Henry. "Even my father has suffered injuries from his bite and kick. The men think the devil spawned him, but he lets me handle him." "Perhaps you are spawned by the devil as well, then," Jocard blurted out, and then, seeing Henry's flash of anger, quickly stuttered a retraction. "Forgive me, I meant no offence. I just meant that, well, if he lets you attend to— I'm sorry. The words were all wrong." Henry stroked the horse's neck. "Don't ever say anything like that again, Jocard." The boy bowed his head, acknowledging the censure. Henry's rebuke was spoken so coldly that the stern warning frightened him. Henry Blackstone had saved his life, and such courage was something he knew he did not possess. However, Henry seemed to let the insult go and concentrated on treating the horse. "There are things you should learn about wounds, Jocard. There are not always barber surgeons or physicians around to help us, and a man must look after his horse." "I don't intend getting into a fight, Henry, and I don't have a horse of my own." Henry took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to berate the boy. Henry knew he would soon be in a place of learning where he would not be the brightest pupil, and humiliation would invariably be heaped upon him. Jocard's dullness was a good testing ground to exercise restraint. "When you have been schooled at Avignon, you will return to your domain," he said patiently. "They will expect you to govern your people. The day will come when you will be obliged to fight. There are so many things that are asked of us, Jocard, and knowing how to treat a wound is only a small one, but remember, even a light wound can become poisoned. My father once saved an apothecary, and she repaid the debt with her life, but not before she passed on her knowledge to him and the men." "I understand," said Jocard, looking puzzled. "The wound is not deep enough to stitch, so we sprinkle this powder into it. It's ground yarrow. It will clot the bleeding and stop any infection getting in," Henry instructed him. "Then I must learn about herbs." "Yes. And that is something I can teach you." "And fighting?" "That too. Now take the powder and spread it evenly into his cut. Then press your fingers into the wound, so the grain soaked the blood. Jocard's face creased with disgust, but he did as instructed. Anything was worth doing if it brought praise from the older boy, and a part of his heart yearned for a father like Blackstone and an older brother like Henry. Perhaps, he mused, when Sir Thomas Blackstone's journey was over, he would return and marry his mother. Wolfram von Plauen and the surviving Teutonic knights gathered their weapons and armour, recovered their horses, and led them to the forest. They kept away from Blackstone's men, who were scattered in the trees and who barely cast a glance in their direction, as they treated each other's injuries. The archers had suffered no wounds, so they built fires and prepared food for the rest. Blackstone made his way through the camp to where William Ashford had stayed with his men, surrounding Torellini and Catiline and her daughter. "Sir Thomas," said the king's sergeant in greeting. "William. All was well here?" "Other than me trying to keep my men from joining in, yes." "You had a more precious duty. The woman?" he added, lowering his voice. "Aye, she's no trouble. She was as keen as a flower girl at a tournament to see the fight. I kept pulling her back from the tree line, in case she attracted anyone we didn't know about out there." "I had planned to go our separate ways tomorrow, but you're going to need a bigger escort for your charge. There's a man at Sarlat who will give you additional escort." "A Frenchman?" "Yes. Not so sure that gives us much safety, Sir Thomas." "He will be paid enough, don't worry, and his men will give you and Father Torellini additional protection to Avignon." "As you wish, then, my lord." "Stay alert after dark. Scavengers will come in the night for the dead. Wolves and boar. They should stay clear of us here, especially if we keep fires burning, but if they get the taste for flesh and pick up our scent, then we must be on our guard." Ashford nodded. "Aye. I've been in a forest camp when boars came through. They tried to snatch a man, savaged his damned arm. We'll be vigilant. Build a hammock off the ground for Lady Catiline's child. Boars would easily take her." Blackstone went deeper into the trees. They had made Father Torellini comfortable. Blankets and cut ferns created a passable bed, and his saddle a place to rest his head. A fire of slow-burning ash and oak gave off warmth in the damp forest air. One of Ashford's men was close by preparing food for the priest. Blackstone knelt and recounted what he had told the sergeant about using an additional French escort. Torellini nodded. "Yes, that seems wise. I will ensure his men will be amply rewarded when we reach Avignon. The incentive will keep their eyes and swords sharp for any other routiers in our path." Torellini rested a hand on Blackstone's shoulder. "Thomas, you and your men fought hard. It was a fight you could have avoided." Blackstone shook his head. "They were burning a man to death. No one deserves to die like that, and those who commit such an atrocity have no right to live." Torellini looked affectionately at Blackstone. "You are hurting. Your wound is bleeding." "It's not serious. One of the men will attend to it. I have a Teutonic knight who wishes to kill me." Torellini's eyebrows raised. "One of those men?" he said, looking to where the Germans camped. "Yes. I don't know why." Blackstone shrugged. "But if a man is intent on doing something, the reason why doesn't matter." "They are the same men who approached me at Chartres. Let me speak to him on your behalf. I'm certain there is a misunderstanding." Blackstone got to his feet. "Thank you, Father, but the day is almost done, and this matter needs to be settled. Besides, he doesn't seem to be a man who would listen." He put a hand to the blood-soaked shirt, testing the wound's severity. "And as much as I miss my wife and daughter, I will not join them tonight except in my dreams. The German can embrace his own loved ones in heaven." Chapter 40. The Teutonic knights stood in the clearing beyond the trees. They had dressed in mail and surcoat. Wolfram von Plauen stood at the head of his men, none of whom seemed the worse for wear after their ordeal, other than the visible signs of bruising and cuts from the attack and their beating at the hands of the routiers. Kilbert and Renfred accompanied Blackstone as he strode across to meet them. Blackstone's men edged forward from the forest to watch the contest. Blackstone's wound had been treated and bound, but the cut aggravated him. "There is no reason for this, Thomas," said Kilbert in hushed tones. "We saved their lives, so they are in our debt. What we do with them is up to us. Let's kill them and get back to our supper." "No, Gilbert, this needs to be done." He called out to the group of men. "I wish to know what harm I have caused you and why you repay your lives being saved by challenging me." Von Plauen waited, legs astride, hands resting on his sword hilt, its blade point in the ground. Blackstone watched him, sizing up the man's confidence. Von Plauen said something in German to one of the others. "Renfred," said Blackstone. "He has told another knight, called Gunther, to speak on his behalf, and in English, so we don't misunderstand him," said Renfred, then added, "Arrogant shit." The knight stepped forward, a streak of blood encrusted in his hair and beard from the blow he had suffered in the fight. "I am Gunther von Schwerin. We were told that you and the routier Grufford ap Maddock fought together. There was great slaughter against one of our princes on the eastern border. Atrocities were committed. We seek retribution and justice in their name. You will admit your guilt, tell us where to find the Welshman, and face my comrade Wolfram von Plauen in mortal combat. God will bless the righteous in this matter." "They like their speeches," said Gilbert. "Let me handle this, Thomas." Before Blackstone could object, Gilbert took a couple of paces forward. "Who told you these lies?" he demanded. "The dead and the mutilated do not lie," Gunther answered. "The evidence is known. The French court acknowledges the wrongdoing and use of routiers by Henry, Count of Vaudemont, the king's royal lieutenant in Champagne." Gilbert cleared his throat and spat. "Ah, so the French in Paris told you this, did they? Whatever language you care to speak, they are liars." Gunther listened with a puzzled look on his face. "I speak 4 languages. The Count in Paris speaks the langue d'oil. I understood perfectly." Gilbert half turned to Blackstone. "God's tears, these are idiot bastards. They take my words to the letter." He faced them and tried again. "They seek only to destroy Sir Thomas Blackstone by any means. They are our sworn enemy. They squirm like rats in a barrel, these Frenchmen. The king or the Dauphin makes no difference. They are worthless wretches and liars. Are we to believe the word of a man who stands next to a murderer against that of the French royal court?" said Gunther. "You have the word of an English knight, you damned ungrateful, arse-clenching, cross-bearing monk!" Gilbert fumed. Blackstone stepped forward. "Thank you, Gilbert. You have expressed your feelings in your usual forthright manner," he said, with a hint of weary sarcasm. "I don't think they have any intention of believing us, and they're looking for a fight." "Damned pity they didn't all end up on the roasting spit, if you ask me," said Gilbert, as Blackstone beckoned Renfred to his side. "Renfred, let there be no misunderstanding. Tell them this in their own language. We did not fight on the eastern border. Grufford ap Maddock sought us out and betrayed us. We hunted him, but he eluded us. Grufford ap Maddock then raised an army of routiers and saved us at Brignais. If I knew where he was, I would not tell you. I owe him my life and that of my son, and those men who served me." Blackstone nodded for Renfred to translate into German. The Teutonic Knights at first appeared surprised that one of Blackstone's men spoke their language. When Renfred had conveyed Blackstone's message, Gunther turned to von Plauen. "I believe them. Thomas Blackstone is not the man responsible. We have no quarrel with him. We owe him and his men our lives. We should not dishonour ourselves." Von Plauen glared at his comrade. "They fought together. You heard him," he said, berating his companion. "You would dishonour me?" Before Gunther could disagree, von Plauen brought the sword to his lips, kissed the blade, and raised it in a 2-handed grip at the high guard. "Defend yourself," he called, and strode forward. Blackstone did not hesitate. He rushed the German. The intensity of his attack took von Plauen by surprise. He had expected Blackstone to stand his ground and trade blows. He recovered, altered his balance, blocked the hamstringing strike aimed at his leg, and half-twisted, altering the grip on his sword, and struck with such force that Blackstone felt the shudder through his hands and arms. Blackstone twisted his own blade, turned on his heel, and swung with a cross-strike that, if not defended, would cut into the man's side, and at least break ribs with its force. Von Plauen braced, traversed on his right foot, sword high behind his right shoulder, a solid turn, and attacked Blackstone's unguarded side, which was quickly defended. The sword strokes were so rapid, blade against blade, that the steel chimed like a church bell calling the faithful to prayer. Blackstone and von Plauen were already at the god of war's altar. The German's footwork was faultless. Pressing backwards with his left foot and pivoting to the right, he altered his line of attack. Every practice step the German made was to attack a right-handed opponent. Blackstone saw it coming, parried, and quickly changed his own position. His body twisted, his wound burned, making him drop his hip slightly, putting him at an immediate disadvantage. Von Plauen threw his weight forward. The blades clashed. Blackstone faltered, regained his balance, and used his strength to force the man back. The German's determined strikes had Blackstone on the defensive, and that was exactly what Blackstone wanted. He was testing his opponent, seeing how he fought, waiting for any attack that was not so rigid in its execution. None came. The man's expertise was second to none, but he was no street fighter, and he had already revealed the 5 main master cuts. A lesser opponent, who did not have Blackstone's battle experience, would already be dead. Blackstone attacked, his eyes never leaving the knight's body movement, watching his eyes, seeing where a feint might come. Von Plauen was too obvious, too rigid in his killing technique. Blackstone knew that the German was waiting to deceive him with a feint. Blackstone turned on his heel, pressed forward with the flat of his foot, rose up on the ball of his right foot, and hammered down a blow that broke the German's stance. He staggered back, yielding for a moment, preparing to feint. Blackstone pressed ahead a stride, only one stride, one long pace, wanting the man to think he was off balance, that the length of his sword blade was all that he had to worry about. Von Plauen snarled in victory, believing Blackstone had stepped into his trap. He cross-cut. Now would come the parry, and that gave Von Plauen the exact moment in the fight he wanted. The tip of Blackstone's blade would be flicked away, and the point of his own blade thrust into Blackstone's chest or throat. Blackstone felt the man's grip yield, barely noticeable, but enough for a swordsman to feel the give, to make him think he suddenly had the advantage, just as Killbear had warned. Wolfsword broke Von Plauen's block, its blade sliding down and away, steel against steel, a movement that would force Blackstone onto his toes, making him fall forward unbalanced. The German bared his teeth. The fight was won. He used the feint and his opponent's weakness to deliver the killing blow. But Blackstone was no longer the right-handed adversary he had been throughout the fight. He had twisted his hands right over left, striking Von Plauen's sword with Wolfsword's guard, moving forward with a lot of power behind it, throwing his attack onto his wounded side, letting the pain befriend his strength. Von Plauen's blade was forced down. Blackstone stepped in, smothered any recovery with his body, and smashed Wolfsword's pommel beneath the man's chin. Dazed and shocked, Von Plauen staggered, spitting blood, choking, desperate for breath, trying to raise his sword arm, but Blackstone grabbed his belt and threw him to the ground. A cheer rose from Blackstone's men. Wolfsword's tip hovered at the squirming man's throat. A foot pressed hard into his chest. Von Plauen snatched at his throat strap to release his helmet and tried to breathe. He spat blood, eyes glaring at the man who was about to kill him. "Spare him!" Gunther cried. Blackstone ignored the cry for clemency and gently pressed the tip of his blade into the fleshy part of Von Plauen's neck. A small rivulet of blood trickled. Von Plauen gasped. "I yield." Blackstone did not release the pressure. "This is the second time today I have spared your life. You are in my debt. You will honor that debt." Von Plauen dared not risk nodding his head, lest Blackstone's sword press further into his throat. "I will honor it, I swear it. My comrades bear witness." He spluttered through his bloodied mouth. Blackstone glanced at the other Teutonic knights, who, hands on sword hilts, looked ready to attack, were it not for Gunther's extended arm stopping them. "We bear witness," said Gunther von Schwellen. Blackstone hesitated a moment longer and then stepped back. "You will guard the Lady Catiline and her children until she releases you from your duty." Von Plauen's men went forward to help the beaten man to his feet, as Blackstone slid Wolf's sword into his scabbard, pulled free his helm, and walked to where Killbear stood waiting to offer him a beaker of wine. Blackstone drank thirstily. "You see, Thomas, listen to me and you won't go wrong." Killbear beamed and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. "But there were a couple of moves you didn't get right." Blackstone's sweat-streaked face scowled as wine spilled down his chin. "I'll explain later," muttered Killbear, "when your belligerence has cooled." He raised a finger in admonishment. "But I still think you should have killed him." "He is beholden," said Blackstone, wiping an arm across his mouth, "and now he will serve her." Killbear shook his head. "Death is preferable to a wounded pride. Now he is twice as dangerous." Chapter 41. Blackstone's journey south to meet Gaston Phoebus, Count de Foix et Béarn was taking longer than planned. He had not counted on being guardian to a woman and her children, a woman whose emotions cleaved to him like an infant to a breast. Her hold on him had not yet been released. The battle, and then the fight against the Teutonic nobleman, had given Lady Catiline no opportunity to approach him, and Blackstone had avoided her. His wounds and bruises made him feel like a flagellant monk, but the pain was nothing compared to his desire for her, and it was not mere lust. It was a desire to lie against her soft, fragrant skin and experience a long-lost tenderness, but it was not to be. He had reasoned it all out. Once in Avignon, she would find a rich merchant to marry, someone who provided gold, silk, or spices to an indulgent priestly class, a wealthy man, older by some years, who would buy her beauty and satiate himself each night in her bed, and turn over, grunting from feeble exertion, leaving her unsatisfied. Blackstone wondered if she would turn to a physician to deal with the unfulfilled gratification, or take another lover. He told himself he didn't care. Having the Teutonic knights riding with him was an added complication, and one he had mixed feelings about. They were honour bound to him now, and that at least gave him some assurance they would not attempt to assassinate him in the night. The Germans had lined up, and then knelt in front of him, each man giving his name and pledge of obedience. Rudolf von Burchard, Gunther von Schwerin, Sibrand von Ansbach, and von Plauem himself. Blackstone had let them kneel long enough for them to understand that it was he who demanded their obedience. The second man, von Schwerin, met his gaze squarely. His blue eyes did not reflect defiance, but rather an understanding. Was it a sign of respect, or was he searching Blackstone's scarred face for a deeper clue to his character? It made no difference, Blackstone decided. That they were now obliged to protect Lady Catiline meant they stood between him and his unwanted desire for her. Blackstone had thought Father Torellini's journey would be safe from attack, as he and his escort were travelling through English-held territory, but it appeared that Sir William Felton's authority did not yet extend into all the areas he administered. Blackstone needed to find more safeguards for their journey. He was stripped to the waist as Killbear wrapped a clean bandage on his wounds. "Sarlat changed hands so many times, I don't know who commands it now," said Killbear. "French or English? Routiers or regulars?" "Gisbert de Dôme, Lord of Ytrac." "I thought him sworn to the French king." "He was. But when he was nominated as Seneschal of Périgord, the regional councils and citizens of Sarlat denied his confirmation. He tried to take the city by force, but his attempt failed, so he started raiding in the area. He's greedy for power and money." "What damned nobleman isn't?" said Killbear. "And he has a vindictive temperament." "I can turn him to suit our needs," said Blackstone. "He brought routiers down from the hills and tore apart the countryside. Seize enough of a city's harvests, and decisions can be quickly overturned. He became seneschal after all." "Then we can't trust him." "Chandos bought his loyalty when we were reclaiming towns last year. Gisbert de Dôme will be useful to us, providing he hasn't been strung up in the city square by the merchants and guild members. Privately, he declares for the French crown. Publicly, he is ours. We must use his letters of authority beside the king's to give Father Torellini and the woman further safe conduct. They must reach Avignon safely. We shall delay sending them south until we've secured more men to ride with them. And Henry?" Blackstone stood and tugged his shirt on. "Don't try to convince me otherwise. Henry is going to Avignon, and that's the end of it." Killbear threw the blood-dried bandages into the fire. "Thomas, we are few in number, and you now propose we place our lives in the hands of a traitorous Frenchman. And then there's von Plauem. He may have sworn to honour your conditions for saving his life, but he will turn like a rabid dog. I know it. And how far can you trust the Lady Catiline? A spurned woman is the most dangerous creature of all." Blackstone didn't answer. There was little choice in the matter. "I've been ambushed before in narrow streets," said Killbear, "and there are 5,000 or 6,000 people in Sarlat. It would be like fighting through reed beds, hacking away at so many." "When we reach Sarlat, you're staying outside the walls. I'm going in with John Jacob. And if they arrest you, how are we supposed to rescue you?" "You don't. Stay with Torellini as far as you can. John Jacob and I will find a way to rejoin you." Killbear watched the blood on the used bandages splutter in the flames. He grunted and kept his thoughts to himself. Thomas Blackstone spent his life walking through fire. This mission, spurred by the orders of the king, might still consume them all. 2 days later, Blackstone and the men looked down from the high ground onto the walled city. The standard fluttering over Salat la Caneda was not that of the English king. Gilbert turned in the saddle to face Blackstone. "Whose flag is that?" Blackstone shook his head. "There's only one way to find out. Thomas, let us ride on. We need more men with us, and he has them. You stay here." Blackstone gathered the reins. Gilbert reached out his hand and gripped Blackstone's arm. "Thomas, this is foolish. Let William Ashford take the Italian priest and the others south on the main road. There are towns and monasteries along the way who will give them shelter and safety. And let their journey announce their presence to every routier who has not obeyed our king's command to lay down their arms. I thought this area was clear of skinners. Damned if Felton hasn't kept his own domains safe and left the rest to fend for themselves." "Then take Henry with you," Gilbert insisted. "What?" Gilbert pointed towards the abbey's tower. "Next to the church. You see the cemetery? Take Henry, and if anything happens to you and John Jacob, Henry can get along the city walls and into the graveyard. There's a lantern of the dead. He lights that, and we know you need help." "I said go on without me," Blackstone insisted. "Thomas, we will not. Take the lad. He's no threat to the city's watchman. He can slip into a crowd. He can see how you are received. You can't take someone like Jack Halfpenny or Will Longdon. They might as well carry a sign saying they're English bowmen. Take Henry. Let him be your guardian. And the walls are low enough next to those graves for us to get inside with a scaling ladder." Blackstone considered his options, and while he thought it through, Gilbert quietly insisted. "You are the king's man, Thomas. There is a battle yet to be fought. You need to start thinking about your importance to Edward and what he asks of you. If you are taken, if this Lord of Vitract is a pig with his snout in the trough of opportunities snuffling for gold, then you cannot remain a captive if they seize you. You'll need us." Blackstone could not argue, and Gilbert knew it. When you were a callow 16-year-old stonemason using your muscles instead of your brain, and they arrested you along with your brother, you both faced the hangman's noose, because they charged him with rape, and you were his guardian. Who was it that told you to use your wits and intelligence in your defence? Blackstone sighed. "Exactly. Listen to me, and you will avoid the hangman's noose time and again." Blackstone wheeled the bastard horse. "I listened to you, and I was sent to war, and I take full credit for your success." Blackstone called out, "John, send Henry to me." Chapter 42. Blackstone had instructed Moulin to find the most worthless Rouncy for Henry to ride. Once again the boy would play the role of a pilgrim, but rather than keep up with Blackstone and John Jacob on foot, a broken-down horse served its purpose. Henry rode subserviently behind. By the time the city gates hove into sight, the cheap saddle and the horse's stumbling gait had the lad wincing. "I will sell this nag to the nearest butcher," he complained. "My arse feels as though it has been scrubbed by a river stone." "You remember everything I told you," said Blackstone. "Is your brain less bruised than your backside?" "I know what to do," Henry replied churlishly, the tone of his voice earning a disapproving look from John Jacob. "My lord," Henry added. "And stay out of trouble," Blackstone warned him. Henry made no reply. They had given him barely enough money for a pauper's meal. Any chance to drink in an alehouse and get involved in trouble was beyond his means. They had descended from the low hills approaching Salat's southwestern gate. The city rose up before them, the abbey's bell tower peaking above the rooftops to the east. Blackstone turned in the saddle. "You see it, Henry?" "Aye, my lord." The ground fell away as the walls to the southeast dipped and rose along the undulating land. If a breach was to be made, they would do it beyond the abbey and the walls that skirted the cemetery. A gaggle of people pressed at the gates, but Blackstone waited until they had been ushered through into the city. "Market day," said John Jacob. "I can hear the cackle of voices from here." Blackstone drew the bastard horse to a halt in front of the city walls and main gate. They were beyond crossbow range. If there was to be an unfriendly welcome, they needed a chance to turn and run. Sentries stood on the city walls above the portal and challenged the travellers. "I am Thomas Blackstone. I serve the King of England." "Your business?" one of the sentries called. "The king's business," John Jacob bellowed. "Open the damn gates and bring your captain of the guard." There was a hurried discussion between the soldiers. One ducked out of sight. "You've got to exert authority with the French. It's the only language they understand," said John Jacob, in answer to Blackstone's querulous look. John Jacob shrugged. "That, or a sword point up their arses." "Let us hope words are better than blades today," said Blackstone. A third man appeared on the walls. "Sir Thomas, I am the captain of the guard. I beg forgiveness, Lord, but the mayor and burghers have instructed us to question armed men who seek entry. Routiers have plagued us since the city yielded to the English." "Do you see marauders at my back?" Blackstone answered. "No, Lord, only the boy," the captain acknowledged. "He's a pilgrim we found on the road. We offered him our protection. The mayor will receive me, and I will disclose my business to him." "Aye, my lord, as you wish," said the captain. The city gates creaked open, manhandled by 4 men, which showed Blackstone how heavy they were. Any assault on Sarlat would need a body of men and machines. They rode beneath the archway as the captain came down the steps from the parapet. "Lord, I will escort you." He beckoned 3 of his men to accompany him. Blackstone and John Jacob followed his lead as the gates closed behind them. They were led into a broader street than many of those that went off to the side. Both men considered the difficulty of having to engage an enemy in the narrow streets that twisted this way and that throughout the city of several thousand. The lanes, pebbled surfaces, gave sure footing on a dry day, but iron-shod horses would falter on the uneven surface if obliged to move at anything more than a walking pace as they did now. If men were forced to fight in alleyways and streets, where 4 men could barely stand shoulder to shoulder, then they risked being easily contained by a determined militia or roused citizens. The bustling alleyways were pressed with people. The coloured tunics of artisans mingled with housewives in gowns, their hair covered in wimples. The wealth in the city lay with the merchants, those who wore fur-trimmed coats, who jostled through the crowds like any commoner. Tradesmen carried baskets of their wares, crying out impatiently to those shuffling more leisurely as they stopped to examine a stallholder's goods. Filthy urchins, bare-footed and dressed in little more than rags, darted through the crowds, palms extended for a morsel of food. The captain of the guard and his 3 men shouted their authority and cleared a path for the 3 horsemen behind them, and geese and chickens honked and clucked, wings fluttering as they scuttled away from the horses' hooves. Villeins and merchants alike pressed themselves back as the towering horse and scar-faced rider rode by. The captain gestured towards a side street, where horse dung was being swept up by stable lads in accordance with the city ordinance forbidding horses fouling the streets. "There are stables here for your mounts." He whistled and called a couple of names, and 2 grubby lads ran into view from the stable-yard. The bastard horse raised its ears and stopped. Blackstone knew it would be useless to spur him on. It would likely lash out and kill one of the frail-looking boys. "The pilgrim will repay our kindness by stabling my horse. Show him where to keep the beast away from other mounts, understand?" said Blackstone, quietly thankful that he had brought Henry into the city walls. His presence now served a double purpose. The captain nodded as John Jacob and Blackstone dismounted. Henry's horse drooped its head as docile as a beaten dog, and he handed the reins to one of the stable hands, then stepped quickly to where Blackstone avoided a sudden snap of yellow teeth from his own horse. Blackstone swore under his breath. The captain looked uncertain. "He takes a dislike to some, not all," he explained, as Henry took hold of the reins and let the big beast snuffle his hand. It shook its great misshapen head and allowed Henry to walk it forward into the yard as the urchin boys followed, tugging the other 2 horses. "This way," said the captain. "Where are you taking us?" Blackstone demanded. "The Guildhall, my lord. On the main square. It's not far," the captain answered, not realizing that Blackstone had elicited the information for Henry's benefit, so he could follow as soon as he and the stable lads had attended to the horses. Blackstone and John Jacob could see that the deeper they went into the labyrinth, the more dangerous it became. The streets twisted and curled like a nest of vipers, and stall-holders narrowed the lanes even further. Only when the streets broadened out into the town square was there easier passage. In the centre of the cobbled area, 3 bodies hung from a gibbet. Their clothing was already torn by crows, and what flesh was visible had been stripped by strong, eager beaks and stones hurled by children who competed to see who could strike a hanged man's face. "Thieves?" said Blackstone. "No, my lord," answered the captain, without giving further information. Blackstone and John Jacob exchanged glances. Who else would be hanged in the square, if not thieves? Routiers, perhaps. It was obvious the dead men had been a threat. No doubt they would soon find out. Chapter 43. The captain of the guard escorted them into Sarlat's Guildhall's outer chamber, long and broad enough for 30 or more burghers to await an audience with the mayor and city council. Blackstone and John Jacob were left alone in the corridor once the captain pushed through carved chestnut doors into an inner chamber. "Step outside and see that Henry is watching," said Blackstone. John Jacob turned back for the entrance as Blackstone went to the far end of the antechamber. The half-panelled room had long benches along each wall. If they had walked into trouble, there was no door to allow an escape other than the one opened by their escort. John Jacob's boots scraped the uneven, flagged stone floor. "He's across the way. He looks as wretched as any pilgrim I ever saw." "He has a sweet tooth and no money to satisfy it," said Blackstone. He had deliberately given Henry only enough money to buy bread, and, if he bargained hard enough, a hot meal. For a pilgrim to have any more in his purse meant he could fall prey to thieves. The heavy doors creaked open. The captain of the guard stood aside, allowing Blackstone and John Jacob to enter a large room that was empty except for an ornate chair, and beyond it, a door on either side. A robed man was seated in the chair, with a man-of-arms standing behind him. The bearded knight was stocky, with a belly pushing against his broad sword belt. There was no doubt he was a fighter. A scar ran across his forehead, and a piece of his scalp was missing, leaving a red welt. His gnarled hands and flattened knuckles showed that he was unafraid to use his fists, and he lacked 2 fingers on his left hand. Blackstone knew the man-at-arms would have no role to play in Sarlat's governance. The masters of the various city guilds elected the mayor and his council. It was a contract between the city and the lord of the domain in which the city fell, and knights and clergy were excluded from serving. The merchants needed people allied with their own interests on such councils. There were charters in place that guaranteed freedom from feudal obligations, allowing cities to raise their own taxes and operate courts of justice. Blackstone realized Gisbert de Dome must have fallen foul of someone, or he would have been there to greet them. "I am squire to my lord Sir Thomas Blackstone, who is here on the king's business," said John Jacob, bowing his head in deference to the dignitary's office. "Sir Thomas," said the seated official, "I am Raymond Villon, elected councilman." He raised a hand, without turning. "This is Sir Galard de Mirmont, Lord of Saunac, whose service to this city is gratefully acknowledged. Sarlat has declared for the English crown, but you have a French knight standing with you. I see no evidence of the Seneschal Gisbert de Dome," said Blackstone. "Who, since the declaration, threw in his lot with English brigands," said Villon. "They raided Cahors, seized churches, and wreaked havoc across vast tracts of land. He was dismissed from his position. 3 of his lieutenants were hanged. 2 were drowned." "Where is he?" demanded Blackstone. Gisbert de Dome was not only responsible for holding the city for the English king, but Blackstone had counted on his help to escort Torellini and Catiline. "What is your business with him?" said the French knight. "It does not concern you," Blackstone answered dismissively. "This city is no longer held by the French crown. You have no place here." "He serves to protect us where the English cannot," said the mayor. "I will determine who protects this city," said Blackstone. "Is he alive?" "Imprisoned," said de Mirmont, "awaiting confirmation that he is to be either pardoned or sentenced." "Take me to him," said Blackstone. "You must surrender your arms," said the French knight. "I will disarm you if you make that demand again," Blackstone threatened. De Mirmont bristled from the insult. but the mayor raised his hand to stop the altercation. "Sir Thomas will see him. Arrange it," he instructed. The French knight strode from the room. Blackstone heard him summon the captain of the guard. "Was there an assault against the city? Did you have sufficient men?" asked Blackstone. An innocent enough question that would tease out how many armed men were in the city. "There is no need for concern, Sir Thomas, and no need to send word to Sir William Felton. There was no attack here, and we have the militia and levies, few in number, but enough to man the walls, and we have enough food and water. It was Gisbert de Dome's siding with the routiers that led us to arrest him. We wish only for peace," said the mayor. "Gisbert de Dome was the instigator of his own downfall." "And what of de Miremont's men?" "Garrisoned in the city. No more than 20 men-at-arms, but enough to lead our militia." "Then it seems you have done all you could do," said Blackstone, in a deliberately conciliatory tone to flatter the mayor. The door opened, and de Miremont beckoned them. "We will take you to him." The mayor dipped his head in farewell to Blackstone. He and John Jacob turned away. "If they attack us, it won't be here," said Blackstone. "It will be once we're in the prison." Sir Gaillard de Miremont waited in the outer chamber with the escort. A curt nod indicated Blackstone and his squire should follow him. The escort fell in behind. As they stepped out into the street, Blackstone searched for Henry. His back was turned to the guild hall as he gazed down at a pie-seller's wares. Blackstone could almost hear the boy's stomach rumbling. If Henry didn't raise his head soon, he would miss them. "Sir Gaillard," Blackstone called, raising his voice so that Henry was alerted. "Is the prison far?" The belligerent French knight kept walking. "No." Blackstone saw Henry turn, panic written on his face, a mouthful of pie spilling from his lips. Blackstone glared at him, a warning to stay alert. De Miremont pushed people aside as he strode through the streets. The citizens of Sarlat dared not raise their faces and show their contempt for him, but Blackstone and John Jacob saw their resentment towards the nobleman. "If we got word to Sir Gilbert and William Ashford to bring Torellini and the woman to the gate seeking sanctuary, and have our men riding as escorts, we would have all the men we need to seize the walls," said John Jacob. "It looks as though de Miremont and his men are unwelcome guests invited by the mayor." "As soon as we see this renegade that Chandos paid off, we'll make a move," Blackstone said. The Frenchman led them on a circuitous route to the abbey's church, the cathedral of Saint-Sacerdos. Blackstone scanned the terrain. To the east lay the monastery's cloisters and vaults. Blackstone knew they were close to the cemetery at the rear of the church and the lantern of the dead by the low wall. Blackstone's demand he be taken to the prisoner had helped guide Henry to where he needed to be in case trouble flared up. De Miremont led them through the vast doors. The dark church smelled damp and lacked enough light to illuminate the gloom-filled recesses on either side. Their footsteps echoed. "In the crypt," said the Frenchman. It was not unusual for a city to keep prisoners awaiting sentencing or execution in a church crypt. Blackstone looked behind him. Their escort guarded the door. He knew John Jacob shared his unease. "We're in God's hands now," said his squire, staring through the half-light towards the altar and crossing himself, following the Frenchman's example by bending his knee. Blackstone gazed up at the column that bore the hewn wooden figure of Christ on the cross. He raised Arianhod from the leather thong around his neck and kissed the archer's talisman. Despite the darkness, the image glared down at him, brown, painted eyes filled with pain and pity. Blackstone lifted his wife's small crucifix that shared his journey with the goddess of the silver wheel and pressed its cold metal to his lips. There were times a fighting man needed all the blessings he could muster. Beyond the altar, a brazier burned to either side of the crypt's steps. De Miremont lifted an oil-soaked torch, held it to the flame, and led the way down. At the bottom of the steps, the low ceiling almost touched the top of Blackstone's head. Curved, supporting arches disappeared into darkness. Centuries ago, a hermit had lived in the crypt, and from the sickly odour it seemed as though he was still there. 20 more paces and the overpowering stench of human waste and the low groan of an injured man reached them. The flickering torch spread a gossamer web of smoke into the curved roof, its light revealing men huddled, in chains, behind a cage, 15 or more at first glance. The Frenchman stood to one side. Blackstone approached the iron grill. "Gisbert de Dome, where are you?" One figure roused himself with the clank of a chain running through a walled eyelet. "Who wants to know?" said a defiant voice. "Thomas Blackstone." The mention of his name made the man step more quickly towards the light. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the unaccustomed brightness. He wore breeches and shirt, both stained with blood and dirt. His matted beard and hair had not seen water for some time. "Sir Thomas," said Gisbert de Dome, "thank God. You brought an army with you to hang this wretch who seeks to line his pocket at the city's expense." "I'm alone, except for my squire." He was close enough to see the man's brow furrow. His face creased in disappointment. Blackstone turned to de Miremont. "I wish to speak to him alone. Give the torch to my squire and leave us." The French knight offered no argument, handed the burning torch to John Jacob, and made his way back up the steps. "You betrayed John Chandos and took up with Skinners," said Blackstone. "I needed money. I have to pay and feed 400 men in Dome. It's a stronghold that needs a garrison. You know that. It commands the heights on the Dordogne, which is why my men are there and not here. And the English charged me with governing Salad. I would have kept my side of the bargain, but Villon conspired to withhold taxes. One by one, he imprisoned the council." He turned his head to show the men lying in misery on the cold stone floor. 3 are dead in their chains, others soon to follow. Blackstone looked more carefully at the chained prisoners, and saw that they were all older men. "These are city merchants, councilmen?" "Aye. A gaggle of low-caste men on his payroll voted Villon for mayor. They impart justice in the city. 5 of my lieutenants were executed. He cannot kill me yet, not until he is certain news of my death will not reach Sir William's ears, though I fear the bastard had already poisoned the well as far as Felton and me are concerned. I came from Poitiers. Sir William made no mention of your plight. Had he known, he would have told me. Then I am as good as dead. Villon and Miremont must be parleying with King John." Blackstone studied the man for a moment. "Don't lie," he said. "You could have appealed to the English for help." Gisbert de Dome held Blackstone's gaze, and then he smiled sheepishly. "All right, so I saw a chance to make money, and most of the merchants in the city tried to stop me being promoted to Seneschal of Perigord. I owed them nothing. When Chandos knocked on the gates because Sarlat was to be turned over to the English, I saw several opportunities present themselves. The routiers came down from the hills. I went with them." "Who?" "Bertucca d'Albret and Crawford ap Maddock were among them." "The Welshman rode through here?" "Yes, south. He'll claim a bounty from any towns to spare him attacking them. Like I said, money to be made. If I get you out of here, and the merchants with you, you will swear allegiance to me, and allow the council to stand again." "I will," said the Lord of Ytrac, with sudden hope. "And I want half your men." "Agreed. Do this thing, Sir Thomas, and you will know the safety and hospitality of Dome." He extended a grimy hand through the bars. Blackstone took it. A bargain struck. Blackstone turned away. John Jacob raised the light to show the way. Halfway up the steps they saw de Miremont and his men blocking them. There were more than the 3-man escort. These were de Miremont's own men-at-arms. "Surrender your arms, Sir Thomas. There's no escape." Blackstone drew Wolf's sword. John Jacob freed his own blade. Both men pressed forward with such aggression that the first rank of men fell back into those behind them. John Jacob swept the torch, forcing those in the front to raise a protective arm. Blackstone maimed and killed 4 before de Miremont's men could retaliate. John Jacob jabbed low. The men above were at a disadvantage. Hamstrung men fell, floundering in their agony, but their wounds served de Miremont's cause. They tumbled down the steps, writhing bodies hampering Blackstone and his squire. No sooner had Blackstone lost the advantage than de Miremont and his men forced their way down. The 2 men had no choice but to give way until they once again reached the floor of the crypt. The Frenchman suddenly halted the attack. In less time than it had taken for him to descend the stairs, he had lost 6 men. Blackstone and John Jacob pressed their backs against the iron bars. Several crossbowmen clattered down the stairs behind de Miremont. "You are worth a ransom, Blackstone, but I will not hesitate to kill you. Yield or die," he demanded. John Jacob bristled. Blackstone sensed he was going to drive forward to give Blackstone a chance to fight his way clear. The distance was too great. They would be dead before they reached halfway. "No, John. We must live to fight another day," he said gently, a restraining hand on John Jacob's sword-arm. His squire understood and let his blade drop to the floor. Blackstone threw down Wolf's sword. De Miremont stepped forward with his men. They stripped Blackstone and John Jacob of their knives. The Frenchman's fist smashed into Blackstone's face as others held blades at John Jacob's throat, rendering him helpless. Blackstone's head whipped aside, his cheeks split, but his knees did not buckle. "I've seen a milkmaid squeeze a cow's teat harder than that," he said. Both men took a beating, and were then thrown into the cage. Part 4. The Road to War. Chapter 44. Henry had followed his father and John Jacob to the cathedral. Once they'd been escorted inside, he stepped into the gloom, but was stopped and turned away by one of the soldiers guarding the door. He waited, and minutes later saw the French knight step outside and give an unheard order to one of the escorts. It wasn't long before more than a dozen armed men ran into view. It was obvious from their blazon they served the barrel-chested Frenchmen. Fear squirmed in Henry's stomach when he saw several of the men ready their crossbows. When they stormed into the abbey, behind their leader, Henry got as close as he could to the entrance. Voices raised in anger and pain echoed through the vast church. He peered into the half-light. Figures clustered around the top of the steps to the crypt. It was obvious the confined space was hampering the attackers, and there was no doubt in his mind whom they were attacking. Instinctively, he stepped forward to help his father, but then realized he was unarmed. Common sense made him falter. If his father and John Jacob lived, then they needed help, and that was the purpose for which they had brought him into the city. A voice commanded those in the street to move aside. It was the provost and his men running towards the abbey. Henry ducked out of sight behind the nearest building with a clear view of the church entrance. Soldiers dragged bodies clear. Henry felt a wave of relief. These were men his father and John Jacob had killed. Others hobbled from their wounds. The provost ordered the wounded taken to the infirmary, and Henry heard the burly Frenchman instruct the provost that the crypt and the church door be manned day and night. He knew his father was alive when he heard the Frenchman tell the provost that the Englishman was worth his weight in gold. It was still hours until darkness when he could signal Gilman. Reason dictated that he should try to discover the enemy's strength. He forgot his pangs of hunger as he set off to follow the Frenchman who had led the attack against his father. By the time an hour passed, he had followed him around the mile-long walls and watched men positioned, braziers prepared and weapons placed ready. His spirits lifted when he saw the quality of the men being posted. The men-at-arms were split up, paired, and placed with levies and militia. It was obvious that the men of Sarlat had little experience in fighting, and needed those who did to command them. Fear of invaders would make the weakest man defend his city and home, but if an enemy launched a determined attack, it needed more courage than many possessed to stand their ground. Professional fighting men would threaten death for any man who deserted his post. Fear always played a part. Henry made his way back towards the cemetery, along a narrow raised path behind the abbey. Below him, the graves were laid out neatly behind the church. The path continued past the 30-foot-high domed structure, a lantern of the dead, different in size and shape than any he had ever seen. Henry sat on the low wall and tugged free the remains of the pie from inside his jerkin. He looked no different from any other poor traveller stopping to nourish himself. Henry was more interested in the building than the cold pie. He looked around him. The path was far enough from the city streets not to attract casual passers-by. Cramming the last of the pie into his mouth, he stepped into the building. The chill air made his skin crawl. Death clung to the walls. The circular room was a place of prayer for the dead, built to signal their passing. Did spirits seep from the walls and haunt the graveyard by night? Henry crossed himself. His father and John Jacob were held in darkness barely 300 yards away, below ground, in the ancient church's crypt. as good as dead, buried alive. He checked outside, saw no one, and clambered up the steps, counting every tread, the numbers focusing his mind. 40 steps, narrow, steep, up into darkness. At the upper level, slivers of light illuminated the dusty wooden floor. A narrow slit in each of 3 rectangular bays in the dome faced different directions, so that a burning lantern could be seen across the city and beyond the walls to the forested hills. An unlit lantern was placed on each sill. Henry tilted one of them back and forth and heard the oil sloshing inside. His flint would spark the wick, and Blackstone's men would bring death into the city. There was nothing more to do except wait for darkness and the terror that would soon follow. He curled up below one of the window's slits and fell soundly asleep. Kilbear made his way to the edge of the forest where Moulin and the men waited. "We fight with you," said Wolfram von Plauen. "No. You stay and guard the woman," Kilbear told him. "That's your sworn duty." He could see von Plauen wanted an argument, but the German had been put in his place, and he could not go back on his word to Blackstone. The aggrieved knight turned away. His companions watched the exchange. "We are not obliged by any oath," said Gunther von Schwerin. "And your damned white surcoats will flap like bedsheets drying in the wind. When the clouds shift, they'll see you coming in the moonlight before we get halfway. No, you stay." "If there is trouble in the city, then it might be because of routiers, and if that is the case, then the Welshman we seek might be there," the German insisted. "I am not interested in your revenge." Kilbear turned his back and walked towards Moulin, who stood at the edge of the forest, with Renfred and Will Longden. Clouds obscuring the moon teased apart like stretched silk on a loom, allowing soft light to filter across the city. Braziers burned on the walls at each of the city's 4 portals, north, south, east, and west. The braziers looked to be 500 paces distant from one to the other, and between the portals the walls fell into darkness. Moulin looked up at the clouds. "The wind is in our face. It will help." Kilbear nodded. The flickering light that emanated from the domed tower was the signal they had been waiting for. "Will? Your lads ready?" "Aye," said the centner. "We take the path down through the orchards as soon as the clouds cover the moon. One man in front of the other so no one stumbles. Renfred, your boys carry the ladder." Kilbear looked left and right. The moonglow showed him the line of men on the forest's edge waiting for his order. Each one wore a small patch of white linen stitched onto the back of their jupon's collar so that the man behind could follow closely. There was no need for Kilbear to give a command when the moon went dark. He stepped forward as Blackstone's men, disciplined in night attack and the use of scaling ladders, peeled off behind him until they became one long line, moving silently through the night. The north wind brushed their faces, bringing smells of the city and the silence of a sleeping population. The going was easy through the lanes of trees, whose leaves had mostly fallen, cushioning the sound of spurs and creaking leather boots. The wind eased away any rustle of mail or clank of weapons, but carried the occasional voice of men at their posts, already weary of standing watch. When the moon was exposed, the men crouched, waited for the clouds, and then stood silently and carried on towards the dark shape of the wall. As they reached the lowest point of the city's defences, Kilbear and Moulin stepped aside, allowing Renfred's men to lean the scaling ladder against the stonework. Kilbear took the lead and scrambled up the ladder to the top of the wall, which was only 20 feet high at that point. He peered carefully along the walkway to see that a sentry lay sleeping with his back against the parapet. A cowled figure in the graveyard below raised a hand and pulled back the hood so that they could see his face and hand in the half-light. Kilbear crouched and made his way down to Henry, as behind him the rest of the men came over the wall. "Your father and John Jacob, what's happened to them?" said Kilbear. "They are in the crypt. There was a fight, and I don't know if either of them are injured. They killed 6 men." Will Longden and Jack Halfpenny, with their archers, circled the walled graveyard, and as the sentinel passed by, he placed a reassuring hand on Henry's shoulder. This was no time for conversation. That could come later when the killing was finished. As the men took up defensive positions, Henry pointed to the nearest sentry post. "I went around the walls and saw where they have men posted. There are men-at-arms with the militia at each portal. There are 4 gates into the city." "Aye," I saw their braziers burning. You can approach along the walls, and if you kill the men-at-arms at their posts, I don't think the city's militia would put up much of a fight, but I don't know if there are more armed men somewhere else. There is a French knight who commands the men here." "Well done, lad. Now you must take us through the streets, so that Will and Jack can get their archers in position." "They have sentries on the streets at the gates?" Henry nodded. Killbear thought for a moment and beckoned Moulin to him. The big Norman bent his head so he could hear Killbear's quietly spoken command. "Henry will lead you. At first light, kill the men at the gates. Will and Jack will bring down the men on the walls. I'll wait here with Renfred and release Thomas and John Jacob." He looked towards the church. "He's in the crypt." Moulin nodded his understanding and looked back towards the gathered men. "How many men to stay with you?" "3 to watch our back. Henry, you guide Moulin and the men through the streets to the gates, then return here and wait at the Lantern of the Dead. Understood?" Henry nodded. "Follow me," he told Moulin, who signalled his men and the archers. Chapter 45. Henry ran through the narrow streets that became so dark from the overhanging buildings that at one point he whispered urgently for Moulin to stop. Pressing the back of his hand against the stone wall that ran along the street, he heard the men's heavy breathing behind him. Someone stumbled on the cobbles, and their whispered curses sounded as loud as a thunderclap. Uncertainty took hold, and he wondered if he had taken a wrong turn. What he had seen in daylight appeared to be different at night. Night shadows contorted the shape of buildings and the curve of the narrow lanes. Moulin whispered an urgent demand. Was he lost? Henry settled the panic that rose from his chest and pictured the route he had followed when the French knight posted his men. If he was on the right track, then when he turned the next corner and looked up, there would be a wind vane showing the bent figure of a blacksmith wielding a hammer against an anvil. Edging forwards, he felt the rough stone scrape the skin on the back of his hand. He ignored it, wanting to keep his palm free of abrasions should he need to grip a knife. He heard the creaking metal of the wind vane before he saw it. The north wind caught the iron blacksmith, nudging him this way and that. Henry's relief spurred him on. He turned and whispered to Moulin, "Not far now." Memory and instinct took him left and right, skirting merchants' houses and shuttered artisan workshops. A pinched alley led the way to the first portal. Henry pressed an arm back to slow Moulin and then pointed up towards the guard post. 2 men stood leaning against the wall, shoulders hunched against the cold damp air, their backs to the city as they gazed blearily across the dark landscape from where any attack was likely to come. 2 other men with them paced back and forth, de Miremont's soldiers who knew the value of staying alert. Henry pointed and murmured, "Those 2, men-at-arms. The others, citizen militia." Below the sentry point, another 2 men slept, huddled against the hinges of the sturdy wooden gates. "Garrison troops," said Henry. He felt Moulin nod. The men's eyes were accustomed to the darkness now, and they had no trouble identifying their enemy. Moulin signalled Will Longdon to him. "Leave Jack and 2 archers. Kill those 2 first," he whispered, pointing out the professional soldiers on the wall. "I'll leave 4 men to kill those at the gate, and any others if the alarm is raised. Call on the others to surrender. They are not fighters, and Sir Thomas would not have us kill needlessly. We need goodwill if he is to secure the city." Will Longdon beckoned Jack Halfpenny and pointed at 2 other archers, meaning they were to come forward. "Much good it will do us, once your knife finds throats to cut," said Longdon, and stepped away to give his orders. "The first hour of daybreak will be on us soon, Master Henry," said Moulin. 3 more gates. We must move on. Find your way, and find it quickly." Killbear and the captains had agreed to strike before first light when the bell rang for early morning prayer. The chill of the hour meant men would be stiff and weary from their night watch, and they would be thinking of their warm hearth and a hot bowl of food. It was a cruel time to die, but a good time to kill. Killbear edged around the side of the cemetery. The street in front of the church was as deserted as everywhere else. If a night watch patrol turned a corner, there was nowhere for Killbear and the others to hide. Renfred lifted the iron latch as quietly as he could, but still the metal scraped. He stopped. The men held their breath, listened, but hearing no movement or challenge, Killbear nodded for him to continue. He and Renfred pressed their shoulder to the heavy door and eased it open. The far end of the church glowed from a brazier either side of the steps leading to the crypt. Around them, about a dozen men lay curled in sleep on the stone floor, wrapped in cloaks for their meagre warmth. Killbear led his small party forward, thankful for the cone of light. His companions moved instinctively into position, fanning out so that when blades plunged into unsuspecting bodies, their strike would be as one. They were 10 paces from the sleeping men, when a cough from the darkness froze them in their tracks. A footfall scuffed the floor as someone approached from the gloom of the side aisle. Killbear and the others silently retreated into the safety of a side chapel's darkness. They watched as a man stepped into the light. From his dress and the sword in his belt, he appeared to be one of the provost's men guarding the crypt. He fussed with the ties on his breeches, having obviously been outside to relieve himself. When he reached the sleeping men, he kicked 2 of them, cursing them for not being awake. They made little protest, got to their feet, yawned, stretched, and stood guard. One drank from a wineskin, then passed it to his companion. Killbear turned, reached for Renfred, and pulled him closer, whispering next to his ear. He listened, nodded, and then did the same with the first of Moulin's men. The moment every man was briefed, Moulin's 3 men slipped away silently along the side aisle, readying themselves to attack from behind once Killbear and Renfred broke cover. The cold air had seized Killbear's joints, and he cursed silently that too many years lying in wet fields on campaign were taking their toll. Ignoring their stiffness, he curled his fist tightly around his sword and slipped its blood knot over his wrist. Renfred was at his shoulder, a few paces away. They would need killing room between them. They waited, steadied their breathing, ignoring the anticipation hammering in their chests, peering into the warm glow. They chose which men would die first. The 3 men who had skulked through the darkness to attack from the sleeping men's rear were supposed to provide a distraction, provoke a turn of the head from the sentries that would allow Killbear and Renfred to stride forward. Somewhere in the background a blade scraped across stone. As the sound echoed, the 3 sentries' response was immediate. They turned, hands reaching for their swords. Uncertain seconds that would cost them their lives. Too late, they wheeled back around. Killbear killed a man who had berated the others. Renfred's sword clashed against the other man's blade with a clang of metal as loud as a church bell. The sleeping men rolled out of their cloaks, shook themselves free of sleep, and, as the last of the sentries fell in agonizing death throes, launched themselves at Killbear and Renfred. Killbear rooted himself to where he stood, parried, thrust, pivoted, and struck with the expertise of a veteran used to fighting so close to his enemy he could smell the rank odour of their bodies and see their snarling lips curl back in hatred. He relished the close-quarter killing. As he and Renfred were forced back a few paces, moments away from being overwhelmed, their determined attackers were felled from behind. Moulin's 3 men struck without warning or mercy. Renfred searched the bodies, found a set of keys, tossed them to Killbear, and then passed a torch into the brazier. "Guard the entrance," said Killbear to the 3 silent killers. Killbear followed Renfred below ground and saw Blackstone and John Jacob, faces pressed against the bars. One of John Jacob's eyes was closed from the beating he'd taken, and Blackstone's face bore bruises and swelling. "You kill them all?" said Blackstone, as Killbear fussed with the bunch of keys, trying to find the right one. "9 dead, 2 lying in their gore, waiting for the devil to take them," said Killbear, as another key failed in the lock. "I hope you weren't as slow in the killing as you are with that lock," said Blackstone. Killbear kept his eyes on the keys. "Thomas, I swear the thought rises in my mind of leaving you here. How many more times must I rescue you?" The lock sprung free. Blackstone grinned. "As long as we both shall live." "That might not be much longer. This damned city is a warren. A half-dozen men could seal our fate in these narrow streets." "Where's Henry?" "With Moulin." Blackstone turned to the imprisoned merchants and councilmen. "You stay chained until we have killed de Miremont and his men. It's the safest place for you. I'll have you free, I swear it." The men muttered their thanks. "God bless you, Sir Thomas," one of them called. "You'll need it," said Killbear, as Blackstone freed one of the prisoners. "Who's he?" "The man who knows the streets and where the soldiers will be. Gisbert de Dôme." Blackstone led the way up the steps. "Where are the men?" he asked, scooping up a sword from one of the dead guards. "At the city gates, until the bell for prime rings. And then the killing starts." Chapter 46. Gisbert shivered as he stepped into the cold night air. The stiff northerly breeze ruffled his linen shirt. He consoled himself that he would soon retrieve his clothing and weapons seized when he was arrested by de Miremont. "This way," he told Blackstone, as they went past the men guarding the entrance. Blackstone caught the Dom's arm. "Where are you going?" "The bastard will be in my house sleeping with a whore in my bed. What better place to kill him?" Blackstone hesitated. "No, he won't be there. He's a fighting man. He'll expect an assault. He's no fool. I made no mention of my men, but he'll know that I'd have had them with me, and that if I didn't return in good time, then they'd come for me. What he will not expect is that we are already inside the walls. De Miremont will be at the main gate. Take us there." The freed nobleman immediately saw the sense in what Blackstone had said, and his desire for revenge was as cold as his chilled skin. He nodded. "This way." He led them this way and that, as sure-footed as any citizen who knew his way blindfolded around his own city. Off the main thoroughfares and into the twisting alleys that would lead to the city walls. By the time he raised his hand to bring them to a halt, sweat was trickling down their backs from their fast pace. Blackstone stared at the silhouette of a black storm cloud that was the city wall looming in front. He could see men moving along the wall's walkway. Straining his eyes, he attempted to pick out the figure of de Miremont. A shadow moved close to them. A startled Gisbert uttered a cry. Blackstone's hand quickly smothered his mouth. He whispered, "One of mine." Moulin stepped closer. Blackstone released the Dome. "Sir Thomas, we watched your approach. Thought for a minute you were one of them," Moulin said quietly, meaning the men on the walls. The throat-cutter's teeth gleamed in the darkness. "I've got Will here with some of his lads. Master Henry brought us through the streets. He's here, back in the shadows." "Keep him there." "We are ready, Sir Thomas. We were going to spare the night watch militia and kill the men-at-arms. Are those your orders?" "Unless they put up a fight and don't surrender," said Blackstone. "Aye, we'll finish them off quickly." "How many on the walls and ground?" said Gilbert. 20 over the main gate. Not many down here. A handful. I reckon there must be more in the city. There's just not enough men here." Blackstone knew that although he could not see Will Longden and his archers, they would spread along the rear of the buildings in the shadows, ready to loose their arrows and kill those on the walls. Blackstone looked up at the sky. The first glimmer of daylight touched the clouds. The grey light would soon be the last thing many of the men defending the city would see. Will and his men will not have time to shoot again. The moment the first men-at-arms fall, others will be alerted. Sir Gilbert and John will come with me onto the walls with a few men. He saw Gilbert turn and tap half a dozen men. "You and the others kill the sentries at the gates and then secure the surrounding area." "What about me?" said Gisbert the Dome. "Stay here. I need you alive." He glanced down the line of men crouched waiting behind him in the alley. Instinct told him it was time. Blackstone turned away from Moulin with Gilbert and John Jacob at his heels. The steps leading up to the walls were 15 paces away. A dull clanging of a church bell in the distance denoted it was time for monks to pray and people to leave the warmth of their beds. In the broken silence, a whisper of loosed arrows from the unseen bowmen rushed past his head. They struck with deadly accuracy. The first few men fell without a cry, the force of the arrow shafts piercing their chests and strangling any gasp for air. It was their companions who cried out fearfully at the invisible hand that had struck down their comrades, by which time Blackstone was on the walkway with Gilbert, taking the men left, and John Jacob bringing the remaining with him behind Blackstone. The civilian militia threw down their arms and ran. No one at street level could have seen the men-at-arms who had slept with their backs against the parapet. These men did not surrender so easily. They lurched to their feet, swords already drawn. Blackstone killed the first man, who managed to half-raise himself before Blackstone's sword cut into his neck and shoulder. He yanked him aside, his body thudding onto the street below, where Moulin's men were quickly killing the sentries. Screams and shouts of alarm echoed through the streets, far more urgently than the monotonous ringing of the bell. There was enough room on the walls for 3 men to fight shoulder to shoulder. Men-at-arms lunged at Blackstone and John Jacob, who used the narrowness of the rampart to their advantage. As Blackstone swung and struck, forcing the men back, John Jacob kept his sword low, stabbing upward through their broken defence. They stepped over bodies or pulled the wounded aside to be killed by Blackstone's men behind them. The clamour of fighting along the wall was evidence of the concerted attack. Kildare, for his part, cursed the men-at-arms who stood their ground and ignored cries for leniency from the wounded. The militia, on his section of the wall, begged for clemency too as they surrendered and were mostly spared, though in the bloodletting a sword blade often found its mark before its strike could be turned aside. From every corner a running battle ensued along the walls. Blackstone knew he and his men were now at their most vulnerable. The city had awoken to an assault. Confusion and panic could bring more armed militia onto the streets, but Blackstone reasoned that they would not put up any resistance to Moulin and the others who had secured the city gates. Those who fought on the walls would soon be overcome, and then it was only the garrison and de Miremont's men who would counterattack. He needed to find the Frenchman and secure the city. "I don't see de Miremont," John Jacob called. Blackstone looked beyond the dead and the dying. The smoke from the braziers smudged the line of the wall. Then he saw the Frenchman retreating along the walkway towards the next gate. De Miremont ran down a flight of steps into the street. He would soon be in the square to rally and organize the rest of his men. "John, secure the wall with Sir Gilbert." Blackstone ran forward and then shouted to the men below, "Moulin!" The throat-cutter looked up. Blackstone gestured to where de Miremont was turning into the street. Moulin saw him, understood, summoned the men with him, and gave chase. Blackstone called out to the hulking Norman spearman, "Cry, St. George!" Moulin turned and raised an arm in acknowledgment. The city was King Edward's by treaty, and his cry would tell the citizens it was not routiers who breached their walls. The English were their protection against such brigands, and hearing the fighting men declare themselves might restrain them from taking up arms. Moulin and his men raced down a narrow alley. Doors slammed shut at the sound of pounding feet. Anyone foolish enough to step out was shouldered aside and left sprawled in the gutter, flowing with sewage. Blackstone went down the steps 3 at a time. The monotonous clanging bell now became more vigorous in its urgency, sounding the alarm. The city was under attack. Will Longdon and his archers stepped forward. Henry Blackstone was with them. "Will, get your lads on the walls." The sentinel needed no further command and ran for the steps. Blackstone placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "Yet again you have proved your courage. Stay with Will." Blackstone saw the shadow of disappointment. "I don't want you in this fight. Do as I say." Henry knew the urgency of the moment demanded he obey. "Yes, father," he said. Blackstone spared a moment to watch his son run after the archers, and then saw Gisbert de Dorme waiting for him, his shirt flecked with blood from the fighting, a sword in one hand, a knife in the other. "Sir Thomas?" "We hold and defend the square," said Blackstone. The enemy he sought bore Wolf's sword on his belt. The men-at-arms on the walls had fallen under the archers' arrows, and Blackstone's fighters had killed the unseen men who slept at each portal. Will Longdon rallied his archers on the walkway, once they had secured the gates, and sent a runner in each direction to have the others at every gate follow his example. The archers' bows were unwieldy in a close-quarter fight in a town's streets. The bowmen needed space to draw and distance to shoot, and their presence on the walls gave Blackstone's men the advantage should de Miremont's men retreat towards the gates. Will Longdon and Jack Halfpenny's archers would cut them down before they reached the portal. Above and below the gates, Blackstone's men controlled the way in and out of the city. The confines of the streets might allow their enemy to counterattack, and if that happened, Blackstone and the few men with him might need to escape back into the forest. It was up to the archers to cover them. Longdon scoured the streets, searching across the rooftops for any sign of Moulin and Blackstone. Screams reached him, the clamour of voices raised in panic. He heard men shout, "St. George! St. George!" Longdon raised the archer's charm to his lips and prayed that Arianhod, goddess of the silver wheel, did not abandon Thomas Blackstone now. Then he yanked bodkin-tipped arrows from the corpses. Chapter 47. Blackstone reached the square. All except his archers were gathered together, as Moulin and Renfred formed the men into a tight knot of defence. Moulin had spent years fighting in towns and cities throughout France and Italy, where the fabric of the buildings could count against men jostling through twisting streets. Buildings often shielded those intent on harm. In Sarlat it was impossible to secure the spider's web of unlit alleyways where de Miremont's troops could wait in ambush. The sun had not broken through the blanket of clouds. Only dull, grey light smothered the city. Better to find open ground and take the brunt of the assault. Moments after Blackstone reached his men, Killbear arrived, gasping for breath. "Merciful Christ!" he wheezed. "Since when are we meant to run and fight?" It was a question needing no answer. Killbear had wind enough to draw breath in a close fight. He needed nothing more. "Where will they attack from?" Blackstone asked Gisbert the Dome. He shook his head. "I don't know. De Miremont's men are garrisoned in different parts of the city, 15 men in each quarter. He'll have rallied them by now." "Why weren't they at the walls?" said Moulin. "They are kept in reserve to kill anyone who breaches the city defences. Any attack would have come from outside, not within, and an enemy would not know the streets here. De Miremont's men do. This is where they would win the fight. Your attack caught him by surprise." Blackstone knew they were at a disadvantage. Gaillard de Miremont and his men could wreak havoc within the city, and Blackstone had insufficient men to root him out. "It makes no difference," he said. "He'll come for us. He wants me dead and the city back under his control. He cannot know there are no more men to reinforce us. There are so few of us, he cannot afford to wait. He means to kill us where we stand." A woman's cry of alarm alerted them. It came from one of the side streets. Angry shouts followed. When de Miremont's soldiers appeared, it was obvious they had been pushing aside men and women as they approached the square. Armed men thronged the narrow alleys. They edged forward cautiously and paused 50 or 60 paces from where Blackstone's outnumbered men huddled in defence. Word had spread that the scar-faced Englishman was no other than Thomas Blackstone, the sworn enemy of their king and dauphin. Their caution was a mistake. Had they rushed forward, they might have overwhelmed him. "Bastards have us near enough surrounded, Thomas," said Killbear. "Renfred, see to it you cover our flank. Thomas, we must kill these dogs quickly before they swamp us." "Let them come to us, Gilbert. We are a wall of steel they must break." Killbear glanced at his friend. His concern needed no explanation. He looked at the men and then back to Blackstone. The men were weary. "As you wish," said Killbear. Blackstone walked along the rank of his tired men. The dozen fighters looked strained from the months of conflict that had gone before, but still formidable. Their stubbled and bearded faces, creased from lack of sleep and ingrained with dirt, added to their ferocious look. Their enemies, dried blood, stained their jupons, and their curled fists that gripped swords and falchions. Blackstone offered words of praise for their action at the gates. He checked that those who had sustained wounds would not be impaired in their ability to fight when the French attacked. His voice carried. "Your ugly faces are enough to scare an enemy into running for the shit-pit before their bowels loosen." The men cheered. One called out, "And when they see your scarred face, Sir Thomas, they'll shit themselves where they stand." The men laughed, their spirits lifting. Blackstone grinned. "Aye, that and my blade opening their guts. They gave us sport this morning, lads. They warmed our sword arm from the night's chill. They cannot know each of you is worth 3 of their fighting men. They ring those bells to summon death. They will hurl themselves from these streets as eager as rats seeking daylight, and they will see how we treat vermin." The bells suddenly fell silent, as if yielding to Blackstone's men's roar of defiance. Blackstone strode 5 paces forward and faced the enemy so that every man could see him. John Jacob was 4 paces to his left, Killbear to his right. Moulin and Renfred stood in front of their men. As a flooding river burst its banks, streams of men broke free from the confines of the city's passages and poured into the square, fear and the desire to kill spurring them on. Voices bellowed. Blackstone waited, sword raised. The first men were almost upon him, driven by their ambition to kill the legend who stood alone in front of his men. Killbear and John Jacob took rapid paces forward to stand level with Blackstone, so that the attackers now faced 3 men, experienced in close-quarter killing. Their fate sealed, they fell under savage blows. Behind them, de Miremont's men barely faltered, trampling over their comrades dead or dying at their feet. They pressed home the attack. Blackstone's line still held. After several minutes he saw through the blur of sweat and mayhem and tumbling bodies how far they were outnumbered. His men were holding their ground, but if the attack kept going as hard as it was, Blackstone's ranks would yield under its weight. A wall of seething men were forcing them back. Mouths agape, spewing vile curses. Spittle flecking beards, eyes wide, some with terror, others with a crazed desire. Blackstone slashed across 3 men to his front. The blade caught the first man's throat. The second man's sword arm suddenly hung from sinew and skin, and the force of the curved strike cut deeply into the third man's leg. They tumbled aside, opening a gap. Blackstone stepped into it. "With me!" he bellowed. The time for defence was over. Blackstone's men, grunting effort, forced back de Miremont's fighters. They gave a yard, then 3. The enemy wheeled, forced aside, and then they reformed, as immovable as the city walls. Blackstone knew in that moment his men had thrown every sinew of effort against them and had nothing more to offer. But a small miracle, a blessing from a watching angel, saved Blackstone and his men. The wind turned at their backs, pushing them forward stride by stride, a force of nature giving them added strength, blowing dust into their enemies' eyes. At first the body of men wavered, then they broke. A warning cry rose from the back of their ranks. Men were dying well beyond Blackstone's reach. As they fell, others turned to face a fresh enemy who would attack their rear. The gap widened. Blackstone saw the 4 Teutonic knights, white surcoats emblazoned with black crosses, standing abreast, efficiently killing de Miremont's men. The survivors broke and ran, now too few to win the fight, and too fearful of holy wrath and the Englishmen they had failed to kill. The clamour fell silent. Blackstone looked behind him. 2 of his men lay dead, others wounded. All stood, bloodied, sword or mace in hand. Some bent forward, vomiting from exhaustion. Men sank to their knees, lifted up by a comrade's strong arm, too spent to raise a voice in victory. Blackstone turned to Wolfram von Plauen. "You disobeyed me. You were to stay with the Lady Catiline." "She is in good company with the priest and his bodyguard. She had no need of me. You did." Blackstone nodded. "I did." Monks appeared from the abbey, then a priest from the church. They carried water for the men, and linen to bind their wounds. It seemed they welcomed Blackstone's victory. The dead lay scattered across the square. Rivulets of blood pooled across the cobbles. Townsmen and women appeared at the mouths of the alleys and streets, gazing at the carnage. A melancholy bell rang slowly. The citizens ventured closer. Serving women came forward bearing wineskins. Men summoned a handcart and then another. They would strip the dead of clothing, mail, and weapons. These were unlikely to be acts of compassion. Death would yield a profit. The citizens of Sarlat were concerned with their own self-preservation. They did not know whether the Englishman would inflict retribution on them for supporting the rogue mayor and his henchman de Miremont. Blackstone saw Quilbert leaning on his sword. The man's gaunt stare told Blackstone that he had fought as hard as men half his age. The veteran straightened, then spat contemptuously at his own tiredness, and swore at the townspeople approaching Blackstone's fallen men. Gisbert de Dôme lay in a pool of blood. There was a bruise on his temple from the blow of a mace, already turning yellow. Blackstone nudged him with his boot until he came around. "Get up! You're not wounded," he said. "It's not your blood." He reached down and heaved him to his feet. De Dôme staggered, and then sat on the steps, needing time for his head to clear. Henry Blackstone picked his way through the dead. "My lord," he said, knowing that he had tempted his father's anger by not staying with Will Longden on the city walls. Blackstone wiped a hand across the sweat and blood spatters on his face. "You have disobeyed me again," he said. "Am I to chain you to a tree like a dog?" "When the fight started, I followed the crowd to the square, my lord. They were fearful of who would win, and then I watched the French break and run, those that could." "And what purpose does that serve, other than to tell me that at least you did not arm yourself and join the battle?" "I saw de Miremont. He killed 2 of our men, and then he came close to being overwhelmed. He escaped. I saw him." Blackstone had lost sight of de Miremont in the melee. "He's in the city?" "The church, my lord. He went into the side door from the cemetery." Henry Blackstone waited for the imminent reprimand for his disobedience. His father's commands were not to be disobeyed without retribution. "You vex me, Henry. You are a feral mongrel running free of constraint, untamed by discipline." He smiled. "There is no doubt you are my son." Relief swept over the boy. "My lord," he said and bowed his head. "Now, help the wounded." Henry turned back into the carnage. Killbear wiped his sword blade. "Now what? Has the lad brought news of men at the gates?" "De Miremont is in the church." "Ah, the bastard has lost his courage and seeks sanctuary. He is untouchable now." "I know. Secure the square, Gilbert. Then we find the rogue mayor, Villon, and arrest him. The merchants in the crypt need to be reinstated in their position as councilmen. I'll see to it." Killbear knew full well what Blackstone intended. "Thomas, you cannot kill him. Sanctuary is everything. The city will turn against us." "I know," said Blackstone. "Let us leave this place in peace and goodwill," said Killbear. Blackstone stepped towards the church doors. His men had died in an unnecessary fight. Whether the blame lay solely with Gisbert de Dôme for joining routiers to retrieve money lost because Villon had withheld taxes, or with the antagonism and aggression of Gaillard de Miremont and his corrupt mayor who had seized the city from him, mattered little when good men had died. Blame would not breathe life back into their corpses. What mattered was that Sarlat belonged to the English king. They had broken a treaty, and that was punishable by death. Chapter 48. The dank chill of the cathedral embraced him, cooling the sweat beneath the shirt that clung to his skin. The braziers were no longer burning near the crypt. 3 tall candles flickered next to the altar, another 2 either side of the transept. There were beeswax candles that gave off a sweet smell, not the cloying tallow scent. A priest must have thought the cost of the more expensive candles worth it to celebrate the victory. Either that or the stench from the crypt had become unbearable. Blackstone's eyes adjusted to the dull light. De Miremont knelt in prayer at the altar beneath the pitiful gaze of the crucified Christ. A priest was administering the sacrament. He raised his eyes when he saw the tall figure walk without haste across the nave. The concerned priest blessed de Miremont and lifted his face to the waiting Englishman. "My lord Gaillard de Miremont has claimed sanctuary. There can be no violation. He has prayed for forgiveness for his sins and prostrates himself before God. Sanctuary is a time-honored right, and today, of all days, it permits those in conflict to let tempers cool and to consider reparation." "Look at me," said Blackstone to the Frenchman. De Miremont got to his feet and turned around. "You have claimed sanctuary, yet you are neither murderer, rapist, nor debtor that we know of." "No matter. I have the protection of the Church," insisted de Miremont. The priest stepped between them. "Sir Gaillard will remain here for 40 days, and then present himself to the court for judgment or go into exile," he said. Blackstone ignored the priest and studied the man who had usurped King Edward's authority. "You still wear my sword." De Miremont quickly unbuckled the belt and scabbard, wrapped the belt around it, and threw it down towards Blackstone. "I took it as my right when I imprisoned you." Blackstone buckled on Wolf's sword. "No violence," the priest insisted quickly. "To commit murder against a plea for sanctuary will never be forgiven. I give you my word, priest. No further blood will be spilt in God's house. Now release the prisoners. Help those who need it." The priest shuffled away, grateful to be out of sight of the scar-faced man whose looming presence frightened him. "I will remain here," de Miremont said. "Gisbert de Dôme can reclaim the city." He lifted his head contemptuously. "And when our king rids France of the English plague, then it will be your murderous king and his son who will beg sanctuary." Blackstone felled him with a punch. He grabbed the man's leg and dragged him towards the door. "Thomas?" Killbear called as he saw de Miremont's body kick down the steps. "Merciful Christ, you haven't killed him." "Not yet," said Blackstone. The square was clear of the dead now, and women with buckets of water were sluicing away the blood. De Miremont's body tumbled into the square as Blackstone's men stepped aside. The released merchants and councilmen staggered out of the church, hands raised to shield their eyes from the unaccustomed light. "You swore an oath," the priest shouted. "Before God Almighty, you swore no harm would come to that man." De Miremont clawed himself to his knees, not yet clear-headed enough to know what had happened. Blackstone faced the priest. "I swore I would spill no blood in there," he said, pointing to the church. Then he looked at de Miremont. "That will be done here." Townspeople huddled at the edge of the square away from the soldiers. Blackstone's wounded were settled on the side of the church steps, attended by servant women. They had summoned a physician who examined each man. Most told him to look to their comrades, saying their own injuries were not as serious. The mayor, Villon, was under guard, and Moulin and Renfred had put their men in place to keep the querulous Salades at a safe distance. The side streets thronged with citizens desperate to know their fate at the hands of the English. De Miremont was on his feet, looking like a cornered bear in a pit. The ferocious-looking Englishman showed no sign of caring what happened to him, but he didn't cower from them. Turning to face the crowds, he raised his voice. "The English seized Salad. They claimed it under treaty. I and Mayor Villon gave you back your city." A voice carried from one onlooker. "And kept taxes for yourselves?" De Miremont lifted his hands to quell the dissent. "To pay for soldiers, to secure what is rightfully French." "Much good they did us," another cried out, cheered on by those around him. Gisbert de Dôme climbed onto the steps. His bloody shirt was testament to his involvement in the fight. "I was forced from this place by Villon and de Miremont." "You sold your ass to the English," one of those in the crowd called out, and he, too, had supporters who jeered de Dôme. "I signed the treaty agreed by our king. Our blessed Jean le Bon, his tender heart broke when they placed such heavy demands on him. He did all in his power to save the people here and to hold what is a valued corner of France. His honour demanded we stand by that treaty. That is why I signed. That is why I was placed here. Betrayal comes from these two men," he said, pointing at Villon and de Miremont. "We are fortunate that this English knight, Sir Thomas Blackstone, brings no harm to our citizens, seeks no reparation, other than for Salat to be governed by King Edward." He let the murmuring crowd settle down. "He has spared us, and released me and our council." Gilbert blew snot from his nostrils. "Sweet, merciful Mother of God, this man talks a lot." Gisbert de Dôme rallied the townspeople. "I will show you where Mayor Villon and Gaillard de Miremont have hoarded the taxes they collected from you. Taxes I will order returned to you." A wave of support swept through the press of people. "Hang them!" someone called. Then it seemed the whole crowd took up the cry. A chant became a roar. "Hang them! Hang them!" "Now his big mouth has incited mob rule. We will have more trouble on our hands, Thomas," Gilbert muttered. Blackstone stood next to the released councillors. "These men will sit in judgment. Let their decision be recorded. There will be no mob rule here. You will return to the way things were at the signing of the treaty." He turned to the released men. "It will be a fair trial, or I will come back, understand?" They nodded and muttered their assent. "De Miremont could walk free, Thomas," said Gilbert. "He still has friends and influence here. You risk him raising men and seizing Sarlat again, and next time we would need an army to besiege it." Blackstone smiled. "I know. Don't be concerned, Gilbert. He won't risk the rope." De Miremont strode into the middle of the square. "I will not be tried like a common criminal. I am Gaillard de Miremont, Lord of Songnac. I took the city back from the English, and I will defend my actions." The Frenchman did not lack courage. His honour would be his downfall, like his fellow knights and noblemen who had fallen in past years at Crécy and Poitiers. Honour was everything. Honour was worth dying for. Gilbert raised an eyebrow. "You knew he'd never submit to a trial?" Blackstone shrugged. "He's an arrogant bastard. What else could he do?" He stepped down to where de Miremont stood glaring at him. "Arm me, "And defend yourself, Englishman," de Miremont said. "I am the King's Master of War. You broke the treaty. Why shouldn't I hand you over? I don't care how they kill you. A long, choking kick at the end of a rope is all you deserve." De Miremont turned to the crowd. "Thomas Blackstone denies me the right to defend myself in combat. I call him a coward, and afraid to die at my hands." Blackstone remained silent. It was the final act of a desperate man, fearful that the court would bow to the will of the mob inflamed by Gisbert-de-Dôme. A knight of any standing would never refuse a challenge by being called a coward. "Let him fight! Fight!" the crowd chanted. De Miremont turned to face Blackstone. "I win, and you leave Gisbert-de-Dôme for me to deal with. They will release Villon, and I will be free to return to my lands." "Except you never will," said Blackstone. "I give my word." "I meant you will never return to your lands, because you will be dead." They returned the Frenchman's weapons to him. He hefted his shield and circled Blackstone, who turned slowly with him, waiting for him to strike in his eagerness to win his freedom and claim glory for killing the English king's master of war. When he struck, he did it with such force and skill that Blackstone was wrong-footed. De Miremont's rapid attack almost cost Blackstone his arm, but Wulfsword's hardened steel caught the muscle-shuddering strike. Blackstone battered the barrel-chested man with his shield, rained so many rapid blows in return that de Miremont backed quickly, found his footing, steadied himself, and planted his feet as firmly as a rock. The crowd roared, bloodlust raising their voices to echo around the cobbled square. It would be a trial of strength, now that de Miremont's opening gambit had been tried and failed. The hope of using his strength and fury to defeat Blackstone abated into a dogged blow-by-blow contest with the Englishman, who did not waver. Sweat stung both men's eyes. Muscles and sinews strained from the force of their blows. Blackstone took a half-step back and pivoted on his heel, enough for the Frenchman to think he had faltered. De Miremont's confidence betrayed him. Instead of shuffling forward and gaining the advantage inch by inch, narrowing the gap that Blackstone had opened, he took too big a stride. As his leading foot went forward, so did his downward strike, an easy blow for Blackstone to avoid. Pivoting again, and allowing the blade to pass so close to his face and chest, he felt the air whisper. The Frenchman's momentum carried him a fatal half-stride past Blackstone. Perhaps a part of de Miremont's mind told him Blackstone did not have time to reverse his own blade and thrust at him, that in the next few seconds he would half-turn, using his body strength to sweep his blade like a scythe and sever Blackstone's leg at the thigh. It was a perfectly rational thought, embedded from years of honed reactions against inferior opponents. What he had not expected was Blackstone's fist, curled around Wulfsword's hilt, slamming into his face. His nose and teeth broke. He stumbled as the sudden pain tore into his brain. Had he not overstepped, his fighting spirit would have made him spit out the blood and take the fight back to Blackstone, but that fatal overconfident stride had thrown him off balance, and he continued falling forward. Before he hit the cobbles, Wulfsword rose and fell behind him, and Blackstone's weight forced its blade between his shoulder blades. Searing pain momentarily blinded Gaillard de Miremont, Lord of Salnac. He gasped and swallowed blood. He did not feel the impact of his head striking the ground. Face down, his dying gaze took in the cobble's gleam, and then the feet of those closest to him shuffled back from the sudden gush of blood that spewed from his torn heart and lungs. Despite the crowd's shocked awe, for him, there was only silence. Chapter 49. Ignoring the biting wind, Lady Catiline draped her cloak over one of Blackstone's wounded men. Fearing the worst during Blackstone's absence, she had told William Ashford and his guard to prepare fires to boil water and cook food for the survivors. Her servant, Melita, had torn strips of linen ready to bind wounds. Blackstone's men had won the fight, but it had taken its toll. Their exhaustion was clear. Catiline knelt in the dirt and lifted the wounded man's head so she could spoon broth into his mouth. The murmur of men's curses drifted through the trees. Will Longden and Jack Halfpenny's archers aided their comrades and established sentries around the camp's perimeter. "You have too many wounded to fight effectively," said Father Torellini, casting an eye between the bloodied men and Blackstone, who bore his own wounds. Blackstone drank thirstily, watching his men being attended. No commands were necessary. Those who were able tended those who needed help. Their wounds will be bound, stitched or cauterized. They'll fight if they have to, he answered. Thomas, they are mortal. All men have a breaking point, said Torellini reproachfully. They are my men, said Blackstone. They do not break or falter unless they are dead. He swilled his mouth and spat blood. He looked at the Italian priest. And they will do what I ask of them. I know that, Thomas, and I know you. You will not ask of them what you will not do yourself. But they are not you. You know me too well, Father. I'll ask no more of them for now. Besides, the horses need rest. We'll ride to Dome before nightfall. You and Sergeant Ashford will come with us. Gisbert promises us 200 fresh men. I will have 50 added to your escort. I need the others. Lady Catiline and her children will also require more comfort than they've had, said Torellini. It's only a few hours' ride, and Gisbert is preparing quarters for you and food and care for my men. It will give the woman whatever comfort there is. Do not be so dismissive of her, Thomas. When you and Sir Gilbert went into Sarlat, she organized the camp and insisted the Germans follow you into the city. Wolfram von Plauen argued that he was obliged to stay and to protect her. She is a forceful woman. It was she who had the fires and food prepared. He pointed to where she attended to his men. She abandons her own comfort to aid them. Blackstone watched her. There was a streak of blood on her face, from where she had pushed back a rogue wisp of hair. Her daughter stood diligently at her side, holding a bowl of water for Catiline to dip a linen cloth into and clean a man's wound. Catiline looked less like a woman who held a domain in her own right, and more like her servant, who also tended the men. Blackstone scowled. Father, she is an encumbrance to what I have to do. She seems to have impressed you enough to be an amenable travelling companion. She rides with you and Ashford. Be thankful you're a man of the cloth, otherwise she might snare you into marriage. We leave before noon. Blackstone and his men travelled 12 miles south from the woods of Sarlat, passing Vitrac and the fortified castle de Montfort that guarded the route below a high escarpment. The partially ruined castle had been destroyed in the fighting that had swept across the area during the war. What remained hung perilously on a cliff top. An escort of Gisbert de Dome's men from the castle was waiting, to lead them along the narrow track through meadows and fruit orchards, the grass already scythed and stored for winter silage, the fruit trees barren until spring brought its warmth and their blossoms. Oak and chestnut piers supported a bridge across the river Dordogne, wide enough for 4 horsemen abreast. Blackstone raised his eyes to the heights of Dome, as the bastard horses' hooves struck their dull note across the wooden planks. The fortified mountain-top town commanded views across the river as it curved along the vast plain below. There were other strongholds along the river that held strategic positions, but it was Dome that would prove one of the most challenging to conquer. From its heights, defenders could watch as travellers and armed men made their way along the valley, yet it was not impregnable. A year after the Battle of Crécy, when the young archer Thomas Blackstone lay badly wounded, at Harcourt routiers had scaled the sheer cliffs and taken the town. 3 years later brigands struck again and scaled the walls on the western slope. Finally the lesson was learned, and the burghers strengthened their walls and increased their vigilance. Blackstone's escort led them in a curving route up the hillside until they reached the fortified gates. Urging their mounts up the sloping street, they saw Gisbert de Dome waiting to greet them. An upheld hand brought the column to a halt. De Dome was no longer blood-stained. His gambeson was stitched with a gold thread, his boots burnished to a dull glow, their quality reinforcing his clothing's lustre, which spoke of a man of authority, and, Blackstone guessed, wealth from when he rode with Grifford ap Madoc's routiers. "I have made arrangements for your men over there," said de Dome. gesturing to the open ground beyond the town's buildings. A copse of bare trees wavered in the wind, but the walls would offer Blackstone's men some protection from the elements. "There are stables beneath the east walls, enough for all of your mounts." Blackstone nodded at Moulin and Renfred, who peeled away with their men. "Will, have your lads camp beneath the south wall." Unlike the northern ramparts above sheer cliffs, the south offered ground that was less steep. If de Miremont's followers suddenly decide to strike back, that's where they'll come, up the southern slopes. Will Longden and Jack Halfpenny's archers urged their horses along the walled escarpment. "We are safe here," insisted Gisbert de Dôme. "Nowhere is safe," said Blackstone, heeling his horse past the man in his debt. The Teutonic knights camped away from Blackstone's men. Wolfram von Plauen had to remain close to Lady Catiline Babignon. Honour demanded he fulfil his pledge to Blackstone, but the duty still rankled. "We should strike out from here and find the Welshman," said Siebrand von Ansbach, recognizing his leader's dismay. He was as senior as Gunther von Schwerin, and if he could convince his comrade to support him, von Plauen could be swayed. Gunther cut a piece of salted mutton from the supply sack on his saddle. Since the routiers had slain the two half-brethren, the knights fended for themselves. They were no stranger to hardship or self-reliance. "He has a point," he said. Von Plauen looked past their tent to the window where Catiline and her children were billeted. He seemed torn. "There is no dishonour, Wolfram," von Ansbach gently insisted. He looked to his comrade, von Buchard. "Rudy, if Gisbert de Dôme rode with the Welshman, then he might know where he went. We should question him and strike out. Finding Ap Maddock is our sworn duty." Von Buchard squatted and fed the fire. He gazed into the flames for a moment. "Brother Wolfram gave his word, and so did we. Our pledge stopped Blackstone from killing him." He looked for support to Gunther, who shrugged. "One pledge over another. Which one do we dishonour first? We should bide our time. For all we know, Blackstone will lead us to him." "Not if we are in Avignon," said von Ansbach. Gunther laid a hand on his friend's shoulder. "No matter where we are, we will seek out the Welshman. He must be killed, so that we serve justice. And justice, my brother, requires patience and prayer." Wolfram von Plauen laid out his bedroll. "Gunther is right. We are honour-bound, and God will guide us to the Welshman in good time." He stood and turned toward Catiline's billet. "I had better check on the woman." He walked away from his comrades. Rudolf von Burkhard fussed with the fire, poking a stick into the embers, casting a glance from their departing leader to the others. His gaze settled back on the flames. "How much danger can she be in her bedchamber?" he said. Chapter 50. Lady Catiline Babignon eased back into the soft linen sheet lining the copper bath. It caressed her skin as she luxuriated in her first bath for weeks. She tilted her head back so that Melita could pour water over her hair. The servant pressed her hands into her mistress's hair and squeezed free the excess water. "Did you see the children?" "I did, my lady. They are asleep." "It has been a difficult time, Melita. They are exhausted." "Yes, my lady." "You have served us well," she said kindly, placing a hand on the servant's arm. "Will you fetch more water and see to my clothes?" The tireless woman took the wooden pail and bundled up an armful of stained clothing to be washed in the kitchens below. Catiline raised her arms and used a cloth to wash herself. Candlelight spluttered from the steam in the room. The stench of men's blood and sweat had stubbornly refused to leave her, but the rosemary in the water soothed away the odours. There was still a long road ahead, but she had a sense that her authority was returning. It had not been difficult to sway the Germans into joining the fight at Sarlat, and after, those remaining did as she instructed, so that the camp was ready to receive the wounded. She'd felt that her status had been reasserted. She needed men for protection, and if she could convince them to do her bidding, then her position strengthened further. Von Plauen stepped unseen into a side passage as the servant left her mistress's chamber, arms full of stained clothing. He had intended to knock on her door and inquire about her well-being, even though he expected to be dismissed when she saw through his feeble excuse to visit her. The order strictly enforced his vows as a Teutonic knight. He, like his brother knights, had sworn an oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience. They owned no property, and their vows did not permit expressions of pride in fighting skills, their horses, or in their weapons of war. The order's rules were written in clear, simple language, so that there could be no misunderstanding. Knights wore clothes of a priestly hue, and covered even that drabness with a white mantle bearing a black cross, and women were to be avoided. They were Satan's gate. Warned against being drawn into the company of women, any knight who fell from grace was severely punished. They could not even embrace their mothers or sisters. The rigid discipline demanded of these men forged them into a fighting brotherhood. Von Plauen knew that to yield to temptation would strip him of his honour and vows, and he would face expulsion from the order. Melita shuffled past him, and once out of sight, he turned for the stairs and saw a piece of clothing she had dropped. He bent and felt the soft linen undershift crumple in his hand. Without thinking, he raised it to his face and inhaled her scent. His hand shook. He turned guiltily in case he had been seen, but the hall and stairs reflected nothing but silence and shadows and the thudding of his heart. His mind searched for a believable reason to be in her presence as his feet carried him to her bedroom door. It was ajar, left open by the encumbered servant. He could not comprehend what compelled him to enter the dimly lit room, or why he trembled. He stepped towards the open door on the other side of the room, and then faltered when he saw her bathing. He fought the desire that drew him to her, but the scent of the bath and the sight of her naked aroused him. He cursed Blackstone for making him the woman's guardian. It was a cruel punishment. His resentment was as deep as the desire he felt for this woman. Blackstone had humiliated him by placing him in the devil's embrace. His chest tightened, forcing lust from his pounding heart into his throat and the spittle on his tongue, but he could not tear his gaze from her. He vowed to find the chapel and spend the night in prayer, but such pious thoughts were swept away when she stood and half-turned, her breasts dripping with steam. The dark, curled patch between her legs moistened with droplets of water. The room's fire burned its heat into the chamber, as did his desire into his groin. He gasped. Guilt and shame swept over him. Footfalls scuffed the stairway as the servant lifted the heavy pail of water. Her laboured step and breath warned him. There was nowhere to hide. He pressed himself into a doorwell. The exhausted servant, head down, went into the bedroom without seeing him. Careful not to be seen or heard, he strode to the end of the passage and stepped outside into the night's chill. He gulped the winter air and vowed to erase his desire for the woman he was honour-bound to protect. The devil always tempted those who held God close in their hearts. He made his way towards the chapel. The chapel was a place of solemn coldness, dimly lit by a solitary candle. He hurried to the glimmering silver crucifix on the altar. Prostrating himself, he kissed the stone floor, begging forgiveness for his lewdness, and then raised his eyes to the symbol of a sacrificed Christ. Fear gripped him. In that moment, the flickering shadows smothered the cross, and took the form of a grinning, horned Satan whose bloodshot eyes bored into him, and whose snake tongue darted between sharpened teeth. And his heart, which had always been truthful, told him that he was lost, and whatever the cost, he must have the woman who tormented him. Chapter 51. Lady Catiline stood by the brazier at the entrance to the stables, as Henry Blackstone saddled Blackstone's horse. It swung its head to snap its yellow teeth at Jocard, who stood too close, but Henry had secured the trailing rein to halt its desire to bite. The height of the horse's back and loin made Henry stand on tiptoe. Jocard stepped further back. "Does your father abandon us now?" he asked. "He has his duty," Henry told him. "We'll ride on tomorrow for Avignon when the weather eases." The rain had turned to hail during the night, sprinkling the valley below with a light dusting, but the wind had shifted slightly from the north and now added extra bite from the east.
My father has arranged additional escort from Lord Gisbert. No one will attempt to assault us now. He has sent word of our journey and will have fresh horses along the way. The king's sergeant-at-arms said he'll set a hard pace. He glanced to where Catiline stood. I'm sorry, my lady, perhaps you didn't know. I knew. The sooner we are in Avignon, the better. How soon? No more than a week, my lady. If we make good time, 4 days. Daylight is short, and Master Ashford will be concerned to find safe places to rest. I'm certain your father has already advised him.
The bastard horse whinnied and shook its head, a front hoof pawing the ground.
It seems the beast is as eager to leave as your father, said Jogard. Before Henry could answer, Lady Catiline admonished her son. You will not speak so harshly of Sir Thomas. You are an uncouth child. You owe your life to this boy and his father. Jogard lowered his head in shame. I apologize, Henry. Forgive me. I am unable to do my duty and protect my mother and sister. Such inability makes me say things I should not.
Henry steered clear of the horse's hind legs. He placed a hand on the younger boy's shoulder.
Jogard, uncertainty causes fear. It is important to stop it before it spreads, like putting a hot blade to a wound. Father taught me that knowledge dispels fear, and if we know that he has arranged passage and fresh horses with extra men as escort, then that should comfort us. We will reach Avignon safely. He turned to Lady Catiline, so he could assure her, but she was no longer there. The look on Jocard's face was enough to know her abrupt departure had added to his guilt. Henry slapped him on the back to cheer him. Now, let's saddle John Jacob's horse. You can help. It's not a belligerent beast like my father's, and you'll leave the stable with all your fingers and no broken bones. Catiline Babagnou walked across the open ground between the town's walls. Blackstone's men were still camped, but after the first 2 days' rest and hot food, she sensed they were keen to travel on. Now that several days had passed, their resilience was becoming apparent. She knew why they were renowned for fighting through the winter months. She glanced over her shoulder. Von Plauen stood in plain sight, watching her. He usually followed a few paces behind, but when she had ordered him not to shadow her so closely, he meekly did as he was bid. His obedience made her feel powerful, but his respect for her stirred a tenderness within her that had long been buried, a tenderness that would ensure she would not hurt the German knight's pride. She could not know that he was as much a servant to his desire for her as she was to her need for protection, and there was no doubt the accomplished fighter would champion her if she or her children were threatened. She saw Blackstone with his captains beneath the canvas pavilion. They had returned Gisbert de Dôme to preside over his stronghold, and his authority had quickly been reaffirmed. Gisbert was tireless, overseeing the needs of Thomas Blackstone and his men as his steward arranged supplies and armaments for the escort. She admitted to herself that Gisbert had charm, and that if the circumstances had been less fraught, she would have considered him suitable material as protector and lover. But the town of Dôme was too close to the Count d'Armagnac's domain, lying as it did south of the river Dordogne, and d'Armagnac served the French monarch, which meant he would have an eye to her own domains in Brittany, which would be useful in the Breton War. Men like d'Armagnac and de Dôme would usurp her right and authority. What influence she had lay in her land, and all men were hungry for title and estates. What she would not do was to let another man control her life as Maille Babagnou had done. She would decide whom to take to her bed, and when the opportunity presented itself, choose the man who could best look after her family. The cold-hearted decision added to her strength. There was no emotion involved, only the stark reality of a woman alone. Self-preservation and that of her family drove her. The wind stung her face, but her tears were not from grief. The thought of Lord Maille Babagnou de Pontivy's slain body left her as cold as the chill that seeped through her cloak. In a few more days, a more befitting refuge at Avignon would be welcome. Her son would be safe, his education secure, and she would have men of importance and wealth around her who would help her achieve a future for her son and daughter. Once Sir William Felton confirmed her right to rule her domain, then her influence would increase. She walked across Blackstone's field of vision, but he barely glanced at her. She moved away, found a tree stump, and sat with her back to the wind. It was time to wait and be patient. Her way ahead was as certain as the river that curved through the valley below. Blackstone pointed at the map Gisbert the Dome had laid out. His captain studied the route he wanted them to take. "John Jacobs, Sir Gilbert, and I will ride east and meet up with Bayard. He has raised men here, here, and here," said Blackstone, pointing out the 3 places of muster for the troops needed to commit to the Count de Foix, the Pyrenean prince they were to persuade to offer his support to the Prince of Wales. "And if Bayard hasn't raised enough men," said Renfred. "He's a Gascon. This is his land. His sworn lord, de Graille, provokes great respect. He'll convince men to reinforce us, but Renfred is right. We cannot leave much to chance. Will, you will ride with us and test the archers Bayard has recruited. Jack, you'll command our own until we meet up with him." "How much do we tell the Italian and his escort?" said Moulin. "And Gisbert," added Jack Halfpenny. "Nothing. Father Torellini is my confidant, but we disclose nothing. If anything goes wrong, if someone attacks their column, then we need them to be ignorant. Our prince needs the Count of Foix, and it is our task to draw him to us." "Sir Thomas," said Renfred, "the Germans are still talking about finding Grufford ap Madoc." Blackstone rolled the map. "They will look for him until either he or they are dead, but for now they are chained to us by their honour. I'll find ap Madoc. I need his men to fight with us, and if he stands at our side, then we will stand against von Plauen and the brethren." No more was said. Blackstone and John Jacob bade farewell to the captains. "Don't insult any Welsh archers you find," said Moulin to Will Longden as they left the tent. "You'll test their patience, and your ass will be a target." "Unlike your lumbering hulk, I can move quickly," he answered. "The moment you ride above a hilltop skyline, you're a gift to any bowman worth his salt. Bend low in the saddle, Moulin, in case they mistake you for an ogre." He walked off with Jack Halfpenny. "Better a man of stature than a dwarf past his best years," Moulin called out his final insult with a grin. Henry waited with the tethered bastard horse as Will Longden and Jack Halfpenny walked across to him. The horse suddenly lashed out with its hind leg. "Merciful Christ, Henry, the damned beast is possessed," said Will Longden, who'd narrowly escaped the belligerent strike. "I thought you had him tied." "He must have his eyes in his arse." Henry smiled. "He is not a creature of this world. He sees and hears things that we cannot." "The devil spawned him, we all know that." Will Longden embraced the boy. "You and the others go your own way tomorrow, so it's unlikely we'll have time to see you again. Came to say goodbye and wish you well, me and the lads, one and all." "Our thoughts and prayers ride with you. We'll miss you," said Halfpenny. "And are you, Will, Jack, and the others?" "Aye, well, I dare say your father knows what he's doing. You're a lad destined for greater things. Education is better than a bag of gold florins," said Longden. "I wanted to stay and fight. Of course you did. We all know that. What you did back at the castle took courage, but it will take even more courage to be surrounded by scholars and crow-backed priests and peacock cardinals." "I like learning, Will, and I know I have to prove myself." Will Longden saw the boy's uncertainty. "Henry, for someone who has brains, you're being very stupid. You have no need to prove yourself to your father or us. Think back on everything you have done. John Jacob, me, the others, we all know what you can do. Not one man here, not even that numbskull Moulin, needs any proof of anything. You're one of us, don't you see that? Then why does he send me away? Because he gives you the chance to live a while longer, and be more use than a scab-arsed fighter standing in a pool of his own piss as the battle rages. You learn, you come back, you bring words and knowledge that can be more deadly than my trusted bow." He laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. "That is why he sends you away. He needs you to come back so we can all benefit. When a man can persuade a town to surrender and an army to follow because he has the right words, then we don't spill our blood." Henry's face flushed from the veteran archer's praise. "Thank you." "Merciful Christ, here comes Moulin to tell you how to scratch your ass. God be with you, Master Henry. And you." The archers walked back towards their men. Moulin, Renfred, and John Jacob were all making their way over to Henry to wish him well. Will knew that would cheer the boy, but he also knew Blackstone was risking much in sending the lad into Avignon. He lifted his own medallion of the silver wheel goddess to his lips. "Keep the lad safe. he asked silently. "He doesn't need any advice from you," he said as Moulin passed him. "I've set the lad straight." Moulin never broke stride.
"Then he's more fucked than I thought."
Blackstone glanced towards Catiline and ignored her, instead walking to where Torellini stood waiting by the stables with Henry. "Father," said Blackstone, "you'll travel on with Ashford. I have some ground to cover if I'm to do what you have asked." Torellini glanced at Henry. "Henry, you and John Jacob take the horses to Sir Gilbert," said Blackstone. "Yes, father." The moment Henry obeyed his order, Torellini took Blackstone's arm and guided him away from the buildings.
"Time is getting short, Thomas. The business at the Sarlat has slowed us down. Are your men sufficiently rested?"
"Yes."
"Good. I thank God for their resilience, and Gisbert the Dome's help. If Armagnac has started moving his army, then they could defeat Gaston Phoebus quickly. That would create a threat for the prince."
"It's a damn pity he's not here, if it's that important, instead of settling his arse on silk cushions in London."
"Plymouth."
"What?"
"He settles his arse on silk cushions at his castle in Restomel in Plymouth."
Blackstone's irritation melted. He grinned. He had never heard the Italian utter any kind of crude remark. "I'm writing to my Gascon captain, Bayard. He has been recruiting men, and he had scouts following Armagnac's progress. Gaston Phoebus might be young, but he's an arrogant nobleman of the old order. He may ignore my offer of help." Father Torellini gazed across the broad valley to the cliffs and mountains beyond. The clouds scuttled across the high ground. Low clouds would soon smother the heights of Dome. Even the threatening weather seemed to insist Blackstone ride on.
"Thomas, there is nothing more I can say. Find the men you need, and convince the Count of Foix he needs your help."
"And then defeat Armagnac's army." Torellini smiled and shrugged. "That too." "Do what you can for my son in Avignon," said Blackstone, and strode to where Kildare and the others waited. Lady Catiline walked across his path. Blackstone could not avoid her.
"You leave us to fight for your prince?"
"He is not yet here." She studied him a moment.
"When does he accept the fealty of those who fought for him and the land your men gave their lives for?"
"The summer."
"And you will ride at his side?"
"I go where I must."
"And will I see you again?"
she asked. "That's not in my hands." Her hand rested gently on his chest. It was as intimate a gesture as could be tolerated in public.
"And what of you, Thomas? Are you to stay fighting until you are killed or crippled? Your Italian priest has influence. Come to Avignon."
Blackstone graciously raised her hand to his lips. The scent of rosemary still clung to her skin. "Goodbye, my lady. A few more days and you'll be safe. I owe you an apology for any harsh words. My heart is not free, even for a beautiful woman like you. Forgive me."
"I would share my domain, Thomas. Two are stronger than one."
"My duty and my future lie elsewhere." Her smile of regret was genuine. There had always been a flicker of hope that Thomas Blackstone would change his mind.
"Then don't abandon your son, Thomas. You send him to a place of learning, but he must hide behind his mother's name."
"It's something he understands. My name draws blood." She watched him join Kildare, John Jacob, and Will Longden. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder. The boy nodded at whatever words of encouragement his father said to him. The four men rode down the cobbled yard to the gates. She willed him to turn in the saddle for a final glance. Blackstone didn't look back. She could not know that he never did. Von Plauen had watched the exchange between Blackstone and Catiline. He swallowed the bile on his tongue. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Was she a common whore, sent to ensnare whoever could be drawn into her web? Was she as vulnerable as he thought her to be? And was that why she had once yielded to a common man like Blackstone, if camp gossip was to be believed? He would wait, he decided, until Avignon, and then he would approach her when a suitable moment presented itself. He would offer himself and ask for her hand in marriage. He was poor, but he could give her the protection she needed. Her lands would be a suitable place for a disgraced Teutonic knight. Fearful that his comrades could read his thoughts, he turned to look where they were practicing the slow, deliberate movements of their sword skills. What he intended meant abandoning the Brotherhood and his vows. God would surely punish him, but not before he had supped from the devil's chalice. Chapter 52. Several days after Blackstone reached Dôme, a coach's iron-rimmed wheels jolted across the paved Grand Rue in Paris. Steam plumed from the brace of horses hauling the carriage bearing a worried Simon Bussy. France was slipping into dangerous times again. The peace treaty with King Edward brought little hope of what was once the greatest country in Christendom ever reclaiming its rightful status in power, learning, and culture. The French king had courage, but not wisdom. He preferred peace to war and had fought bravely but not skilfully enough. The warrior King Edward had bled France and his son, and the wolves who fought for him had ripped out her soul with their savagery. When the Teutonic Knights had sought the Englishmen, Bussy thought the Germans, with their single-minded desire, might succeed where the king, the Dauphin, and he had failed to destroy the scourge. News had reached Paris that Salat had fallen. He had been pleased when the assertive Gaillard de Miremont had taken matters into his own hands and rooted out the self-serving Gisbert de Dôme right under the nose of the English Seneschal William Felton. What had gone wrong? The English had regained the town and reinstated Gisbert de Dôme. The French court could not lodge any protest because of the treaty, but at least for a moment French defiance and courage had retrieved its honour. So who had killed de Miremont? No one knew. Mercenaries, most likely. Gisbert de Dôme had sided with them before, and it was likely he had sided with them again, but how reliable was the rumour that it was Thomas Blackstone? The nagging doubt lay heavily on Bussy's mind, like the mist blanketing the Seine. If it was Blackstone, what was he doing south of Poitiers? The English were still caught up in the Breton War. Thomas Blackstone should be in the Breton marches, supporting John de Montfort. South? What was south of Brittany that might draw Blackstone there? Bussy could find no reason to believe it was Blackstone who had released Gisbert de Dôme, but unless a traitor behind the walls of Salat had opened the gates to mercenaries, who else would have dared? To Bussy's lawyer's mind, this was not proof that it was Blackstone, but Bussy's instincts had helped him survive during the uprising in Paris and many years in the French Parliament. And at times, instincts were more reliable than logic. He gazed out at the Paris streets, less crowded now that the winter air clung to a man's beard and clothes like moss to a tree. December was almost upon them, heralding a harsh winter and months of biting winds along the Seine. Bussy tugged his cloak tighter around his neck, yet it was not the cold that gnawed at him. His reputation as an authoritarian had marked him to be killed when the insurrection had taken place less than 5 years before, and the chill of fear had never left him. Losing his suburban mansions at Vaugirard, Issy, and Viroflay had cost him a fortune, and he had never again trusted the population of Paris and the surrounding countryside. Since the Terror, he had ridden in a coach to and from his new mansion. Inclement weather and court duties were convenient excuses for him both to stop riding openly and to mask his fear. The guards who rode on the carriage were hand-picked. They would protect him should a disgruntled peasant be prepared to throw his life away by attacking the king's trusted senior adviser. The cushion of safety was his daily comfort. Matters of state, however, caused him greater concern. These days the king was seldom in Paris. Since his return from Avignon, he spent most days at his country palace at Vincennes. The sharp-witted Dauphin, who had denied the English king a crushing military victory by staying safely behind the city walls when his father was imprisoned in England, and had bargained hard when they drew up the treaty, now seemed more interested in his plans for the future of the Louvre as a royal palace. So Bussy had shouldered many state decisions he felt unnecessary to take to the king or the Dauphin, and that was why he had not told either about the Teutonic Knights and their desire to hunt down Blackstone and the Welsh mercenary. He had heard nothing more of the Germans, but had prayed fervently that the pagan slayers had stumbled across the scar-faced Englishmen who had wreaked havoc on the kingdom. He sighed. So much was beyond his control, the exception being the benefits from his influential position at court. The previous week he had attended a dinner at a wealthy merchant's house and had been fed more than fine food. The crown needed the support and money of the city's richest, and the wealthy desired patronage. Informality was the key to favours gained and granted, and information. Traders, clerics, and pilgrims who travelled the highways across France collected intelligence that was of value. Knowledge could be as powerful as a killer's sword, or an assassin's dagger, and it was word of an assassination that had been confided to Bussy, a killing planned by a woman. What the merchant had heard from the south confirmed a nagging concern that Bussy had had for some weeks about a noblewoman who had repeatedly tried to gain access to the court. Officials had informed him about a woman who had tried hard to gain favour by selling information. She wanted a hearing, had begged an audience with the king, but officials had turned her away. She had persisted in seeking a meeting with the Dauphin and was denied again. The governance of France had more pressing matters than another aggrieved widow. Women who were as common and numerous as roadside weeds. Yet it was her name that had chimed. Bussy knew it, but at the time could not place it, and so gave it no more thought. Until now, when the merchant had passed on the information. And as a heavy key turns in a lock until the tumblers mesh, it all fell into place. He knew who she was. A frisson of anxiety rippled through him. Whom was she going to assassinate? And where? Chapter 53. Bayard, the Gascon captain, watched the 4 horsemen approach across the open ground. He had waited a week, knowing there was no more he could do to aid Blackstone. Behind the walls of the Bastide, 376 men were camped. Most were Gascons. Others, from Navarre and Castile, had filtered down from the mountains and sought employment with the promise of booty. He hoped the weather would hold long enough for them to fight before storms swept across the land. Blackstone's reputation for fighting through the winter when others stayed behind city walls was well known, but it took its toll on men's strength. And if any of these men Bayard had recruited thought it too arduous, then they would desert even Blackstone. Blackstone rode through the gates with John Jacob and Will Longden. The Bastide's small square was cramped, but the gathered men stood when they saw him. Bayard, it took me longer to reach you than I thought. Any trouble keeping them here? Said Blackstone, dismounting and tying off the bastard horse, whose ears pricked and head reared at the closeness of the crowds of men. A few fights, 1 man dead. I hanged his killer. He wasn't a Gascon, so nothing more took hold. You've done well, my friend. Keeping these men behind the walls like rats in a sack was bound to cause violence. Did you find the Welshman? I did. He wouldn't come here. Said the place was too easy to breach. He trusts no one. That's what I expected, said Blackstone. Do we know where he is? A few miles from here. Good. We need him. You have news of Armagnac? Bayard took out a piece of folded parchment tucked under his belt. It was grubby and ink-stained. My scouts have been shadowing him for days. When they reported back, I had a scribe write the names of whose pennons they saw. I thought you might need it when you get to Foix. Armagnac's drawn a multitude to his cause, Sir Thomas. Blackstone looked at the list of feudal lords who had rallied to the Count d'Armagnac's side. A quick calculation of how many men each knight would have with him made it plain they were outnumbered by a significant number. How many archers do we have? Bayard grimaced. A handful. Welsh, mostly. Belligerent bastards. They rode with Ap Maddock and didn't like his discipline. They deserted him and joined others on the road. I found them with some Gascon men raiding south. They like the sound of money in a purse as much as their own voices. Whores and wine quiet them down and keep them poor. But I must tell you, Sir Thomas, there's a hard bastard among them who raises his voice and causes trouble. Take me to him, after I've spoken to the men. He strode up a couple of steps that led to the wall and turned to face the crowded square. A murmur rose from the crowd. They quietened. You men have fought hard for lords, princes, and kings. When the war ended, so did your usefulness. Some of you are sworn men to the Captal de Buch, and because of it, you have answered my call. Others have sold their swords because that is the way a fighting man survives. I fought for Florence against the Visconti. Perhaps we faced each other once as enemies. Now we fight the French. Again. This is no skirmish. A battle looms against thousands of men, and you will stand shoulder to shoulder with men of Foix, with Gascon, English, Castilian, Navarrese, and— You place us Welsh below the standing of Navarrese? A voice interrupted from the crowd. Laughter rippled through them. Anger blossomed from others. A country so insulted should look to where I place Englishmen, neither above or below, but at the core of proud fighters. Have I eased your sense of offence? A barber surgeon can heal a wound, but an insult, well, I'd say that takes money. A cheer of support rose from the men. Blackstone raised a hand and quietened them. "I have promised you payment in the king's name. I have his writ. But we can seize a greater wealth. The Count of Armagnac brings his vassals to the fight. Fealty lords, families of great wealth. Monlesun, Frezen-Sagoy, Dor, de la Bath, and a dozen more besides. The noble lords Terid, Falga, and Aspet. Every one will have his own men with him. Every one will beat the drum in their attempt to send terror into your heart. Their banners and pennons will fill the sky. They will outnumber us, but they do not have the urge to kill us as much as we wish to kill them. Defeat them, and the ransoms and booty will send you back to your farms, families, or whorehouses with more money than you can spend in a lifetime." A roar boomed through the Bastide. A flock of crows cawed in alarm and flapped away. Blackstone stepped down to the cheers of the gathered men. "There's that much plunder?" said Gilbert quietly as they followed Bayard through the crowd that parted. "How would I know? They're noblemen, aren't they? Do you think these men will fight as hard if there's no reward?" The crowd broke up, and by the time Bayard led Blackstone and the others into one of the long buildings, the Welsh archers were already inside. Cooking fires burned, blackened iron pots hung suspended over the embers. There were no windows, and the only light came from torches hooked into iron holders on the walls. The room stank of sweat and smoke and damp straw used for bedding. The Welshmen's bows were encased in their wax bags and given more care than the scurvy-looking archers. The bags were laid on unused apple racks. Blackstone picked his way through to where a broken-faced man as big as himself stood. His cloak was almost rags. He had a blanket over his shoulders. He spat through his matted beard when he saw Blackstone walk towards him. He was the man who had jeered in the square. The archer's knife in his hand was ripping open a sack to tie his worn boots. Its scraped edge showed its razor sharpness. "The great Lord Blackstone," said the man sarcastically. Blackstone punched him square in the face. The blow rocked him off his heels and threw him against the wall. The blow flattened his hooked nose. Blood poured into his beard. Dazed, his eyes tried to focus on the man who loomed over him. "Don't interrupt me when I speak," said Blackstone. He turned to the men who had recoiled from the sudden violence. "Get him up." Those men nearest quickly obeyed, but the burly archer pushed them away and clambered upright. He stood, trembling with rage at the humiliation. "The next time I'll kill you," said Blackstone. "Understood?" The archer looked confused, but then nodded. Thomas Blackstone was not a man to challenge. "Your name?" "Medic Kenneth," he said, and then quickly added, "My lord." Blackstone pointed to Will Longden. "This man is my centener. He is Master Will Longden. He fought at Morlaix, Sluys, Cressy, and Poitiers, and every other conflict with me. You will show him respect. He will command all my archers. My ventnor is Jack Halfpenny." "And who will command the Welsh among us, my lord?" said Kenneth. "You will be their ventnor, even though there are over 20 of you." Kenneth's chin tilted. The honour was not lost on him. "Aye, we will serve you well, Sir Thomas." "You deserted Griffith ap Madoc," said Blackstone. "I know him. We fought at Cressy together when I was a boy. This man is Sir Gilbert Kildare. He went under a French war-horse fighting at Ap Madoc's side. I will have no ill will between you and Ap Madoc." "The ill will comes from him, my lord. He did not pay us. We live in rags and without a denier to buy nourishing food. An archer needs his strength. He threatened to have his men slaughter us if we complained further." Blackstone pulled his purse from his belt and tossed it to the ragged man. "His debt is now mine." Medic Kenneth went down on one knee. The archers followed his example. "Thank you, Sir Thomas." "Don't thank me yet. My archers need more courage than most. I ask much of them, and many of you will die in the battle. If you are too drunk to fight, I will flog you. If you kill each other over whores, I will hang you. Such men are of no use to me. I value my bowmen, and I will not lose one through drunken excess. Understand?" A murmur of assent rippled through the kneeling men. "And why have archers not killed for the pot?" said Blackstone. "There's no game, my lord," said Kenneth. "The men who swept ahead of us have slaughtered every creature that walks or flies, and raided every grain store in every village. Griffith ap Madoc hoards supplies." Blackstone turned to Bayard. "What do we have here?" Enough for a few days. Distribute it to all the men. Get them fed. We must travel hard and fast.
Sir Thomas, what of the journey ahead? Said Bayard.
Do as I say. I'll get supplies. Blackstone and the others turned back through the arches, and as he passed each one they dipped their head and spoke his name, respectfully. Chapter 54. Grufford ap Madoc spat out gristle from the meat he was chewing, and then wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. Animal fat smeared his beard.
You are an intensely irritating man, Thomas Blackstone. You come into a man's home and insult him at his table. And you, Killbear, you goat-smelling old bastard, you still stand at his side.
Blackstone and Killbear, with John Jacob and Will Longden, had followed Bayard to where the Welshmen held court on the high ground, in a hilltop town, half a day's ride from the Bastide.
A hovel more than a home, you uncouth son of a whore, and your table manners are worse than a wild pig snouting through the forest, said Killbear. Gilbert, I should have left you under that horse in the mud at Cressy. Now, Thomas, you make demands on a man who has settled himself for winter, and who is thinking again about the proposition you sent.
You have what I need. You knew I was coming, so I asked for it.
Ap Madoc picked meat from his teeth and grunted. Still, I have waited patiently. I was promised money. You have it? Do you think I would carry payment with me? The Welshman grinned. It should offend me that you don't trust me. Don't forget, I was the one who saved your life at Brignais. He chewed, ruminating on how best to deal with Blackstone, who was no longer a knight who fought where he chose, but who was now King Edward's master of war, and who carried Edward and the prince's authority. And I gave you back the money I stole from you before the battle at Brignais,
to avoid bad blood between us.
There was that, he admitted. The thoughts of us fighting to the death caused my passionate Welsh heart to melt at the prospect of me killing you.
Killbear snorted derisively at the thought of Ap Madoc besting Blackstone. The Welshman shrugged.
Well, I have the men you want, and if you have the king's writ, then we can do business.
I want supplies for the men who are following me.
I've raided all summer to secure winter feed for my horses and men. Why should I share it?
Because you made a pledge to the man I sent that you would offer all assistance for payment.
I did. You know, Thomas, he got off his stool and poured himself more wine into a clay beaker. Time is a fickle mistress. Those weeks ago when your men sought me out, and you were still wherever it was you were, I made, let's say, an agreement with someone else.
You're reneging on your agreement with us, snorted Killbear. If you do, you betray an agreement with the King of England.
Now there you are, Gilbert, jumping to conclusions, casting my character into the shadows. I did not say I was reneging, simply that circumstances have altered my terms of commitment. He's backing out, I told you, Thomas. You cannot trust this whoreson.
Grufford ap Madoc's temper broke, and he flung the beaker across the room.
Damn you, Killbear! I'll not be insulted here in my own stronghold. I will not.
As Killbear reached for his sword, Blackstone got between the two men. Sit down, both of you. There's a battle to be fought, and it's not in this room. The two men quietened. Grufford, you promised me men.
I have them.
The 600?
Almost, Thomas.
Some have deserted. Others have gone to fight in Spain. The weather is kinder there.
How many?
200, ap Madoc said apologetically. Blackstone took the bad news stoically. Not enough.
Ap Madoc shrugged. Maybe a few more. Another 50?
400, said Blackstone. That's what I need.
No, they are needed elsewhere now. I will give you 275 men, all equipped and provisioned.
350, including any more archers you have.
300, but the archers are few now, so I cannot spare them.
Very well. I'll reduce the agreed payment accordingly.
I accept, said the Welshman. I will send them to your captains, at the place you choose, and as a gesture of my affection and respect for you, I will give you the supplies you requested without charge.
Blackstone looked hard at the man who had changed sides so often. There's more you want from me. What is it?
Grufford ap Madoc sat back down and rubbed a finger in spilled wine on the wooden table. I ask a great favour of you.
Killbear quickly glanced at Blackstone. The devious routier was like a winter fever that crept up on an unsuspecting man and brought him down. Ap Maddock's tone was now that of a reasonable man seeking understanding. "I seek redemption." "I'm no damn priest," said Blackstone. No, wait. Do not judge me, I beg you." "Too late for that, you lying, thieving whoreson," said Gilbert. Ap Maddock did not raise his voice or a hand in anger. "I understand you doubt me, but only Thomas can help me. I fought for our blessed King Edward, fought as hard as any man. I spoke up for you against my own archers at Cressy, when you were a young bowman, and you wore the silver goddess at your neck, because they thought you had taken her from a dead man. Yes, of course you remember. And you, Gilbert, we bled together. So, when the fighting ended and we parted, when Thomas hovered close to death, I sold my skills, which set me on a path of violence that continues to this day. We were comrades in arms, and now I wish to be pardoned by the king and serve him again." "God's tears," said Gilbert. "You waste good breath on a speech fit for a whimpering novice who played with his cock during Holy Communion." Grufford ap Maddock bowed his head. "I am not a man who can use words well," he said, and raised his eyes to Blackstone. "I give you my word. I beg you. Speak on my behalf to the king." "I have no means of speaking to him," said Blackstone, "even if I believed you." Ap Maddock lifted his hands in surrender. "Then, to prove myself, I will not accept the payment offered in the king's writ. I cannot join the fight against Armagnac because, when you did not arrive in good time, I made an agreement to take some of my men and help another. I ride south tomorrow, but the men and the supplies, they are yours. If I cannot serve the king, then I will serve the prince, as do you, Thomas. I will be his vassal. I shall pledge my fealty and my sword to him. I do not wish to be outlawed any longer. I wish to prove myself again, as I once did." For a ruffian like Grufford ap Maddock to refuse a substantial payment for his men was a convincing gesture. Gilbert gazed in disbelief. "Thomas, you don't believe this scoundrel?" Blackstone remained silent, giving the proposition thought. "And if I seek this favour from the prince, you would relinquish the lands and towns you have seized, and return that which has been looted?" "Gladly," said the Welshman. "I was content as a soldier of the king. Come, Thomas, did you not tire of selling your sword to the Italians, or any other feudal lord who offered enough money? Was it not a relief to surrender all of that when you were honoured and made his master of war? Where do you ride tomorrow?" "To the King of Navarre. He has asked for men." "Jean de Grailly is advising him now. Why would you be summoned?" "An old debt, Thomas. I owe him. I wish to clear my name and reclaim what little of my honour remains. I will do the prince's bidding. When he receives the fealty of the lords of Aquitaine, I will bend the knee and kiss his hand. I swear it." Blackstone hesitated. "He's not here for some months. Attend to your business with de Grailly in Navarre. I'll speak to the prince. That's all I can do." Blackstone and Gilbert rode away from the walled town. A dozen levies followed with supply horses and food for the men in the Bastide. "He's a viper that slips beneath a man's blanket for warmth and then sinks his fangs, Thomas." "I know. But I have his men and supplies without payment, and I can use that money elsewhere for good cause." "And you said nothing about von Plauen and his comrades. If they discover where the Welshman is, it would remove a potential problem. Why not let them kill him? Who would grieve?" Blackstone nodded. "I know, but I cannot forget that he and other routiers came to our aid at Brignais. We would all be dead if he had not arrived in good time. If he can be brought to heel and to fight for the prince, then Aquitaine has gained a man whose presence will help keep the peace. I'm not concerned, Gilbert. It's months until the prince lands, and I would rather have the Welshman away from the field of battle in case he turned and ran when he saw the odds that face us." The turn of events troubled him, but as the Bastide hove into view, he couldn't see any reason not to have agreed to Ap Maddock's request. Time was against Blackstone. His captains would soon be following on his heels, threading their way across the countryside, forming up their ranks of fighting men. They had arranged a gathering place. Now all he had to do was convince the Count de Foix that he needed them. Chapter 55. Gunther von Schwerin rode back into Dom as the chapel bell rang for vespers. His companions were already making their way inside for prayers when he dismounted and handed his reins to a stable lad who had run for the honour of caring for the knight's horse. Siebrand von Ansbach turned around before the doors closed and strode to the mud-splattered knight. "Gunther, where were you? We searched everywhere. One of the stable hands said you left before we awoke." Von Schwerin pulled free his gloves. "You're missing prayers, my friend, and you have been gone all day. Wolfram is angry." "Wolfram is always angry these days. He must have some kind of brain fever. I'll explain everything. I need something to eat and drink. It's been a long ride." His fellow knight matched his stride as he made his way towards their tents. Around them the town soldiers went about their business. Preparations were being made for Father Torellini's departure the next day, and the additional 50 men who were to accompany the king's escort were being harangued by their sergeant. "Is everything ready for tomorrow?" said von Schwerin. "Is Wolfram staying true to his pledge of protecting the woman?" "Gunther, we have no choice. You said yourself we must remain patient. God will lead us to the Welshman in good time." Von Schwerin reached his tent and unbuckled his sword belt. He wanted nothing more than to slake his thirst and sluice the sweat from his body. "I stink. Help me with my mail," he said, "and then fetch me that bucket of water." He bent so that his friend could pull free the weight of the mail from him. Ignoring the cold evening air, he stripped off the shirt as von Ansbach placed a wooden bucket at his feet. He splashed the cold water rigorously onto his chest and arms and then soaked his hair. He shook his head like a dog out of water and dried himself with a rough length of sacking. He took out his second shirt from his bag and pulled on the dry linen cloth, then buckled his jerkin on again. "Well, what have you to say?" said von Ansbach, as Gunther drank from a wineskin. "It's Vespers, a time for quiet contemplation on the events of the day that has gone before us," he said solemnly. His companion's jaw dropped, and before he could recover sufficiently to reply, Gunther smiled. "Don't be so serious all the time, Siebrand. We will pray again at Compline. By then I will have satisfied the demands of the body with food and drink. My conscience isn't burdened because I left without telling you, or the others, where I was going. Let's attend to the fire, and when Brother Wolfram and Rudi return, I'll tell you where I have been." He settled himself on the upturned bucket as von Ansbach ignored his own frustration and concentrated on stoking the fire. Gunther watched the activity in the town as he cut a wedge of bread and meat. They could not avoid the journey to Avignon, but there was nothing stopping them from riding free of the column as the journey progressed. He watched as Henry Blackstone and the woman's son, Jockart, carried saddlebags towards the stables. The young men worked diligently without supervision, Blackstone's son obeying earlier commands from his now absent father and acting like a guardian to the younger boy. It was easy to see the lad had leadership qualities. From what von Schwerin had witnessed and heard of Henry Blackstone, the boy also had courage and intelligence. The two combined meant he could make a mark in life, and he wondered if Blackstone was sending his son to Avignon in the hope that an education would remove him from the bloodshed that stalked his father like death's shadow. Idle reflections about Blackstone's son left him, as thoughts of his own destiny beckoned. When evening prayers ended, the two knights watched their companions come out of the chapel. Wolfram von Plauen strode towards him. "We do not act alone, Gunther. I gave our pledge, and we must abide by it. Where did you go?" "Brother Wolfram, I made no pledge to stay with the Lady Catiline. We only gave our word of honour that we would see you keep yours, and act as her guardian. Nothing binds us to you." "Except the brotherhood," said von Burkhardt. "Rudi is right, Gunther," von Ansbach said, and stood with his companions. Gunther had not raised himself from where he sat, but he knew, as did they all, that their strength lay in the bond between them. They had vowed to travel together until they killed Griffith ap Madoc. "I apologize, brother. I should have told you, but your duties have kept you occupied and away from us." Colour crept up von Plauen's neck. Was this mockery? Was his desire so obvious? "As you said, I swore an oath," he said coldly. "Where did you go?" Gunther von Schwerin looked beyond the three men to where Gisbert de Dome was speaking to one of his captains. A secret could escape without a word being spoken. Men who were given news they were desperate to hear acted differently. Their eagerness would be clear to anyone with a keen eye. He had no choice but to tell them and hope they kept aloof from the others. "We leave early tomorrow, my friends, with the Italian priests and the Lady Catiline. We ensure that Brother Wolfram stays true to his promises. We will go to Avignon, but along the way we can ride free of the escort without suspicion and attend to our own business." I shadowed Thomas Blackstone. I have found the Welshman. Chapter 56. As Blackstone and Kildare, accompanied by John Jacob, rode south towards the Pyrenees, William Ashford led his men out of Dome. Father Niccolo Torolini had Henry and Lady Catiline with her children ride close to him, so they had the immediate protection of William Ashford's escort. Gisbert de Dome's additional 50 men rode ahead, and the Teutonic knights brought up the rear. Wolfram von Plauen had attempted to keep Catiline at his side, insisting it was his duty to keep her close. It was a futile suggestion, given the number of men surrounding her, but she mollified him by telling him he could camp close to her when they stopped for the night. Von Plauen's fellow knights remained silent as they watched their leader press his case with her. She was a noblewoman who saw the Teutonic knight as a vassal monk. His status within the order meant nothing to her, and his companions wondered quietly among themselves whether his behaviour was that of a spurned guardian whose pledge to Blackstone was being rebuffed, or of a man unused to being in such proximity to a woman. A beautiful woman. Gunther von Schwerin rode forward to William Ashford. "We are leaving the column for a few hours," he informed the king's sergeant. "Our horses are used to a more strenuous pace than this." Ashford had no control over the Teutonic knights. It was Blackstone's decision to make one of them guardian to the Frenchwoman. She seemed self-assured enough to look after herself, as far as Ashford was concerned. Von Plauen was no longer a threat. Now he had been beaten and subjugated to the role of wet nurse and obliged to shadow the woman. And frankly, William Ashford had seen enough erratic behaviour from wayward priests who lied about visiting whorehouses to have no interest in what the Teutonic knights wanted to do away from the column. "As you wish," he said. "We will return by morning." Ashford shrugged. "As long as you cause no problems to this escort and the people it protects, I don't care." The gentle rebuff gave von Schwerin pause, and he scowled. These Englishmen had no manners. But then he heeled his horse and returned to his comrades. Father Torolini had overheard the conversation and turned to watch the 4 Teutonic knights gallop away. What was so pressing? "They're in a hurry," said Henry, unconsciously echoing the priest's thoughts. Henry's inquisitiveness was not lost on Torolini. He lowered his voice. "You're to stay here." "My father saved those men. There is a debt of honour. What if they are about to betray us all? We don't know, do we? There is only one way to find out." The Italian studied the boy, who had been under his care and protection when they were in Florence. He was capable enough of defending himself, and had got the better of a knife-wielding assassin when other young men of a similar age would have run for safety. He glanced to where the 4 horsemen disappeared around the edge of a forest. "How long would it take to ride back to Dome?" he asked. Henry looked uncertain. "I don't know. A fast ride, a few hours." "There and back? Before dark?" Henry understood. Torolini was giving him an excuse he needed to leave the column. "By nightfall, yes." "Master Ashford," Torolini called. The king's sergeant checked his horse and rode to him. "Father?" "I have left a document in my chamber. Master Blackstone has offered to ride back and retrieve it for me." Ashford looked unhappy. "I don't know about that, Father. Sir Thomas would skin me alive if anything happened to the lad while under my escort." "I will take full responsibility," said Torolini. "I think it's important enough for him to go, and we are still in safe territory." Ashford nodded. The priest's words took the responsibility and authority from him. "As you wish, Father, but I cannot split the escort and come looking for you," he told Henry. "I understand, Master Ashford." "Do not push your mount too hard. A skittish horse can put the best of riders under its hooves," said Ashford. Henry tugged the reins and heeled the horse. Henry kept a safe distance from the Teutonic knights, always staying below the skyline, and when he lost sight of them, used his instinct as to what direction they would take. His father had taught him well, and he picked up the trail easily. As skilled as the Germans were, they had no expectation of being followed, and when they finally saw Grufford ap Madoc's Bastide, they did not spot the lone horseman observing them from the edge of a distant woodland. "I see no sign of defence," said von Plauen. "Are you certain this is where he is?" I saw Blackstone ride out with the supplies, and the men who stood on the walls were routiers, Gunther von Schwerin insisted. He is here. Gunther, there's no way to assault this Bastide, said von Buchard. I have no intention of trying to, said his comrade. We cloak our surcoats and ride in seeking hospitality. He shrugged at their looks of surprise. We are travellers, and routiers' greed makes them perfect hosts. They will expect to rob and kill us. Von Ansbach pulled his cloak on. Gunther is right. Let us get inside and put them to the sword. Without knowing their strength, said von Plauen. It's that or sit here until they move out, and who knows when that might be. They could be behind those walls for winter. The argument ended. The four men covered their white surcoats. They spurred their horses into a canter and slowed when they approached the town's gates. Griffith ap Madoc's men watched as the four riders drew up their horses outside the walls. Von Plauen called out for hospitality. The routiers on the walls seemed barely able to suppress their delight at welcoming men wearing fine woolen cloaks and riding quality horses. They called down for someone to open the gates, and the four knights spurred their horses forward. Gunther von Schwerin looked at the few men who lingered in the courtyard. There were barely a dozen routiers watching their arrival, and only 6 men who lingered on the walls behind them. This was not the force of men that von Schwerin had witnessed. Too few, he said quietly. They dismounted. 4 of the routiers stepped forward to take their reins. The others approached the travellers, but stopped when von Plauen looked from one to the other. "Where is Griffith ap Madoc?" he asked. The frowns of concern turned into wolverine grins. "You know our Welshman," one of them said. "He has business with the Englishman, Thomas Blackstone," said von Plauen. The men took a cautious step closer. "And what business is that of yours?" "We are riding south with Sir Thomas, and he has sent us to speak further with ap Madoc. We are to buy more sacks of grain. We have some money with us." One of the routiers spat and placed a hand on the knife at his belt. "Your Englishman has taken enough supplies, but he didn't pay a damned sou. Ap Madoc left the same day. Blackstone knew that. They struck a deal." He unsheathed his knife. "So you don't belong here, but your money does." The man stepped purposely forward as his companions wrenched the horse's reins. The Teutonic knights showed no sign of fear as the beasts jostled behind them. Rudolf von Burchardt was closest to the knife-wielding mercenary, and in one swift movement his hand emerged from beneath his cloak. His knife took the routier under the chin, the rapid slash cutting his throat. The sudden action caused the mercenaries to falter for a vital few seconds as the 4 men cast aside their cloaks, exposing their identity. Griffith ap Madoc's men were street fighters and no stranger to using a blade at close quarters, but the speed and expertise of the Teutonic knights caught them flat-footed. 3 of the men holding the horses' reins died before they could draw their swords. The sudden rush of men across the square played straight into the knights' hands. With no need for a command, they formed a 4-man defensive square and let the assault come to them. As they broke the routiers' attack, Gunther von Schwerin stepped clear of the formation and felled 2 more routiers who had turned to run. 3 others retreated to the gate and turned and ran for their lives. Sibrand von Ansbach quickly remounted and spurred his horse after them. Von Plauen held one man beneath his sword-point. "Where is ap Madoc?" The man shook his head. "Serf is all I know. I swear." "Why? Whom does he join?" "I don't know. They've contracted him." The sword-point drew a trickle of blood. "A woman," the man gasped. "A noble woman pays him. He took the men with him. We are to hold this place until he returns." "When?" von Plauen demanded. "My lord, I know nothing more than that." "Then you are of no further use," said von Plauen, and killed him. The other knights had searched the buildings. "There's no one else," von Burchardt said, stepping around the dead routiers in the yard. "Ap Madoc's fled." He looked from von Schwerin and then to their leader. "Wolfram, it is time we separated. I have spoken to Sibrand. We wish to pursue the Welshman, and now we know he rides south, then I think we should track him down." Gunther listened and glanced at von Plauen, who appeared torn at the suggestion. "I am obliged to stay," von Plauen told them. "And that is why we should go on without you. It is regrettable, Wolfram, but we must act," said the younger man.
"There's no telling where he's gone," Gunther said.
"We are closer than we have ever been. We have dogged his trail this far. We will find it again, God willing," von Buchard insisted.
"God willing," said von Plauen. "Gunther, you must go with them." Von Scheren looked about him. "No. Let Rudi and Sibrand go after him. I am still of the opinion we will hear something in Avignon. It's a place of rumour and gossip, and the truth sometimes resurrects itself after being buried under the lies. And then we will need the two of us to go after him."
"Winter is at our throats. Ap Maddock might go into hiding, and if we discover where, then we have him," said von Buchard.
Von Plauen nodded in agreement. "We will go our separate ways."
"And the priest's escort? Ashford?"
said von Buchard.
"He has no interest in us. If two of us have decided to leave the column, he won't care."
Von Plauen told him, "Let's make sure the Welshman has nowhere to return when the time comes. Burn this place down."
Gunther von Schwerin tipped lantern oil onto straw.
"Blackstone forced a duty upon you, Brother Wolfram,
but it might be the hand of the divine that places us in Avignon. The entire world passes through its gates. Word of Ap Maddock's whereabouts is bound to reach us there."
He struck his flint, and the spark ignited. Flames quickly took hold. Von Plauen wiped his blade. He took consolation from his comrade's words. Perhaps it was divine intervention that had brought him to the woman. He watched the fire devour the tinder-dry timbers. The flames were as voracious as his desire. To find the Welshman and possess the woman would take patience. It would take Avignon. From his vantage point, Henry Blackstone saw one of the knights pursue 3 running men who separated in their attempt to escape. He recognized von Ansbach, who methodically killed each man in turn. By the time he had dismounted to ensure each man was dead, smoke plumed from the Bastide. Flames took hold and flared into the sky as von Ansbach's companions rode out to rejoin him. Henry could not know how many men they had fought behind the gates that now blazed along with the buildings, but they had done it quickly. He watched the 4 knights embrace and then split up. He turned his horse. Perhaps Father Torellini would know why the Germans had killed these men. He returned to the column before the Teutonic Knights and reported what he had witnessed to Torellini, who offered no explanation until he had considered the possibilities of recent events.
"Your father needs men to fight, and he intended to seek out Griffith ap Maddock. These knights are sworn to kill the Welshman for the murder he has committed. One of them must have followed your father, but if you say there were only a handful of men, then ap Maddock was elsewhere, and now 2 have gone to search him out."
"Should we warn my father?" said Henry.
The Italian priest shook his head. "He knows what he's doing, and we must press on to Avignon."
Henry looked across to where the Teutonic Knights had rejoined the column.
"Those men are indebted to my father, but when the Lady Catiline dismisses them, their pledge is cancelled. If they believe he has aligned himself with the Welshman, then he becomes their enemy as much as Ap Maddock. That's possible, but that is in the future, and has no bearing on your father's duty now. What you cannot know is that he embarks on a mission of great importance for your king and for your prince. You must obey his wishes. Your safety under your mother's name in Avignon eases his burden of worry about you."
Torellini pulled his cloak tighter. The cold wind bit his flesh as sharply as the devil's imps. Thomas Blackstone's task required persuasion, courage, and the means to fight an enemy who would gather in greater force than Blackstone could muster even with the help of the likes of Griffith ap Maddock. And no matter how often Torellini comforted himself with his belief in Blackstone's skills, he knew, deep in his heart, that the battle soon to take place could overwhelm even the bravest and noblest of fighting men. And if Thomas Blackstone did not survive, then it was up to Niccolo Torellini to ensure that his son did, for then he would claim his name and the inheritance of its legend. Chapter 57. Blackstone, Kildare, and John Jacob rode towards a broad, rocky outcrop that rose hundreds of feet from the valley floor. Its flanks supported crenellated walls protecting the castle's towers. The soaring heights of the snow-buffeted Pyrenees ran like a broken spine down the long valley beyond the stronghold.
It was a formidable castle held for centuries by the Counts de Foix. "I hope he's amenable," said Gilbert. "Those towers give crossbowmen a clear killing field, so too the loopholes in the walls." "He's arrogant enough to swat us like a fly, if he so chooses," said Blackstone. "John, unfurl my banner. Let them see who approaches." John Jacob dismounted and cut a stout low branch from a bare tree and attached Blackstone's blazon. "If he's belligerent, we could end up in a dungeon in one of those towers. In this cold weather my arse will freeze," Gilbert said. "He might have blades in his piss, if our beloved prince has upset him." "If he agrees to meet me, then we can put the prince's case to him. He's ripe for persuasion. It's King John who'll turn his piss to ice water," said Blackstone. Gilbert wiped a hand across his dribbling nose. "Well, the good thing is he's Jean de Grailly's cousin, and the Captal de Buch spoke for you when we fought the Jacquerie at Meaux. That must count for something." "Gilbert, he's a nobleman, from one of the most distinguished families in France. He is a feudal lord of 2 Pyrenean principalities. It counts for nothing." "And you're here on the English king's business, and there's no greater nobleman than him. Don't worry, Thomas. I'll keep my mouth shut and my arse clenched and try not to fart when I bow." John Jacob remounted, and as the wind caught the banner it unfurled, showing the cruciform image of the sword gripped by a gauntlet-clad fist, and the declaration, "Défaillant à la mort." They spurred their horses forward. The clear blue sky would not bless them with its glittering light much longer. In the distance, the suburbs of Foix had a dusting of snow on their tiled roofs. Smoke fled the chimneys as flurries of snowflakes danced across the rooftops. The houses, clinging to the lower slopes, gradually gave way to the winding road that led up to the Barbican. Blackstone, Gilbert, and John Jacob were 100 yards from the gates when they swung open without challenge. "They saw us coming," said John Jacob. "They know who you are, Sir Thomas. Damn right, too." "Respect where it's due," said Gilbert. He straightened in the saddle and pushed out his chest. "Let them see who we are, John. Count Gaston Phoebus of Foix might be a mighty nobleman, but he's still a Frenchie. Ride ahead. Lead us in." John Jacob spurred his horse forward. Its iron-shod hooves clattered on cobblestones. An outer courtyard and pathways laid in stone denoted wealth. No mud would cling to the sole of this feudal lord's boots. Stable lads appeared as 2 men strode forward to greet the new arrivals. The sturdier of the 2, dressed and armed like any man-at-arms, stood a pace behind his older companion, who wore a dark woolen cloak and tunic. The rich clothing told the world that this was a man of importance in a wealthy man's domain. "Sir Thomas," said the elder, dipping his head respectfully, "I am Alphonse, my lord Gaston's steward. Master Gregory here serves as his bailiff. He will attend to your horses and arrange food and lodging for your squire," he said, indicating John Jacob, the assumption born from years of identifying a lord and those who served them. "I will escort you and your companion to my master." Blackstone and Gilbert exchanged glances. It was a mark of respect that the most senior servant in the household had been sent to greet them, someone likely to be from a local noble family. The 3 men dismounted. "My squire will attend to my horse. It has a temperament." The steward nodded and smiled, perhaps suppressing a tantalizing thought that horse and rider shared common tendencies. Blackstone and Gilbert followed the steward up steps to a guarded portal that opened into a broad passage. The dim light seemed to add to the sudden chill of the stone walls, colder even than outside. He struck his staff of office on the tall doors, and without waiting pushed them open into a great hall where a fire blazed in a grate large enough for a dozen armed men to stand shoulder to shoulder. Gaston Phoebus was a renowned hunter, and the walls displayed the stuffed creatures from his sport. Between the richly woven tapestries were the spoils of the hunt, deer and boar heads, mounted wild birds scattered in flight across a wall as if flushed from cover by the mounted wild boar on a plinth. A bear, as tall as Blackstone, glared with glass eyes as it stood half-raised in a cleverly exhibited pose across a fallen log and ferns. Gaston Phoebus's domain offered him sport in mountain, forest, and river, and he excelled at it. A pair of live-hooded falcons gripped their perch, and several hunting dogs of various shapes and sizes stood ready at the knock on the door. The absence of a master of hounds suggested that these dogs were the nobleman's favourites. A couple of the dogs sauntered forward and sniffed Blackstone and Killbear. The wire-haired wolfhound that snuffled Killbear's clothing sneezed. Gaston Phoebus remained seated. The men's footfalls across carpets laid on fresh rushes crunched underfoot. Blackstone and Killbear bowed to the nobleman, whose tanned features complemented his luxuriant blonde hair. "Sir Thomas and Sir Gilbert, you are welcome. I pray God has blessed you both with good health since we last met." "Aye, my lord, and we wish such blessings on you," said Blackstone. Gaston Phoebus studied them a moment longer, and gave a barely imperceptible flick of his eyes to the steward, who stepped forward quickly with 2 stools. Blackstone and Killbear sat down. "Master Alphonse will have food ready for you once we have spoken of matters that concern us." He nodded to the steward, and they heard the door close behind them. It was to be a private audience. The Count leaned forward. His gentle demeanour from moments before was now tinged with acrimony. "It is presumptuous for Edward and the Prince to interfere in my affairs. I do not need help. I will not be obliged to offer fealty." "No, my lord, that is not the intention of us being here," Blackstone said. "You are no politician, Sir Thomas. Your reputation opens doors that would otherwise remain closed. Our chance meeting at Meaux 4 years ago allowed me to take your measure. Your exploits since then have enhanced your standing further, but if negotiations were to take place, an alliance formed, then your king would have sent Sir John Chandos, not you. You are a fighter, not a negotiator. Edward would not have you act as his emissary if there was not a military advantage to be had. Somewhere." He cocked an eyebrow at Blackstone. "For either him or me. Which is it?" Blackstone waited a moment before answering. The Count de Foix and he were of a similar age, and Blackstone understood fighting men could be easily insulted. The young Count had fought hard and well at Meaux against the Jacquerie, and before the uprising had been on crusade in Prussia. An accomplished, battle-hardened fighter needed no lecture from a mere knight, even if Blackstone was Edward's master of war. What was said next needed to be spoken with care. The threat of a rancorous dismissal was a breath away. "My Prince of Wales and Aquitaine has vowed to bring peace and prosperity to southern France. I well know your father and his father's loyalty before him to the French crown. Before we, the English, fought at Poitiers, there was an undertaking between you and my prince that there would be no harshness expressed between you. During his great chevauchée, before the battle, he made no attack on your domains. Your people went unharmed. His regard for you is beyond doubt. The insult now levied against you by the French king distresses him. We know King John has favoured the Count of Armagnac, and that you will fight to restore your honour. I am tasked to serve you." Gaston Phoebus listened attentively. One hand draped over the arm of his chair, fingers stroking a dog's head. He remained silent. His hand ceased stroking the hound. It nuzzled him, demanding more attention. An irritated flick of his wrist sent the dog quickly skulking away. Blackstone's heartbeat quickened. He had raised the fact of the de Foix dynasty's loyalty to the French crown, and the previous understanding between the present ruler and the English prince. Would Gaston Phoebus see it as a taunt, followed by an insulting suggestion that he knew whom to side with to protect his principality? Pulling his fingers through his hair, the Count stood and faced the fire. Blackstone and Killbear got to their feet. Finally de Foix turned and faced them. "When we met last, your brashness was, to say the least, irritating. Now you speak in a manner that serves your king and prince with dignity. You are correct. Family loyalty has counted for nothing. I have known it for years, but I have balanced it with the desire of retaining the independence of my principalities. You say your king and prince have sent you here to serve me. How will you do this? By giving you warning of the Count of Armagnac's move towards you, and to commit men against him and stand at your side. I know he has mobilized. My vassal lords have gathered their men. Why would I need English help?" "How many retained men can you muster?" The Count twirled a bejewelled ring. 1,000, perhaps 1,500. They will serve under my banner. Our backs to the mountains, the forests on our flanks." The hunting lord had given himself better odds than were realistic, and Blackstone knew it. "Too few, my lord. I believe you overestimate your strength." "No, you are wrong, Sir Thomas. My informers tell me Armagnac brings his men from the west. He crossed the Dordogne 3 days ago. No more than 1,000, perhaps 1,200. He seeks to root me out in my territory."
Then you do not know of the 2,000 and more men marching south. King John has committed troops, and Marshal of the army Arnauld de Audrehem has raised 100,000 florins and paid routiers to join your enemy." The Count de Foix looked startled. His levies and vassals' troops would not withstand such an assault. "You have been misinformed, my lord. De Audrehem's not heading here," said Blackstone. "He won't venture into the foothills where he can be outflanked by concealed men. By an army less strong than his own. He'll fight in the open. My Gascons report he has the Count of Comminges with him, the lords of Albret, Jean de la Barthe, the lords of Pardala. He has drawn more to him than even those noblemen bring to the fight. Armagnac's men cross the Dordogne northward away from you. He'll join up with the others in the place that best suits him. You fight on his terms." He handed the Count the folded list of the feudal lords who would fight at the Count d'Armagnac's side. Gaston Phoebus looked at the host that would assault him, and felt the crushing knowledge that he had already been outmanoeuvred. "I have others who will join me." "Who?" "Berthucas d'Albret, Gassiot du Châtel. They have deserted you. Armagnac paid them more than you offered," Blackstone interrupted, taking a step towards de Foix. Under any other circumstances such behaviour would have earned a harsh rebuke, but realization dawned on the Count that Blackstone's information was more accurate than his own. The common knight humbled him. "How many men do you have?" "Who would follow you?" the Count asked. "Not enough. 600 at best. My own, a few others loyal to the crown, Gascons mostly, and some routiers, men who once came to my aid. They will need payment." Gaston Phoebus nodded in agreement. "I and my men serve you as a gesture of goodwill from my king and prince." Blackstone dared a gentle rebuke. "While you ride at the hunt, my lord, the Count of Armagnac has dug a bear pit and expects you to fall into it." The Count let it pass. There was a more pressing concern than any perceived jibe. "If you were he, where would you fight?" Blackstone saw the landscape in his mind's eye. He had raided and fought across great swathes of France. He had pursued routiers down the Rhone valley and faced a French army that besieged Brignais south of Lyon only months before. Troops moving north to meet those marching south would meet somewhere between Lyon and Toulouse. If he led an army at this time of year, he would avoid the eastern borders and keep the snow and wind at his back, ride further south, keep the mountains and forest at bay. "Where, my lord?" "On the plain, north of Toulouse. Reach the place first, and choose your deployment. Prepare quickly and keep our archers out of sight. It's open ground with little cover. Array an army there, and face your enemy, and you would see his strength or lack of it." "Like a boil on a whore's bare arse," Gilbert blurted, and then winced at his crude remark in front of the feudal lord. The Count showed no sign of approval, but nor was there any expression of censure. "Then we must lance the boil," he said. Chapter 58. Blackstone's men had threaded their way eastwards. They hunched into their cloaks as the wind swept down valleys and roared through forests. Jack Halfpenny knew that if the strength of the wind did not ease, then it would make no difference where Blackstone had decided to fight. The bowman's arrows would be little more than a futile gesture against armoured men, and if they could not be deployed as archers and were asked to fight as infantry, then they were too lightly armed for many of them to survive. "Here," said Moulin. "Sir Thomas should be over that ridge." Blackstone would be waiting in the lee of the low-rising ground, little more than a sloping hill. The land had become increasingly flat, and Bayard had led them successfully across the country he knew best, riding west of the city of Toulouse, that had paid partie to a routier horde for protection. Venturing too close to the city walls might alert the mercenaries and jeopardize Blackstone's plans. Moulin turned in the saddle and looked at the column of men. They were rested and fed. Some, like Gisbert de Doms, were fresh. Each of the captains had gone to their designated towns and villages and collected the pockets of men, some as few as 30 strong, others numbering 70 or 80, and then they had come together and ridden as a column to meet up with Blackstone. It seemed a pitifully small force to deploy in battle, but he knew that if Blackstone had convinced the Count de Foix, then an army, even though few in number, would be gathered to face the Count d'Armagnac's strength. They broached the crest and saw the Count de Foix's banner. His feudal lords were camped on the plain below,
Pennons fluttered beside pavilions, shields and lances were laid outside every knight's tent, blazons of varying hues caught the light as campfire smoke buffeted the waiting soldiers. Blackstone's tent was next to the Count's, and the blood-red banner, although hoisted respectfully lower than the Count's, beckoned more strongly than any other. Blackstone watched the column approach the camp. "Gilbert, they're here." Gilbert looked up from where he was sharpening his sword. "Like fleas on a dog's back, Thomas. Too few to cause much more than an irritating itch." "We must be grateful that commitments were made, and that they turned up," said Blackstone. He strode forward and raised a hand. Bayard and Moulin edged their horses through the camp. Will Longden joined Blackstone. "Any more archers among them, other than our own lads?" "Not that I can see, Will." "Ah, well then. Better that way. Less difficult to keep under control." "Yes," said Blackstone. They both knew how desperate they had been for bowmen. "More arrows for every man this way." Will Longden nodded and frowned. "I'll make our lads shoot quicker when the time comes." Bayard and Moulin reined in their horses. "Sir Thomas," said Moulin, "are we to fight here?" "No. A day's ride away. We leave at first light tomorrow. Horses over there with the others, and our men together here. Is this everyone?" "Aye. We didn't wait for anyone who wasn't at the place they should have been." Blackstone patted the horse's neck. "It's enough." Moulin grinned. "That's what I thought." "Get them fed and rested." Blackstone turned back with Gilbert. "We need to get ahead of Armagnac. He's closing on us. We'll abandon the supply horses. They can follow on. We won't need them if we're dead or captured." "The Count likes his comfort." "He's fought a crusade without home finery. He knows what's at stake. What would he rather have, a full stomach and silver plates to eat from in the field, or to lose everything?" He called to his centinel. "Will!" The archer ran across from where he was directing Jack Halfpenny and the bowman where to camp. "Thomas? Have every archer check his arrows. Make sure each has as many as we carry with us, because once the fighting starts, there will be no resupply. We need to have you out of sight before Armagnac arrives. Is there trouble with any of the Welsh?" "A more vicious bunch of bastards I haven't seen for a long time. They're just what I need," said Will Longden. "Have all the archers mounted and ready before first light. No drinking tonight. We'll ride hard." Will Longden nodded and went back to the archers. "Will," Blackstone called after him, "how many do we have?" "I haven't done a final count. Looks to be about 93, including our own." Blackstone walked towards the Count's pavilion. "We need to find a place where our bowmen will remain unseen until they're needed." "He won't like you telling him what to do, Thomas," said Gilbert, stopping short of the tent. "He has no choice," said Blackstone. "We leave first. We'll decide the place. By the time he arrives, it will be too late." The wind had exhausted itself by the next morning, as Blackstone led the bastard horse through the Count's encampment. Cook fires glowed and pottage bubbled in iron pots. The pre-dawn breakfast put warmth into a man's belly for their march to Blackstone's chosen place of deployment, where the Count's soldiers would have their last meal until after the battle. High cloud, like a newborn's call, stretched across the moonlit sky. Will Longden and Jack Halfpenny, with Maedic Kenneth, led the archers behind Blackstone and Gilbert. Some of Gaston Phoebus's men, readying themselves to follow when the Count ordered, jeered at the archers, declaring they should abandon their war bows and take up sword and shield and fight like men. The antagonists looked to be untried in battle, younger men who followed a feudal lord and lacked the hardened look of those who had fought so close to a man that the stench of his death raised bile and vomit. "If you're still alive, I haven't turned tail and run back to a suckling teat, you mewling whoreson, and I will show you how an archer castrates the likes of you," said Kenneth. "The likes of him don't have balls," said Jack Halfpenny. "These are women from the village dressed in hose and jerkin, masquerading as men." "Looking for a cock, is it?" Kenneth taunted. The men called after the slow-moving horses and their riders. "Archers will be the first to die in this fight, you scab-assed bowman." Will Longden turned in the saddle. "Enough now, lads. Let's look to the way ahead," he told them, quietly satisfied that the disparate archers had come together as a fighting force. Who knew that when battle loomed, they were the jewel in any lord's crown? Moulin and the other captains with their companies followed the archers, and as they passed the antagonists, he jabbed the end of his spear into one man's chest. "If you're still alive by the end of the fight, you will say a prayer of thanks to our Lord Jesus for sparing you, and to King Edward of England
for these bowmen who slaughtered so many and gave him victory." He grinned. "And then you can kiss their asses." Chapter 59. It was the coldest winter in years, and man and beast felt it in their bones. It froze the rivers and hardened the ground of the great plain north of Toulouse that spread before Blackstone. His memory had guided him as true as a bodkin-tipped arrow towards an enemy. The gentle sloping hills to the west showed scattered hamlets where distant clumps of forests huddled against the north wind. A fissure in the ground ahead of where Blackstone studied the landscape opened a narrow, jagged tear. It channeled a frozen, shallow stream that fed an ancient copse of trees half a mile away. Further north and west, the low-roofed houses of the small town of Launac rose from a dormant patchwork of fields. "This is the place," said Blackstone. Gilbert grimaced. "Yes, we'll see and hear the bastards approach." Blackstone pointed out the copse. "Will, your archers will get into those trees. Horses behind our lines. If you are overrun, use the ditch to break out. A knight won't risk breaking a horse's leg trying to reach you." "Thomas, Armagnac is no fool. He'll stay clear of the trees," said Longden. "Would he think Phoebus has archers under his command? This is an armoured knight's battle, each with their own infantry," said Moulin, easing his horse alongside. "Will is right, and so are you," Blackstone told them. "But we will give Armagnac a juicy bait he cannot resist." Gilbert leaned on the saddle's pommel and let his horse have a long rein to dip its head and nuzzle frost from the grass. "That would be us." Blackstone smiled. "We'll make our stand 100 yards or so in front of the trees. With luck, Armagnac will expect us to be holding our horses in the forest, so that when we turn and run, once we've held for a charge or two, Phoebus will press from the front and left flank, forcing him onto us." The men stayed quiet as they pictured the trap Blackstone planned. "God's tears, Thomas. We are dead men if Phoebus falters," said Gilbert. "There's nowhere else we can hide the bowmen, Gilbert." He turned to Longden, Halfpenny, and Kenneth. "Armagnac outnumbers us. If they trample over us, they will swarm into those trees. So if you see us go down, it is already too late. Make your escape as best you can. No one will help you." "Some of the lads have never faced a charge, Thomas, and I remember my first time. I was so afraid I pissed myself. When the earth moves under your feet and the war horses thunder towards you, it takes grim courage to stand your ground," said Will Longden. The usually robustly spoken Maître Kenneth voiced a quiet agreement. "I was on the flank at Poitiers when the horses went through our lines." He faced Longden and Jack Halfpenny. "We must get our lads into the trees and tell those who do not understand what they will face. There'll be 100 men and more of us standing in front of you. We'll hold them," said Moulin. "Armagnac and his feudal lords will want more than my blazon offers him," said Blackstone. "Jack, you will stand with us in formation. They will see your 20 archers spaced between us and think you are all the bowmen we have. Killing English archers is a blood sport for the French. They'll come for us." Jack Halfpenny nodded his understanding. They all knew Blackstone's plan was the riskiest part of the battle. If the Count d'Armagnac was drawn in, seeing Blackstone's flank was the weakest point, and the Count de Foix did not falter, then d'Armagnac would be crushed. If, though, Gaston Phoebus did not turn in time, then Blackstone and his men would lie dead. By that afternoon, the Count de Foix, Hébern, had led his army to where Blackstone's men waited. They had not been idle. In front of Blackstone's position, the men had hacked a series of shallow holes in the hard ground. They were not as deep as was normal practice when faced with charging horses, but with luck could make a horse stumble and put an armoured knight on the ground, where he would be slain more easily. As the Count rode leisurely forward, Blackstone strode to greet him, pulling a hand through his damp hair, despite the cold December breeze. Blackstone and his men sweated from their efforts. "Here," said Gaston Phoebus. "Yes, my lord. Dispose your men in battle order as we discussed. I am there on the flank." Gaston Phoebus beckoned one of his feudal lords and instructed him to deploy the men. A squire ran to his side and took his bridle as he dismounted. "What news of Armagnac?" His enemy's name was sour on his tongue. "My scouts report he will be here by morning," said Blackstone. The Count nodded. "I understand what you have explained, Sir Thomas, and I can see that you are at the most risk on the exposed flank. Providing you hold the ground and then sweep around and close the trap, we will crush him." The Count seemed disinterested. "My lord, are we in agreement?" said Blackstone, sensing the man's mood had changed. Going into battle demanded a keenness of heart and mind. The commanders under the feudal lords serving Gaston Phoebus were shouting their orders. Blackstone watched as they drew horses close to where the men-at-arms were taking up positions. "My lord, we should have the horses to the rear. If we are to encircle Armagnac, we must first stand our ground and defeat his initial waves of attack with infantry and men-at-arms. The ground is too hard for stakes, but traps, no matter how shallow, should be dug to make his horses falter. Bring down his knights, and as we kill them, a swift attack by your horsemen from the rear, sweeping his flanks, will trap him. He will have no escape route. He will surrender or die." He searched the Count's face for a sign of acknowledgement. "It is what we agreed," Blackstone added, with a hint of annoyance. "Your tone of voice is not acceptable. I made the agreement when you insisted on drawing up my battle formation. I have reconsidered. I will attack with my knights mounted, rather than stand in defence like a supplicant. I must show Armagnac our aggression and determination. Standing on cold, hard ground would chill a man in armour. Leave the damned armour. This is no tourney. We do not need a show of peacocks. We need men in mail, with no more than arm and leg plate. They need to move freely. Do you not understand? He outnumbers us. Ride directly at him, and you will be overcome by sheer weight of numbers. Stand your men on the ground, and we will kill at least the first 2 waves of horsemen who ride at us. We will butcher his knights and lords where they fall." Colour flushed the Count's neck and face. He was seething with indignation. "Do not dare to dictate my conduct. There is no honour in butchering knights lying crushed beneath their horses. I will defeat Armagnac in a full assault." "You may as well ride your men at full gallop into a castle's walls. His line will not break. It will suck you in and smother you. He has too many men. Your honour remains intact by winning this battle. Dying destroys the dynasty of the House of Foix and Béarn." Blackstone's prediction caused the arrogant nobleman to cast a nervous glance towards the north, where the Count d'Armagnac's host would soon appear. He had bickered with his commanders, who insisted that King Edward's Master of War was a common man, granted the honour by the king because of his defiant and troublesome past, and kept in France to spare the English king any further aggravation. It was they who insisted that their honour would be tarnished by fighting on foot, and they had swayed Gaston Phoebus. Blackstone saw doubt furrow the Count's brow. He softened his voice. "My lord Phoebus, we destroyed France. We stood our ground. At every battle my king found the best defensive position, and let his enemies' arrogance throw them onto our swords. It is the same French arrogance that has brought you to this place. It is their wilful disregard of your family that has caused this. It is their arrogance that makes them believe they will grind you under their horses' hooves." The Count de Foix faced him. "Perhaps you are right, Sir Thomas. I do not doubt your own courage. I saw it when we were at Meaux, and I believe that Edward honoured you because you have earned the right. But I have feudal lords whose family honour is as much a burden as any suit of fine armour. My Catalan vassals, the Viscounts of Cardona, Pallard, and Castalbo, make demands on me I cannot refuse. If those knights and lords we do not slaughter cry mercy, then we hold them for ransom." It was obvious that the Count could not be turned away from what seemed a disastrous course of action. The fight had to be salvaged somehow. "Very well. Then place your infantry behind your knights. When you ride, have them follow on foot. As you gain ground, let them seize it and hold. Do not let them advance any further than that first line of battle. Cut down your lances so that 5 infantrymen can attend each one. 3 to keep a firm hold so that the blood-crazed horses impale themselves, 2 more to kill its rider. Tell your glory-hungry lords there will be ransom enough for everyone, but they have to be alive to claim it. I will hold the right flank, and when the time is right use my archers. Then I am spent. If you don't close the circle, you will lose this battle, and I and my men will die." Blackstone's matter-of-fact summation of the coming events had a sobering effect on the Pyrenean prince. "I will not fail you," he said. "I will give my orders, so we all know what they must do and when." He turned away to where his commanders waited, and squires burnished their master's armour. A knot of cold apprehension coiled in Blackstone's stomach. Chaos and slaughter was only hours away, and what had been a sound plan of battle was now in tatters. Chapter 60. Blackstone gathered his captains and told them of the Count's intentions. It was not the first time men on the ground had been abandoned to their own fate by fast-moving horsemen or self-serving noblemen. Blackstone half expected that the Dôme contingent would desert, but they were men who had fought set battles. Those among them who knew the knights they would be facing spoke to others about the riches that awaited those who killed the noblemen and lived to seize their silk undershirts, bejewelled rings, and scabbards encrusted with precious stones. For some, greed would overcome fear. Armagnac will try and break our lines before he turns from the main force. We will have a fight on our hands the moment they see our blazon, said Gilbert. They ate salted mutton and washed the sharp taste away with Gascon wine. Hundreds of fires twinkled in the cold night as Phoebus's army bedded down for the night. The smell of cooked food drifted into Blackstone's ranks. None of the arrayed men complained. Like Blackstone's men, they lay under their blankets, knowing they fought for the one man who would not squander their lives needlessly. Blackstone walked along the lines. His men slept where they would fight. Will Longden and his archers were in the trees behind hurdles crudely fashioned from fallen branches, enough to obscure them until horsemen broke through Blackstone's ranks. Jack Halfpenny's bowmen curled in the night air, their waxed bow-bags tucked close to their bodies. Blackstone saw his archers' pegs tapped into the ground at 50-yard intervals. They served as grave markers where a common man's arrow would end a nobleman's life. The frosted air settled on his beard. It made no difference what the weather did the next day. The hard ground would jolt horses' legs, and their iron-shod hooves might find it difficult to gain purchase when urged into the gallop. He cursed a weak man's desire for glory because the Count's own horses would share the same struggle, and that put Blackstone's men at greater risk. He gazed at the moon and raised Arianhod to his lips. The silver-wheel goddess glistened in the veiled moonlight. Memories flooded over him. The great pitched battles of the war echoed in his mind, the fear that gripped a man anticipating the fight and made muscles taut and eyes keen, lungs filling with bellowing rage that drove a fighting man forward into the fray. There was no need for prayer. It was not God that such men wanted at their side. It was death. They came 3 hours after first light. The winter sun was still low in the sky an hour after rising, as a distant bell in the village of Launac chimed the terce hour. A rhythmic beat of 100 drums and a blaring cacophony of trumpets silenced the humble bell. A forest of pennons wavered as massed troops followed the mounted knights. The Count de Foix et Béarn stared in quiet amazement, as did every man under his command. The wall of shimmering steel edged closer. 3 ranks of knights, one behind the other, followed by infantry. Mercenaries rode on their left flank. Gaston Phoebus knew, then, that Blackstone had been correct. They were outnumbered 3 to 1, at least. He looked over his shoulder at the sun struggling to rise in the sky. The English Master of War had chosen the place well. The sun would keep its low arc behind the slender hills and be in the Count d'Armagnac's troops' eyes throughout the day. Commanders bellowed orders, breaking his reverie as they brought the knights' war horses forward. Gaston Phoebus wore silver-grey armour, but had not yet donned his bassinet. He mounted his horse, which bore chest armour, added weight for the beast to carry, but which offered a chance of survival against lance or spear. The Count de Foix had heard Mass at dawn with his priest, and his soul and conscience were free of sin and doubt. The battle would determine the future of his family name, and if its dynasty were to end this 5th day of December, then it would not be because of trepidation in the face of greater odds. He rode to the front of his men, his blond hair still free of a helm, so that all men would know who it was that promised them glory and a share of the spoils. Blackstone stood with his captains on the most vulnerable flank of the line. Jack Halfpenny's archers were already in position, and like those in the woods behind them, had been awake before dawn to add extra beeswax to their hemp bow cords, added protection against the brittle air. Now they stood cradling the 6-foot bows with their hands, tucked beneath their armpits for warmth. Cold, stiff fingers were an added burden when wrapping a fist around the 6-inch circumference of a yew bow. Arrows had been carefully assessed, and each 3-foot-long shaft, an inch thick and tipped with a 3-inch-long iron bodkin, had been gathered in a bushel at their feet, besides those in arrow bags. Once the arrows were spent, they would fight with buckler and bastard sword. Each carried a mercy knife in their belts to pierce the eye-slits of an unseated knight's helm. But if the bowmen faced mounted men-at-arms, then their lives were soon over. Gilbert, Moulin, and Renfred stood at Blackstone's shoulder as they watched the long-haired figure of Gaston Phoebus ride along the ranks and exhort his troops to kill and plunder, but insist that if an enemy knight or lord claimed mercy, it should be granted and ransom accepted. They should give no mercy to any man of lesser rank. If they cut his horse's legs from beneath him, I wonder if he would learn sudden respect for the common soldier who had a spear at his throat and bloodlust raging, said Gilbert.
"I care less about him, and more about our fate today," said Renfred, glancing at the gaunt faces of the Dom contingent. "We keep the men from Dom in the second rank behind us," said Blackstone. "A shield wall will not serve any purpose against the first waves of horsemen, but when their infantry fight through, that is when they must hold." Moulin looked at the gathered arrayed men. "Spear and shield will hold only for a while. If they break, then Will and his lads behind us will have nowhere to run." "They will hold," said Blackstone, "because archers will bring down horses before they reach 100 yards, and then we go forward on my command and claim the ground between us and that first wave, because then we deal with the horsemen who will be hampered by the dead and dying in front of them." Killbear cleared his throat and spat. He grinned. "I never thought I would live to see such a battle again. That's how it should be, Thomas. Drums and trumpets and flags." He laughed aloud. "Ha! It pumps blood into a man's heart and strengthens his sword arm. Let these bastards do their worst. They are no match for those we have killed on greater fields of battle than this puny patch of grass. You chose well, Thomas. The sun will keep their heads tucked down against its low glare. They'll stumble over their own dead and dying, and will smell their fear and shit when they see our blazon." Blackstone strode forward and faced his men. Each of his captains stood paces ahead of their own contingents. Raising his voice so that his words carried along the ranks, he addressed them. "We are men alone here in this place. We make our stand where no other would dare. When steel and horse thunder forward and the storm of terror threatens, then remember this. If our thoughts twist with doubt, we turn to the boldness and defiance in our hearts. What stands between us and the fear they inflict is our courage." Killbear stepped forward. Raising his sword, he shouted loud enough for his voice to carry along the ranks of waiting men. "Sir Thomas! And defiance!" Blackstone's captains and men cheered and brandished their weapons. The battle cry rippled along the lines. "Sir Thomas! And defiance!" The Count de Foix reined in his horse and faced Blackstone's men. Then he raised his sword in salute. When the cry ended, the men bellowed in rage, thundering that defiance across the open plain. "If Armagnac didn't know we were here before, he does now," said Blackstone. "All right. Take your positions." The captains moved to their men as Killbear slipped his sword's blood knot onto his wrist. He pulled on his helm. "May the angels be with us, Thomas," he said. He nodded at the cord around Blackstone's neck. "And your pagan." Blackstone pulled on his open-faced bassinet and took his customary strides forward so that his men might see him more clearly. He turned to Halfpenny. "Start killing them at the 250-yard marker, Jack. Those that live through that mustn't get past 150. The downed horses will slow those that follow on. Will and the others will shoot at 100 yards. After that, kill them any way you can." Jack Halfpenny nodded his understanding. The ground beneath their feet trembled. Gaston Phoebus's and the Count d'Armagnac's knights had spurred their horses from the canter into the charge. Chapter 61. The two armies hurtled into the centre ground. The clash of steel echoed across the open plain, defeating the sound of trumpet and drum. The shockwave rolled into Blackstone's men, who stood 300 yards from where the horsemen fought. D'Armagnac's knights yielded slightly from the impact in the centre of their ranks, and Blackstone knew, if he had led the charge, that yielding ground at the first impact would have been intentional. A soft belly in the armour-clad ranks that absorbed the blow and drew in the enemy. D'Armagnac might win this battle in the first hour if they captured or killed Phoebus. Then Blackstone saw, as some horses turned, that he and his men stood in their way as they tried to outflank the Count. "Jack! Shoot now!" If the archers could kill those who had yielded and enveloped the Count, then de Foix could fight his way through. Halfpenny's voice rose up against the roaring passions of the fight. "Knock! Draw! Loose!" The flutter of goose-fletchings rippled through the still air. No sooner did the first cloud rise into the air than Halfpenny's command called out again. A dozen sharp breaths later, another 3 flights curved into the sky and fell into men already screaming in agony. Their cries joined by the pitiful whinnying of wounded horses. "We've stirred the hornet's nest now, Thomas," said Killbear. "They're turning away from the Count, towards us." Knights yanked reins, raked spurs, and fought through the thrashing hooves of the downed horses. Their squires and men-at-arms turned with them. Foot soldiers caught in the turmoil followed their masters' pennons. 200! Blackstone yelled. Halfpenny's bowmen loosed again, and then again, but horsemen and infantry in d'Armagnac's ranks had peeled away from the main assault and raced towards Blackstone's thinly held line. The weight of the charge would trample him and his men underfoot. They needed stopping, and Halfpenny's men were too few. Blackstone turned to face the woodland. If Will Longden did not realize that Gaston Phoebus's attack had caused Blackstone to strike early, then the too few archers in Halfpenny's number to slow their attack. Killbear rolled on the balls of his foot. His eyes locked on the fast-approaching attack. "Come on, you bastards, come on," he muttered. Halfpenny's men were shooting rapidly, but a dozen more tireless times of bending into their bows' heavy pull weight would exhaust the arrows at their feet. 24 times they would knock, draw, and loose. Men and horses would die, but their arrows would soon be depleted, and all that would remain would be what weapons they carried in their belts. The earth shook. At 150 yards, 3 waves of horsemen, 40 men wide, had turned towards Blackstone. Horses' nostrils bled, their eyes widened in terror, foam flecked their shoulders and flanks, iron bits tore at their mouths as their riders sawed their reins trying to control their headlong, crazed gallop over those already writhing on the ground. Will Longden knew well enough when a battle plan had faltered. A dark cloud of arrows soared through the open spaces between trees bereft of leaves. Blackstone heard his sentinel's distant command and turned quickly to Halfpenny. "Jack, save what you have. Shoot low when they are halfway closer, then get back behind the shield wall." Renfred and Moulin brought their men forward so that Blackstone's first line of defence became an extended line. They would fight forward until they could go further, and the men in the shield wall would be at their heels. Ground would be gained, yard by yard, and then held from behind the wall. Will Longden's archers held the knights at bay, but the arrows had struck more of those on horseback than the foot soldiers, who scrambled through the carnage, running forward, desperate to kill those who could slaughter from a distance. Jack Halfpenny's archers shot into them. Bodies fell, one on top of the other, waist-high. Another bloody barrier for the attackers to overcome, but still they came. Time faltered. Gasping, tortured minutes followed every ragged breath. Violence surged and broke again and again onto Blackstone's unyielding ranks. Blackstone's line held. Their dogged resistance saw them give little ground. Some of the attackers gave up the fight and was swallowed by the turmoil behind them as d'Armagnac's men fought in confusion. They were being pressed hard in a great half-circle as Phoebus's men closed behind them, forcing them onto what they thought to be the weak line of archers, but whose men-at-arms were proving to be unbreakable. The fight wore on. An hour passed, and then another. There were moments of respite, when those attacking paused, bent over their swords, gasping. Some went down on all fours, as exhaustion claimed them, vomiting from effort. Others, with blood dripping down their faces, were too weak to raise their heads and beg for mercy. The line of Englishmen and Gascons seemed tireless. Their killing did not falter. As horses barged and panicked and knights lost control of them, another wave from de Foix pushed d'Armagnac's weakening men onto English swords, and sudden silent death as arrows ripped into their ranks. By the third hour, the weight of men behind them forced them even closer to Blackstone's men. They were pressured from the fighting at the rear, and if they could not turn and fight the enemy behind them, then their only chance was to let their fear and rage drive them forward. "Back now!" Blackstone shouted at the archers, and lunged forward to stop d'Armagnac's troops gaining the advantage as they gathered momentum. If they could be held where the horses writhed and the crushed knights slowed the attackers' progress, then it gave his men a longer chance to survive the onslaught. Killbear, Moulin, and Renfred ran at his heels, their men a few paces behind. It separated John Jacob from the others, and he fought alone, with some of Blackstone's men at his side. Small pockets of men fought toe to toe. Blackstone's men were almost overwhelmed. Unseen enemy knights wheeled their mounts behind the fallen. Gaston Phoebus cut his way through the wall of steel, turning the weight of his men in an attempt to tighten the noose. They fought in an ever smaller arena, jostling for position. But d'Armagnac's knights saw that there was no longer any risk from the archers. If they shot high now, their arrows would fall into allies. Moulin and his men bravely threw themselves ahead of Blackstone and rammed shortened lances into the ground. Terrified horses, clambering over the wall of death, impaled themselves. Men leapt onto the knights and killed them underfoot. Thrashing hooves killed more than one man in those frantic moments, as Blackstone strode into the fray and blocked a strike against Moulin. Killbear was 2 paces behind, covering him. Renfred harried the enemy, his men quickly forming a defensive arc around Blackstone because now the enemy were breaking through in force. The balance of the fight was turning against Blackstone's position.
A mace swung hard against the side of his head, buckled Blackstone's knees. Killbear lunged and caught the man in the throat as Moulin stopped Blackstone from falling. With a shake of his head, Blackstone yanked himself free and single-handedly blocked the gap where men clambered through. He fought with furious strength, unassailable, killing with such violent intent that men did all they could to hurtle past him, only to face determined resistance from Killbear and the men fighting with the captains. Killbear saw it was useless to try and hold their position any longer. The sheer weight of the enemy was pushing aside the dead to reach the scar-faced knight and those at his back. "Back, Thomas! Back now!" The veteran knight sidestepped a blow, took it on his shield, rammed his sword's hilt beneath the man's chin. His jaw cracked and he fell back. Killbear leaned forward and pierced his chest with his sword point. He stepped to Blackstone and punched his arm to alert him. Blackstone swung around, sword arcing, ready to decapitate an unseen attacker. Killbear deflected the blow, but the force of it nearly broke his stance. Blackstone's blood-splattered face glared at him before recognizing his friend. Nothing more was said. Backing away, they retreated behind the shield wall, which stood firm. A surge of horsemen burst over the dead. They could not be stopped. They would crush the shields. Blackstone and his men stood their ground, lungs heaving, sword arms weary, but held ready. Blackstone was suddenly aware of the rush of men behind him. Will Longdon's archers were at their side, bows creaked and arrows loosed. Blackstone knew they had few arrows left, but they killed and killed again, and the horses screamed. Blackstone saw a wounded man rise from amid the fallen bodies. He got to his knees, sword still clutched in a bloodied fist. A rush of fear gripped Blackstone. It was John Jacob. He must have been bludgeoned to the ground earlier, and recovering consciousness was now rising from the surrounding dead. He would not survive. Blackstone pushed through the shields. It was the insane act of a suicidal man, but it had the impetus to loose a storm of violence from Blackstone's men. Medic Kenneth tossed aside his bow. His arrow bag was empty. Clutching his buckler and mercy knife, he swore in Welsh and went after the Englishman who had once beaten him. His Welsh archers stormed after him. Halfpennies and Longdon's men were barely a pace behind. Someone grabbed Blackstone's banner and bore it aloft. Blackstone was too far ahead of his men. Someone threw a spear from the enemy ranks. It struck Blackstone's shield. He deflected it, but as his shield moved away from his body, a crossbow bolt pierced the top of his shoulder. His shield arm dropped. He protected John Jacob as the three men attacked, seizing their chance to kill the wounded knight. Blackstone's strength saved him, but then another unseen bowman loosed a second quarrel, piercing Blackstone's leg. He tumbled to one side and fell into the thrashing iron-shod hooves of a gutted horse. A hoof struck his helm, and then his unwounded leg. It snapped with the crack of a yew-bow broken in two. His final glimpse of blue sky saw men clambering over him, and his banner caught in the sun's rays. The clamour of battle around him faded into silence as he fell into darkness. Chapter 62. Soon after midday, the fighting ceased. Eerie silence settled across the battlefield and the scattered dead. Here and there the dying groaned softly until those who went among them plunged a knife into them and took what they had of value. Pennons lay among the fallen. The honour and glory they had once proclaimed trampled into the blood-soaked grass. Some were still clutched in a dead man's grip and waved gently in the stiffening breeze in a macabre farewell. Gaston Phoebus rode slowly through the carnage. Weariness etched his face beneath his sweat-matted golden hair. The crows and buzzards were already settling, tearing men's flesh and pecking the moist eyes of the dead. Bodies lay in tight knots where they had died, embraced in that final desperate struggle to survive. The Count de Foix eased his horse through the field of death to where the greatest number of dead horses and their riders lay. He had fought many campaigns during his young life, but he had never witnessed dead horses sprawled like this, great beasts on top of each other, as their riders had bravely sought to jump across those already brought down by lance and arrow. Hundreds of arrows, sown like a sapling forest, smothered the battlefield deep within d'Armagnac's ranks. He knew without a doubt that Blackstone's archers had won the day for him. Ignoring the stench of gore and excrement that assailed his nostrils, he urged his mount over a horse's entrails and crushed men who bore witness to the ferocity that Blackstone's outnumbered men had inflicted on their enemy. Crows fluttered out of his path and then boldly settled again to feast. He gazed down at the ragged survivors. Blood-splattered archers gripped belts and jewels taken from the dead French knights. He made no objection. Blackstone's men had paid a high price. They deserved their reward. He doubted there was one man among them who did not bear a wound. He reined in his horse Moulin sat exhausted with those of his men who had survived. He did not raise himself at the Count's arrival. "Where is Sir Thomas?" Phoebus asked. Moulin pointed wearily behind him. Blackstone's men parted their ranks, revealing Gilbert cradling Blackstone's broken body. The Count gazed down at him. There was no sign of life, nor would he expect there to be given the wounds he saw on Blackstone's body. Yet he hoped. "Does he still live?" Gilbert spat blood. "Not for long." The Count's personal physician and surgeon, who accompanied him on that December day, was summoned as soon as he knew Blackstone was still alive. The badly wounded knight was carried gently to a pavilion next to de Foix's own, where he waited for confirmation that his skilled surgeons had reset Blackstone's leg. The Englishman did not regain consciousness, which all agreed was a blessing, given the intense pain that would have to be endured. Henbane and brandy were mixed and dribbled past Blackstone's lips in a vain attempt to dull his body's agony, when they pushed one of the crossbow bolts through his leg muscle and pulled it free. The second was more dangerous, and the incision near his shoulder was deep. When the forceps failed to take a firm grip on the quarrel, there was doubt that they could remove it. The shaft broken and was extracted, and then the bolt's point was finally dug out. They could do nothing for Blackstone's head wound other than to bathe and stitch the jagged gash, but when the surgeons expressed concern at Blackstone's shallow breathing, doubting that he would survive, Gilbert pushed them aside. "Stitch him, bathe him, and wrap him warm. He's not dead yet, for Christ's sake." They left most of the corpses on the field of battle, a winter feast for scavengers. They returned only those of noble rank to their families for burial in their feudal domains. It was a resounding victory for the Count de Foix. D'Armagnac and many of his leading noblemen surrendered, and their ransoms ensured that Gaston Phoebus would become one of the richest princes in the West. Never again would he fear being challenged now that his war treasury overflowed. The victorious Count imprisoned d'Armagnac and the other prominent leaders in the castle at Orthez, while he returned to the luxury and comfort of his palace. They carried the unconscious Blackstone onto a wagon to be cared for at the prince's castle at Foix. Gaston Phoebus promised that the man whose strategy had given him victory would be attended to day and night until he recovered, and Gilbert and the men would winter in comfort and warmth. It was a welcome offer, and gratefully accepted. Gilbert sent the men from Dôme back home once the Count had rewarded them. News of the victory would soon reach Paris, and Gilbert sent word to Gisbert de Dôme, warning him to stay true to his pledge of holding Dôme and Sarlat in the name of the English king. He was still obliged to pledge his fealty to the Prince of Wales when he arrived in Aquitaine. Gilbert knew that once it was known Blackstone lay critically wounded, then ambitious men might renege on their agreements, free from their fear of Blackstone's retribution. And then Gilbert and the men waited for Blackstone to survive. On the third day, Blackstone regained consciousness. They had kept his dry lips moist with a wet rag squeezed diligently by Gilbert. He ignored the pail of water brought by servants, and soaked the cloth in Gascon wine. Blackstone's eyes opened slowly, and stared at the grizzled face of the man he had known since he had first gone to war. They had bandaged his arm, and he bore the raw stitches of a head wound. Blackstone said something, but it was barely a whisper. Gilbert put his ear close to Blackstone's mouth. "John Jacob." Gilbert nodded. "Alive?" "The others?" "Wounded, every man. We lost archers, a lot of the Welshmen. They ran out too far looking for booty and were caught in the open, but Kenneth lives. Will Longden keeps him as vintner at Halfpenny's side, once we get more bowmen." They recalled Bayard to his lord Jean de Grailly to report on the battle. He vows he will return to us as soon as he is able. "My horse?" "The damned beast is stabled, alone as always. It kicks and bites and will never die until the devil comes to reclaim his own." Blackstone sighed. His cracked lips creased into a smile. "Did we win?" he rasped. Gilbert nodded. "You made the young Count one of the wealthiest men in France. We're his guests, and you have physicians nursing you as if you were a damned prince yourself." Blackstone raised his bandaged head, the effort nearly defeating him. He attempted to lift his arm, but pain shot through him. Gilbert put his hand behind Blackstone's neck and supported it back down onto the pillow. "Steady, Thomas." He laid a gentle finger next to Blackstone's wounds. "You took a bolt in this leg and your arm, and a horse kicked your other leg and head. Your leg's broken, ribs as well, but I doubt the blow to your head knocked any sense into you." Blackstone sighed. "I can't lie here. You have no choice. And I need to get the men rested and healed. We are all hurt, Thomas. Every last one of us." Blackstone turned his head on the pillow. "They must be rewarded, Gilbert. They fought like lions." Gilbert dabbed Blackstone's lips. "The Count treats us well. We are to stay until you are recovered. We'll pass the winter here." "Too long," Blackstone whispered. "No, my friend. Barely long enough for you to heal and regain your strength." Blackstone's eyes closed as he drifted into sleep. "Barely long enough for any of us," Gilbert said to himself. Chapter 63. Over the months, Gaston Phoebus had watched Blackstone being helped from his bed and using a crutch to force himself around the castle's inner ward. He did it every day, no matter how harsh the weather, until the day came when he abandoned the support and tested his leg. He fell, got up, fell again, until step by painful step he regained the ability to walk unaided. It became a daily ritual that the Count observed without fail. He was watching a man who should have succumbed to his wounds rise like Lazarus. Blackstone's captains kept their distance, fearful of his temper should they try to assist him. By the month of March his leg was sufficiently healed for him to mount his horse, and by May he was practicing his sword skills. The passing months saw the Englishman regain his strength, and as June brought warmth back to the sun, Blackstone, still limping from his weakened leg, went beyond the walls and ventured into the foothills, demanding ever more of his body. After the battle, his men's wounds had been debilitating, but less severe, and the Count's gratitude secured them treatment from his physician and the healing skills of monks from a nearby monastery. Sir Gilbert Gilbert assumed command while Blackstone fought his own determined battle. The men were employed selecting and training the army that Gaston Phoebus recruited with his newfound wealth. Many were poor quality and rejected by Blackstone's captains, but by summer, when Blackstone threw off the constant pain of his injuries, the army was as well trained as the Count could hope for. The ransoms from the capture of the Count d'Armagnac, the Lords Albret, and other noblemen meant that the Count de Foix could shower largesse on visitors. His feasts became renowned, and Blackstone and Gilbert, who kept their distance from the sumptuous gatherings, would hear him regale his guests with tales of the Prussian crusade, and of how he rescued the Dauphin's family at Meaux, until finally his stories culminated in the Battle of Larnac. Only occasionally was Blackstone's name mentioned in any of his exploits. The Count de Foix's generosity and charm did not extend to deflecting from his own glory. "He's a nobleman," said Gilbert, "and now he's a damned rich one, thanks to you. We've all benefited, Gilbert. These past months gave us time for the men to recover and bring them back to strength. You worked them hard. It shows." There was enough booty, and putting coins in a man's purse heals many wounds. They walked the ramparts, gazing across the grandeur of the Pyrenees behind them and the deep, broad valley beyond. "Having one prince to deal with was difficult enough, but our own will be annoyed because you weren't there to meet him at Bordeaux." Bowing as he stepped ashore. "He likes ceremony, does Edward." Blackstone admired the view. The forests, clinging to the foothills, had given him the solitude he sought to hide the weakness and pain of his body. He had not wished anyone to see his struggle. "We must move the men to Bergerac, Gilbert." "We're not going to the prince?" "No, not yet." He smiled. "Let him come to us." Gilbert scowled. "Thomas, he seeks honour and goodwill. There is no point in antagonizing him and earning his displeasure." "We brought him the Count's loyalty." "He should be thankful for what the men did, Gilbert. They bled for him, again, and now he arrives with fanfare and a retinue grand enough for a coronation, 60 knights, 300 and more archers, and 250 men-at-arms. He's not the king, Gilbert. He's a prince of the realm, who has been rewarded half of France because of what we did. Imagine what we could have done with those men. Will and Jack lost half their archers in the fight at Larnac. Moulin, Renfred, all the captains, they all suffered losses. We were too few. The Count is rich, and the Prince has Aquitaine, and now he sends word for us to ride to him and present ourselves." "Then he means to reward us," said Gilbert. "He means to bask in our glory. Not this time, Gilbert. I won't ride ahead of an entourage like a damned court jester." "God's tears, listen to you. You're defying him again. We have no excuse." Blackstone grinned. I am serving him as best as I know how. By turning your back on him. We will undo all the good we have done, said Gilbert, curling a fist in frustration. Listen to me. He cannot object if we ride to Bergerac and ensure his safe entry into the city. Gisbert de Dom takes the Bishop of Sarlat to pledge fealty there, as do Breton lords waiting to bend the knee. There's a truce between them, but who's to say there isn't one among those miserable northern lords who doesn't hold a grudge against us, the prince, the king, eh? It will calm his irritation when he learns that we have showed our consideration for his safety by getting to Bergerac before him. He put an arm on Gilbert's shoulders. Besides, we know the city of old, and where the best beds are for the men. Taverns and inns will be overrun when his procession chokes the streets. I say we do our duty and look after ourselves. Gilbert shook his head. Thomas, your wounds still trouble you. Let's wait another week. Let him go to Bergerac without us, if you insist. We shall send word that we are still healing. Blackstone looked at his friend. They had survived together, and his heart warmed from the closeness he shared with this man, and the others he commanded. Gilbert, you worry too much. The king's mother made me swear to look after the prince. The king made me his master of war. I have the authority to do just that. Gilbert sighed in surrender. That kick to the head has added to your stubbornness. Very well, we shall defy him again, but this time I choose where to go if we are exiled. Chapter 64. Royal authority in France had collapsed. Failure hung over the French king and his ministers as heavily as the persistent black rain-bearing clouds smothering Notre Dame, drawn in from the sea by the heat in the south. Jean Le Bon had expected the Count d'Armagnac and the mighty lords he had gathered with him to defeat the Count de Foix. Arnauld de Audrehem and Jean d'Armagnac had used 100,000 florins from taxes raised in the Languedoc, destined for the king's ransom to secure payment for the routiers to fight for him at Launac. Now both the battle and the initiative were lost. The Count de Foix had become rich and powerful, and would now swear fealty to the Prince of Wales and Aquitaine. King John had been weakened again. The Breton civil war teetered, a tenuous truce agreement in danger of collapse. Negotiating power now rested more in the hands of the English prince than his own. Routiers had seized strategic points on the Seine that could threaten trade into Paris. Aquitaine would experience peace, but warring factions would plague the rest of the kingdom. Such affairs of state troubled the councillor Simon Bussy during his journey back from Vincennes to the Ile de la Cité, where he had been summoned by the Dauphin. The warm, damp weather worsened the Dauphin's constant sniffle and cough. Charles was a man plagued with ill health, less likely to ever lead an army in the field than any of his brothers still held captive in London, yet Bussy had realized months before the Dauphin's lack of physical prowess did not diminish his intellect or his cunning. The future of France and his own status within the court lay with the Dauphin. He waited obediently in the magnificent room. Despite the layers of carpets and tapestries on the walls, the dampness in the royal palace still made his aging bones ache. No matter how much the fireplace was fed, the stone walls retained their chill. Perhaps that was why, Bussy thought idly, the Dauphin planned to create the Louvre as a more welcoming palace. His idle thoughts were quickly dispelled by the Dauphin's snorting into a lace handkerchief and then dropping it without a thought. A servant darted forward, retrieved it, and quickly returned to his station against the wall. The Dauphin settled into a padded armchair. Another servant tucked a finely woven blanket across his legs. "Some months ago a noblewoman sought an audience. Did you know about this?" the Dauphin asked, gazing at the flames. It seemed a casual question, but anything the Dauphin asked always had a serious intent, and this question caused Bussy to hesitate, mind racing. His heart felt the squeeze of uncertainty. His own investigation into the woman's intentions had drawn a blank, and the unsettled affairs of state had pushed any thoughts of her to the back of his mind. She had simply disappeared from Paris. The threat of an unknown assassination had faded. No one had been injured, no attempt made. It was likely to have been an idle threat from a wronged woman. If every grievance that blossomed into a threat of violence bore fruit, the dead would be lying 10 deep on the palace steps. But Bussy knew he was just looking for an excuse for not having pursued the warning. Had anyone of importance died? "Highness, many seek an audience. It is impossible to grant such requests without them being dealt with by your officials. They then pass those with merit to me and your other senior advisers for final assessment," he said calmly. The Dauphin's body hunched. When Thomas Blackstone killed Lord Mayor Babignon de Pontivy, it fanned deeply embedded embers of revenge. Those embers now burn brightly." Bussy remained silent. The mention of Mayor Babignon's death struck a chord of deep concern as his lawyer's mind rapidly sifted through connections between that killing and the woman in question. It had not done so when the courtiers had turned the woman away. "You know that Pope Urban has granted a payment of 90,000 écus towards our father's ransom," said the Dauphin, changing emphasis, deflecting Bussy's thoughts. "Yes, Highness." The Dauphin sniffed, more in disgust than from his affliction. "Avignon is a sewer. Turds float in varying hues of ecclesiastical robes, and when the Holy See declares a payment from its treasury, then those with vested interests scurry like sewer rats to thwart such an expenditure." Bussy dutifully kept listening, though he had no idea what the Dauphin was alluding to. Turds and priests, meaning what? "Highness," he muttered, as if he understood. "The woman is in Avignon. She arranged shelter there. She plans her schemes in the papal city. When the ransom amount was declared, she endeavoured to entice one of the cardinals in the treasury to spill a significant amount from the Holy See's purse for her own purposes. She has already struck a bargain with a mercenary captain to commit murder. The cardinal does not know his name, but it seems this man is close to Blackstone. And such an additional amount would ensure not only murder, but a massacre of noble households. The cardinal in question seeks favour and passed this information to us through our ambassador in Avignon. Such vile considerations sicken us." Bussy's hand trembled. And the rumours all those months ago had been true. She planned an assassination. That it had not yet occurred meant the woman had taken her time and planned the killing without haste, cold logic overcoming the heat of the emotional desire for revenge. He put his arms behind him in case the Dauphin noticed his nervous palsy. "May I beg to know the name of the woman in question?" he asked, a spark of hope that it might not be the same woman whose name the merchant had given him the night of the dinner. "Lady de Sagar." Merciful God! Bussy's throat tightened. It was the very same. Her name harked back years ago to when he and the king had sent the savage priest to ensnare Blackstone. A friend of Blackstone had been used as bait and imprisoned in Sir Rolf de Sagar's castle. Blackstone had stormed the castle and found his friend tortured, flayed alive, and that had cost Rolf de Sagar his life and cast his widow and children into the insecurity of near poverty. Blackstone would have saved them all the inheritance of revenge if he had slain the whole family, wife, daughter, and son, but he had not. Bussy wished Blackstone were more ruthless about considering the future of his actions when he showed such mercy. He had saved Lady de Sagar from the indignity of entering a convent and letting others raise her children. The intervention and financial support of her brother, Lord Mayor Babignon de Pontivy, kept her from poverty. A woman who had status and wealth, now reduced to a beggar at her brother's door. The final act of humiliation and grief visited on her by Thomas Blackstone. "My prince, they had not made Lady de Sagar's grievances known to the court. I had no dealings at all with her, and shall look further in the matter," he blurted, implying he would deal with the lesser courtiers. "But now she seems intent on securing routiers to attack and kill Blackstone. Then surely that plays well for us. Reports that reach us say Blackstone is still weak and injured from Launac. The Count of Foix has him under his care. Does she intend to strike now? Highness, if she has the means to kill him, what better time? His men are few now." Bussy's hopes rose. He took a couple of steps closer to the Dauphin, his voice rich with the possibility that presented itself. "Highness, this bodes well. Her intent puts distance between us. If she kills Edward's master of war, it weakens the English, and it rids us of a ravening wolf who has torn the kingdom apart for years. But our hands remain clean. We are not in breach of the peace treaty inflicted upon us." The Dauphin averted his eyes from the devouring flames and settled on Bussy's eager face. "Her son lived with his uncle. Mayor Babignon was teaching him the skills he would need to become a page and then a squire. He died in Blackstone's attack. Lady de Sagard learnt that Blackstone's son is in Avignon. She intends to kill him.
Bussy saw the logic in that, and his thoughts followed it through.
Then use an intermediary to get word to Blackstone and draw him into Avignon. They will not permit him to take his men inside the walls. She has him trapped. Sire, it has its merits.
The Dauphin rose from the chair. Servants ran forward to remove the blankets. Charles, the future King of France, shrugged them away.
She uses his son as bait to draw Blackstone away from the Prince of Wales. The Prince is her target.
Bussy's heart thudded more desperately than it had ever done. His jaw dropped in shock.
Simon, said the Dauphin gently, send word and warn Thomas Blackstone. He might sacrifice his son, but a prince does not kill a prince.
Part 5. Death in Avignon. Chapter 65. Avignon had changed under the newly elected Pope Urban V. His ambitions lay not in gaining more personal wealth like the cardinals, blinded by the power and influence of their red robes and an insatiable desire to furnish their palaces with exotic animals and tapestries from distant lands. His uncompromising desire was for the papal city to become a place of education and restraint. His first act had been to refuse to lead the mounted procession. Gone were the parades of white horses, silks, and jewels with a canopy of woven gold threads above the pontiff when he rode through the streets. The new pope was an unwavering Benedictine, who endowed colleges and universities. He wore a simple monk's robe and slept on hard boards without a mattress. He was a man of contemplation and prayer, a theologian who had already swept corrupt bishops back to their dioceses. He banned priests' illegitimate sons from assisting them at the altar. He condemned debauchery and drunkenness in the clergy, and forced the priestly classes to rid themselves of hunting dogs and falcons. And his strictures did not apply only to men of the cloth. He burned all pagan art, and sent religious inspectors beyond the walls of Avignon with the whip and thumbscrew to correct infractions. Yet he was only one man, and despite his repressive measures, he could not halt the inherent corruption, which was as rife as any plague, and reached from the highest to the lower orders of society. In winter the bitterly cold Mistral wind kept heads down and shoulders hunched until it abated. Now, in high summer, when the citizens raised their eyes once again, they were no longer blinded by the dust and detritus, but chose instead to close their eyes to venal cardinals and city officials. This was a world Father Torellini understood. While Henry applied himself to his studies, the priest went about his business of negotiating loans, securing favours, and buying information on behalf of the Florentine Bardi banking family whom he served. Some of his informers were beggars on streets. Others served in palaces. Still others attended cardinals. It made Niccolo Torellini invaluable, not only to his patron, but also to the English monarch to whom the Bardi Bank had loaned vast sums for his war against France. And Torellini had not neglected his role as an unofficial ambassador, bearing the goodwill of King Edward towards the Pope and Curia. Alliances were being built for the future. Torellini's duties in Avignon also allowed him to watch over Henry de Saint-Denis, who now bore his mother's name. There was never a mention of the name Blackstone, and no one knew of Henry's identity, except some of those who had travelled with him, and they had sworn in God's name, kneeling before a crucifix, never to reveal it. The months had passed quickly. Immersed as Henry was in scholastic endeavours, and living in the city had become an unexpected pleasure, even jostling through the weight of people in the overcrowded streets. At first he thought the crowds to be a threat, easily concealing anyone who might wish him harm, having discovered his true identity, but as the weeks turned into months, he began to feel a sense of security. What fear remained lingered from the year before, when close to 20,000 had died from the plague in an overcrowded Avignon. Henry was not aware that Torellini's network within the city watched over him. The Italian lived in the comfort of the Bardi mansion, but Henry de Saint-Denis was housed in a modest attic room elsewhere in the lower town, and fed by the landlord and his family. Unbeknown to Henry, Torellini paid the family to report back on the boy's hours of study and behaviour. It had been 3 weeks since Torellini had last spoken to the lad. Now he waited for him in the enclosed courtyard of the Bardi house. The priest had taken refuge by the cool fountain, for the mid-July heat could be as uncomfortable as the winds in the winter, and here sweet-smelling flowers perfumed the air, their fragrance defeating the odours from the city streets, and the local habit of wine being infused with a slight mixture of fragrant resin helped subdue the unpleasant stench too. Torellini knew exactly where Henry was and how long it would take for someone to summon the boy. He was in the luxurious new palace that had supplanted the austere old chateau fort built by one of the earlier popes, where he spent a few hours a week examining the frescoes in its many chapels. Henry had failed to understand why such study was needed until his mathematics tutor explained the need to balance science with art for a better understanding of geometry and a broader appreciation of the world around him. Henry, however, was less interested in the frescoes than in meeting Lady Cateline's son. In the months since they had left Dôme, Jocard had grown in strength, and despite their age difference, the two boys liked nothing more than wrestling in the walled chapel garden, thinking they were out of sight from inquisitive eyes.
"Did you think I was unaware of your absence from your studies?" said Torellini, when Henry stood before him. "I don't do it often, Father Torellini, only when I am bored, and looking at frescoes bores me."
Torellini gestured him to sit at the table with its white cloth, gold cutlery and plates of food. Students ate sparingly in their lodgings, and Henry was no exception. A servant had brought him in the back gate of the house from a rear alley, so it would appear to a casual onlooker that they had summoned the boy to undertake some kind of service. Henry sat obediently and waited for permission to eat. His stomach growled. Torellini held him in check.
"You see Lady Cateline's son regularly?"
"Yes."
"And his mother?"
"Sometimes. He takes me back to her house, and her servant feeds us." He glanced at the plate before him. "Not as good as this, though," he said.
"His mother meets other noblewomen," said Torellini, concerned one of them might pose a threat.
Women, widowed by the war, would hate the English, and they might have the means to hire assassins if they discovered by chance that a renowned Englishman's son was here under a different name, a name that would not save him if a slip of the tongue inadvertently revealed his true identity. It was important that Torellini discover whether Blackstone's son knew the circle of noblewomen that Lady Catiline Babagnon had been drawn into.
Henry nodded. "I don't know who they are. They're women who meet and gossip, I suppose."
Torellini gestured to the plate of food. "Eat," he told him. He watched as the young man ate hungrily. After a moment he said,
"Do you know whom she meets?"
Henry shook his head and then swallowed. "She visits different places in the city. Jocard says she's still waiting for Sir William Felton to declare her domain legal and in her name."
"And the knight, von Plauen?"
"Stays in servants' quarters. He accompanies her on the streets. Sometimes she almost misses curfew." Torellini knew that one Teutonic knight, Gunther von Schwerin, had sought lodging in the monastery, and that von Plauen had not yet been released from his duty by Catiline. It was like having a bull-baiting dog on a chain, so why should she dismiss him? What male protection was available other than a husband or kin? He was the perfect bodyguard, especially if she was careless about curfew. The streets of Avignon were perilous at night, but having a highly trained armed man at your side would deter even the most daring alperuches, gangs that dressed as animals or demons and committed rape, murder, and robbery. Avignon's shame was that these gangs were often made up of students and young noblemen, as well as the rabble. The municipal marshal and his constables attempted to keep order at night, but were fighting a losing battle. Whispers from the neighbourhood were that von Plauen had become Lady Cateline's lover, but so far they were unproven. If true, the lovers were discreet to the point of absolute secrecy. Even servants in nearby properties, bribed by Torellini's spies, could offer no confirmation. The only possibility was that they went elsewhere for their assignations, and the fact that they risked missing curfew suggested to Torellini that they had a room somewhere in the city. Torellini had hoped that Henry's friendship with Lady Cateline's son might have yielded clues. She would not risk damaging her reputation and possible loss of the right to her domains. Should von Plauen's denial of his vows be discovered, it would result in harsh punishment, possibly even death, if his companions learnt of it. In a city of 30,000 it was easy to remain anonymous. Henry Blackstone was proof of that, but it also meant that Torellini could not have the eyes of his informers everywhere. You do not break a curfew." "I wouldn't," said Henry. "It's too dangerous." Torellini smiled. He believed him. He did not tell him that his spies reported that the second night Gunther von Schwerin followed the boy frequently. The only conclusion Torellini could reach was that von Schwerin believed a connection still existed between Thomas Blackstone and the mercenary Grufford ap Maddock, and if any secret meeting were to take place, then they might use Henry as a contact. "You've heard from my father again?" said Henry. News of the battle last December had taken days to reach Avignon, and it was then more than a month before he and Torellini learnt of Blackstone's wounds. The extent of his injuries remained unknown to the boy. All that Henry had been told was that his father and his men had won the battle at Launac and had wintered at Castle Foix. Torellini decided that telling the boy the truth would have been a mistake. Had he learnt that his father was badly wounded, Henry would have left Avignon and gone to him. It was difficult enough to impress on Henry that he must show no sign of celebration of his father's victory, given his anonymity in the city. The battle had been the culmination of bitter rivalry between two aggrieved noblemen and their armies. Now Gaston Phoebus was one of the richest men in France, and had recruited and paid for his own army. It was rumoured that nearly 4,000 men now enjoyed regular payment under his banner. Torellini thanked God that Blackstone had not only survived, but had secured victory. Now the young count would pledge his fealty to the Prince of Wales, and vast swathes of Aquitaine from west to east were safe from insurrection. William Ashford and the king's escort were ordered to Bordeaux. The prince landed there 2 weeks ago. Ashford is a good man, who hoped to join your father, but a king's man has no choice where he serves. There was a great ceremony in the cathedral, where the many lords pledged their fealty." "And you didn't tell me?" said Henry. "It was a royal occasion, but only for the invited guests." "I would love to have seen him. Did my father go?" "No. Surely he would have been invited." "Not only invited, but expected. He is the king's master of war. His victory has earned him great praise." "Then why didn't he go?" "I have no idea." "I would like to go and see my father. Can you send word and ask him?" "The prince is travelling through Aquitaine to receive fealty from all the lords of the region. Sir Thomas has a responsibility to ensure the prince's journey is unimpeded by protest or violence. He is duty-bound to the prince. He'll send for you when he's ready." "I hope so," said Henry, as he finished eating and pushed his plate away. "You don't like cabbage," said Torellini, seeing what remained. Henry shook his head. "Your father doesn't care for it either." Chapter 66. The city of Bergerac trembled when Thomas Blackstone rode in with his men. The burghers and mayor had expected news of the prince's arrival, not the sight of rough-hewn men traversing the 200-yard-long narrow causeway across the river Dordogne into the city. Even though few in number, the fact that brigands had ridden ahead of the English vanguard from Bordeaux caused consternation. Were they here to threaten and extort Patti? Bergerac had been under English protection since its capture several years before, but was that enough to dissuade routiers from extortion? Fear rippled through the burghers. But then Blackstone's blazon was unfurled, and a squire came forward to declare that the king's master of war had arrived in the city in advance of the prince's arrival, to ensure lodgings and to review safety for the royals. The mayor and his council gushed with relief, and took more time than was necessary to introduce themselves, because they too were to declare their loyalty to their new Prince of Aquitaine. Other guests, Breton noblemen, had already arrived. They told Blackstone, and the Bishop of Sarlat was due to arrive the next day with Gisbert de Dôme. The honour bestowed upon the city had cost the city coffers a great deal of money, a comment quickly recanted in case of any misunderstanding. The honour was worth every coin in their treasury. "That's good information to have," said Gilbert, as they settled into their quarters. "If they have enough money to host the wine-swilling nobility and their wives, then if things go wrong with the prince, we can help ourselves to their treasury and be on our way. I'll take this bed," he said, testing the mattress. "Anything softer than a floorboard does not suit you." Blackstone looked out of the window at the cobbled streets below. "We will put men down at the river-bank, Gilbert. The Strand is broad, and if I was tempted to seize the city, I would have barges bring in men from there.
Except there will be no attack, Thomas, because the prince travels with enough men to have covered our flank at Launac. Our presence here is a market square puppet show, and well you know it. All the more reason to make it look genuine. We'll keep the captains with us, and the sergeants and their men at strategic places in the city. We are too few to be noticed, but it might convince the prince we are here for his benefit. Let's get down to the tavern and enjoy what time we have before he gets here. Once the royal circus arrives, we will be hard-pressed to find time for drink and food. And women, Gilbert grinned. Blackstone dragged a drunken Gilbert up the stairs and dropped him onto the floor. Then he flopped himself onto the mattress that was too soft, but which the heavy Gascon wine helped his aching body ignore. He still felt the effects of his wounds. The steep stairs had tugged at his leg. There was still a weakness that might take more weeks to strengthen. At least the bone had knitted. He was thankful that Will Longden and John Jacob knew as much as any battlefield surgeon and had set the limb, pressing the broken bone back under the torn skin and binding his leg with 2 wooden shafts, while he lay unconscious before physicians attended him. The fresh breeze through the window carried the sweet scent of hillside grass from the surrounding fields, which brought memories of Christiana as he drifted into sleep. The sudden banging on his door moments after he closed his eyes startled him. He had slept for 6 hours. "Sir Thomas," said John Jacob at the door. Blackstone was wide awake, though Gilbert still curled asleep on the floorboards. He nodded, swung his feet free, and went to the nightstand, where there was a washbowl and jug. He sluiced water over his face and neck, then poured the jug of water over his hair, shaking away the grogginess from the night's drinking. "What is it?" John Jacob stood back from the doorway. "A rider came in. His horse was dead under him. He's been travelling for a week." "From where?" "He won't speak to any of us, Sir Thomas, only you. He's exhausted. I put him at the table and had them feed him." Blackstone clattered down the stairs to the tavern below. Men slept on the bottom of the stairs, others under tables. The serving women brushed sawdust around and over them, and a dog began defecating and was beaten with the broom. It ran out into the bright sunshine, already hot for that time of the day. John Jacob stepped around the sleeping men. "I put him in there. The owner didn't like it, but I gave him no choice." Blackstone stepped through to the tavern owner's room. A bedraggled man, caked in dust and grime, his eyes red from long days in the saddle, bent over a meal of potatoes and mutton. He quaffed wine thirstily. When Blackstone entered, he quickly abandoned his breakfast and bent down on one knee. "Sir Thomas Blackstone." Blackstone nodded. "Get up. Eat. You look as though you need it. Who are you?" The man glanced past Blackstone to John Jacob. "You can speak in front of my squire." The man chewed rapidly and then wiped his mouth. He pulled aside his jerkin and exposed the French king's fleur-de-lis blazon. "I am a messenger from the Dauphin Charles, in Paris, my lord." "You rode from Paris?" said Blackstone, surprised at the sight of the French royal crest and that a messenger had travelled such a distance. The man nodded. "Relay horses at towns my king still holds. 12-15 leagues a day. 2 horses died beneath me. First to the Count of Foix, where we had been told you were recovering. They told us that you were here, awaiting your prince. There were 2 of us, one to Bordeaux to reach him, and I to find you at Foix. I do not know if the other messenger survived." Blackstone sat on the stool opposite the man and poured more wine from the jug for him. "All right. Drink, and now you have succeeded in reaching me. I fear I am close to collapse, my lord. So let me relay the message now. Then do with me what you will. You have served the Dauphin with great determination and courage. You'll be paid for your effort and given a bed and lodging for as long as you need it." "God bless you, Sir Thomas. I did not expect such courtesy." "From the likes of a man who is your king and Dauphin's sworn enemy," said Blackstone. "That was my expectation. I apologize, my lord. Your reputation is fearsome." "Your message?" "There is an assassination plot against the English prince. My lord the Dauphin does not know where, but it might be here. His information is that a mercenary has been paid." Blackstone watched the man hesitate. "Then why send word to me?" "Your son is in Avignon." Blackstone said nothing. The man nodded, emphasizing the point. "The same person who wishes the prince's death will also kill your son. It might not be too late. You could save him, It is a choice, Sir Thomas.
Blackstone pressed his hand on the man's arm.
Rest. You're safe here. My prince and I are in your debt.
The Dauphin's, the messenger replied humbly.
Without your loyalty and courage, he would be as mute as a newborn child. You have given voice to his honour. Blackstone left the exhausted man and went out into the street. His men were lodged in rooms and inns in the immediate vicinity of where the royal party would be housed, and where the ceremony would take place. "Bring the captains, John. We must have a tight noose around here. The prince is due today, and tomorrow he takes the pledges of fealty." "Sir Thomas, what can we do to help Henry?"
Blackstone imagined his son caught in the confines of the city. An assassin's knife was easily wielded in crowded streets. A paid urchin could deliver the killing blow. If there was a chance of warning him, then he might seek refuge with Father Torellini. Even so, a determined assassin would find a way to kill. But there was no time.
"Whoever threatens the prince is trying to draw me away. Henry must face his own danger, John. He has the courage. He needs good fortune. He's on his own."
Chapter 67. Avignon was second only to Paris now that they had rebuilt the walls. Defensively, it would be difficult for any of those routiers who passed along the banks of the Rhone to attack the papal city. Though, who would wish to even think of attack in the sweltering summer temperatures? The clamour of tradesmen and merchants thronged the thoroughfares. Wine, spices, herbs, and freshly baked bread and sweet biscuits fought in the stifling air to overpower each other and the stench of the streets. Poultry, trapped in cages, squawked, and fruit sold quickly before it ruined. Raised voices from stall-holders tried to outsell each other. Urchins ran between the jostling crowds, offering to carry packages or loads of wood and kindling for the cooking fires that added to the increasing heat. Tempers flared. Fights were common, but the marshal was only summoned if someone was killed. It was late in the day, and Henry was behind in his studies, but he had promised to meet Jocard. He shouldered his way through to one of the squares. There were few open spaces in the city. Citizens, Henry had discovered, held meetings that were both sacred and profane in the cemeteries. Much prized land for those wishing to develop more housing. Those were not places that held an audience for long. Scavenging pigs often rooted up the recently buried dead from their shallow graves, but here in the square there was room to buy a sweet cake and watch the jugglers and the armless woman who could sew and spin with her feet and play dice with her toes. Jocard was not at their meeting place. Henry waited. It was not unusual for the boy to be late for their meetings. Trying to negotiate the confined streets in good time was difficult. He watched the entertainers for a while, ate his cake, and then went off to find the younger man. There was no sign of him at his lodgings. Henry ran upstairs to the attic room, knocked, but had no reply. Pushing open the door, he saw the unmade bedding on the cot and a set of books on a small table. The wooden floor creaked, and the small open window let in the noise and smells of the city. It would soon be dark, and the watchman would blow his trumpet from the Tour de la Gâche on the Pope's palace to announce the start of the night watch's vigil. The city byways would empty, and where there had been life, death would soon lurk. He hesitated. If there was anything wrong, Jocard would go to his mother's rented house, but that was across the city, and he would not make it back to his own room in time. He asked the landlord if he knew where Jocard might be. The toothless man shrugged and continued to pluck the dead chicken on his lap.
"He said a friend might come looking," said the landlord, concentrating on pulling tufts off the chicken.
"And what? Did he leave a message for me?"
"Left a message for a friend? How do I know? You are that friend."
"My name is Henry de Saint-Denis." The man sneezed.
"Bless me. Bless this house, oh yeah. Not Henry Blackstone."
Henry swallowed hard. The man didn't seem to know the name. The chicken was more important. "No, de Saint-Denis," Henry repeated.
Sounds right. The lad said if his friend Henry came calling to tell him someone approached him. Don't ask me who, he never said. But the man asked if he was this Henry Blackstone."
"That's the message." The man looked up.
"I'm not a damn scribe. Anything more than that, he should have written it down himself."
Henry realized Jocard must be running scared. How had his name surfaced? The boy had obviously not gone to their meeting on the square, fearful of being followed and leading the stranger to him. He abandoned the risk of the city at night, and, turning away from the old house, headed for the safety of Torellini's mansion. He did not see the cloaked Gunther von Schwerin standing in the distance watching him. The boy's hesitation interested the knight. He stepped across the street. "You know that boy?" he asked the landlord. The man looked him up and down. The cloak and the scuffed leather boots peeping below it suggested a man of insufficient means to offer a coin for information, and the shaved hair above his ears told him he was some kind of monk, one of those hospitallers, and everyone knew they didn't have two deniers to rub together. "Who wants to know?" "The merciful Lord would cast his benevolence on you and this house, if you tell me." "The merciful Lord saw fit to take my wife and daughter in the plague last year. Why do you think I'm doing a woman's work and plucking the damned chicken? Be off with you." Von Schwerin eased aside his cloak enough to show his sword hilt and the knife in his belt. The black cross surcoat loomed ominously. The landlord had a decision to make. The gesture impressed on him that this was a holy warrior asking, who would slit his throat without a moment's hesitation. He wanted to eat his chicken that night. He recounted what he had told Henry. Von Schwerin turned away, striding rapidly to the Lady Cateline's quarters. This might be the contact from the Welshman he had hoped for. To ask for Blackstone by name meant someone had been sent into the city to seek him out. Lady Cateline's son might have more information, and it was possible he had run to his mother, but the German knight knew he would not reach the house before curfew, and it was doubtful even he could defeat a determined gang of 10 or more if they attacked him. He would go as far as he could, and then find a church to wait in. Once the night eased into the early hours of the morning, the danger on the streets would filter away. It was a good time to pray and offer thanks for what might be a chance to track down Griffith ap Madoc. The night's heat clawed into the skin and inflamed passions. In overcrowded buildings, short-tempered fights broke out between men and their wives. Wolfram von Plauen felt the heat suck the life out of him. For the past few days, the only coolness came from Lady Catiline. He had watched the overtures from the rich merchants. He knew the day would come when someone would ask for her hand. She had touched something more in him than the fear of the devil, unlocking an overwhelming tenderness he never knew existed. It was destroying him. And now he was facing her final rejection. Nothing in any battle had brought him to his knees, as had these feelings. A turbulence more violent than the crashing cross-currents of the River Rhone that only 3 years before had surged and torn down part of the city walls. For months von Plauen had been her shadow, and now his protection was no longer required. She was releasing him from his pledge. It crushed him. He begged, implored, and debased himself, expressing his love, promising her his life, vowing to keep her. But she had no need of him. She had recently been granted legal rights to her domain, and that had brought a proposal of marriage from a wealthy merchant. Her status was assured, as was the well-being of her children. She gazed at him. Pity swept over her. She was not cold-hearted, and tried to calm his distress, understanding the man's wounded pride. Thunder rumbled as the pressure built in the night sky. A great storm was gathering. Tears stung his eyes as he trembled. She backed away from him. He reached for her, murmuring his impassioned pleas, embracing her too tightly. She struggled. His hand held her face as he forced his lips on hers. She squirmed, struck him. Blood seeped, not from his split lip, but from somewhere behind his eyes. It flooded his thoughts, blinding him. He did not remember striking her. He remembered a startled scream and then silence. The roof shook from a thunderclap, which snapped him back to his violent act. She lay sprawled on the floor. The window shutters rattled, banging repeatedly. Rain splattered into the room as the rolling storm struck. He knew she was dead. The neck he had pressed his lips to, a place he breathed her perfume, was twisted. Her eyes stared at him. A sound startled him. The servant, Melita, stood in the doorway in her nightdress, clutching Cateline's daughter, who was terrified by the storm. Melita gazed at her dead mistress. Von Plauen stepped towards her, not in anger, but wishing, in that desperate moment, to explain. Before he could find the words, she turned and ran down the corridor. He went after her, and as she turned for the stairs, he heard her scream. From the landing, he saw the 2 crumpled bodies at the bottom of the stone-hard chestnut stairs. Von Plauen took the steps 3 at a time and bent to find a heartbeat, but Melita's broken skull and the crushed child beneath her told him both were dead. He stumbled to the door that had been blown open. Somewhere through the noise of the heavy rain and the insistent thunder, he heard a lone church bell calling him to prayer. He stepped into the storm. Chapter 68.
Henry found Lady Cateline's son at Torellini's house. Jocard had run, confused and frightened, not knowing what to do. Once there, he confessed that it was he who had revealed Henry's name by pretending to be him when he fought an older bully a couple of weeks before, and compounded the lie by threatening to send his father, Thomas Blackstone, to confront the aggressive student. Somehow that slip of the tongue had found its way into the hands of those who sought a reward for such information. Father Torellini confined the two boys to his house. He questioned Jocard relentlessly until tears spilled down the boy's face, swearing he had told no one except his mother what he had done. That was the link that Torellini sought. Now he would reach into the heart of Avignon's society. Further investigation among Lady Cateline's circle of pampered women acquaintances would reveal which of them would benefit from knowing Henry Blackstone's real identity. His inquiries had already discovered that a Lady de Sagard was in the city. The name was familiar to him, but he could not recall a link between the woman and Thomas Blackstone. If the connection was something to do with Blackstone's past, then, like him, she might be gathering information in this city of whispers. The servants took the boys to the guest bedrooms. It was unlikely that an enemy would dare to attack the Bardi mansion, but until he learnt more, Torellini would increase the guards on the house. The storm thundered as his staff ran from window to window, locking the shutters, and Torellini watched the dancing rain leap from the marble-paved courtyard. No matter how hard the summer rains scourged the city, it would never wash away its intrigue and violence. Gunther von Schwerin spent the hours in an empty chapel, drawing its dim light and stillness to him, until the storm gave him the cover he needed to make his way to Lady Cateline's house. He was impervious to the soaking rain, and relished the relief from the oppressive heat. He was soaked when he reached the house, and when he stepped into the open entrance, he immediately saw the servant and child. He checked their still warm bodies, drew his knife, and ran up the stairs. At the top of the first step, he saw the servant's shoe, and the raised threshold between stair and landing. The wooden slat had lifted, tripping the servant, plummeting her and the child to their deaths. The bedroom door was open, revealing Lady Cateline's sprawled body. Someone had broken her neck. Von Plaun's cloak, surcoat, and weapons were on a chair. The scene confirmed his suspicion that the months confined in Avignon had corrupted his devout friend and comrade. Gathering up the weapons, he wrapped them in the cloak, quickly checked the other rooms, and, seeing there was no sign of her son, made his way back into the swirling rain. Water gushed down the gutters, ridding the city of its detritus, as the pounding rain also kept the citizens off the streets. Von Schwerin pulled up his hood and stood looking around the nearby buildings. His comrade had run, but to where? A crackle of lightning illuminated the tower of a small suburban church. From murder to penitence was only a few hundred yards. The heavy wooden door was ajar. The Teutonic knight pressed his shoulder against it and slipped into the darkness. He waited, listening in the silence that surrounded him, now that the beating rain was kept at bay. A lone candle burned near the altar, and as the shuddering light from a crash of lightning reached through the high window, he saw von Plaun's kneeling figure. His shirt was plastered to his skin halfway down his back. The upper part and shoulders streamed with blood from a self-inflicted whipping. A knotted rope lay at his side. Gunther walked quietly behind his tormented friend. "Wolfram," he called gently. There was no reply. The man was deep in prayer and despair. He stepped around him so that the candlelight illuminated his comrade's tear-filled face. Mucus trickled from his nose into his beard above tightly clasped hands pressed into his chest. Von Schwerin reached out and covered the clenched fists with his own. Von Plaun's lips stopped reciting the prayer of contrition. His eyes opened as if awakening from a deep sleep. He recognized von Schwerin and bowed his head in shame. "Leave me, Gunther. I am lost. I am beyond saving now." Realization struck him. "You have been to her house?" Von Schwerin nodded. "It was an accident. I had no intent to kill her. I struck out blindly. God forgive me, but I loved her. You can never know what that does to you." "We are brothers in arms, Wolfram. The order binds us. I understand, love." Von Plaun wiped a hand across his face and shook his head. "No, my friend. The power of what I felt did nothing but destroy. I did not kill the servant and child." "I saw what happened. She tripped," said von Schwerin. The once devoted Teutonic knight
still seemed dazed at the turn of events. "What must I do?" Gunther studied the man with whom he had served from when they first knelt before the Grand Master in their youth and swore their act of obedience. His heart ached for the downfall of a great knight and champion. "You have to leave the city. You have money in your purse? Enough to buy food?" Wolfram's hand instinctively touched his belt. "Enough. Then we must get you to the stables before the dawn breaks." He extended his hand, and the defeated man allowed his comrade to pull him to his feet. Von Schwerin tugged the rain and blood-soaked shirt over the lacerations. Wolfram made no complaint as the rough shirt snagged his wounds, and then his friend eased his cloak over him. "I'll keep your sword and knife until we get there." Von Plauen nodded, and then heaved a great sigh. "Gunther," he whispered, "I have betrayed the Brotherhood. I have shamed it forever." His friend put his arm around the man's waist and guided him towards the door. "We will think of a way to obscure what has been done," he said. Once back in the streets, von Schwerin guided his friend towards the city walls, where the narrow alleys entwined into a labyrinth. "I should join the brigands. That is all I can do now," said von Plauen. "Then your guilt will be obvious," said von Schwerin. "They will find the bodies at dawn, and they will search for you. You will not get through the gates unless you leave now. They will seize you, Wolfram, and they will hold you for murder." The stark truth penetrated von Plauen's mind. He stared at his friend as if hearing him for the first time. There could be no escape. "You will not be beheaded like a common criminal. They will sew you into a sack and throw you in the river. Then there is no redemption, and the shame will stain the Order forever." "Not if it is thought that a gang invaded her house and that you gave chase. Then your honor is restored, and the Order unblemished." "Gave chase beyond the walls," said von Plauen. He studied his friend. "An act of cowardice and untruth." His panic calmed. "I cannot, and we both know it." They stopped, the rain soaking their beards, von Schwerin's tears mingling with the droplets. His friend understood. "I gave chase, and I was robbed and killed when I found them." The two men stood silently. Von Plauen pulled on his surcoat, and then tugged free the purse from his belt and pressed it into von Schwerin's hand. He cupped his friend's face and kissed each cheek. "Find Blackstone. He will lead you to the Welshman. I thank God for our friendship." "I too, dear friend," said Gunther von Schwerin, and plunged his knife into his comrade's heart. Chapter 69. The rain eased in Avignon, the glistening sheen of the pavements and cobbled streets reflecting a new day and the illusion that the storm had swept the city of its sins. Torellini sent a servant to Jocard's mother's house to assure her that her son was safe. The news of her death on the servant's return shocked the household. Giving the servants strict instructions not to discuss the tragedy, he drew Henry to one side and shared the news. What concerned Torellini was the cause of the 3 deaths in Lady Cateline's house. Had the assassin thought Jocard to be Henry Blackstone and at some point followed him to Lady Cateline's lodgings? It was unclear what had occurred. The Teutonic knight von Plauen had been found dead in the streets. It appeared he had pursued the attackers and met his own death. His purse and weapons were missing. Was that a robbery committed by Alperuches, which had turned to murder? That would be the more acceptable explanation. A gang on the rampage. Such scum were known to invade houses, if there were fewer people on the streets to assault at night. If that were not the case, it meant assassins were still at large, perhaps aware that they had still not found Thomas Blackstone's son. Father Torellini decided to seek out the woman he suspected of having the connection to Blackstone. He would contact the Marshal of the Court. He was highly placed and the most corrupt of officials, and he would know about the socializing the noblewomen undertook. "You and the young Jocard are to stay here in the safety of the Bady house,"
he instructed Henry. "The servants will not mention the death of his mother and sister on pain of dismissal, but a slip of the tongue or an overheard whisper cannot always be avoided. I shall tell the boy before I leave, but, His words drifted away. His hesitation was easy to understand. "I'll tell him," said Henry. "I am grateful," Torellini told him, relieved. "Remember, do not leave here under any circumstances. I do not know who has been alerted by your name being mentioned." He left the house, accompanied by 2 servants, strong men who would cut a swathe through the crowded streets. Henry took Jocard to his room. "We need to talk," he told the boy. Lady Cateline's son hunched his shoulders as he sat on the edge of the bed. "If I am to be chastened for what I did, I understand. I am sorry, Henry. I tried to keep whoever was asking about you away from our meeting place." "I know that. This is about something else." Jocard raised his head, uncertain. "I have known the pain of losing my mother and my baby sister," said Henry. "They are wounds that never heal." "I don't understand. Mother and Jihan are close by." He suddenly looked startled. "Are you sending me away from here? Is that my punishment? Henry, I beg you, do not. I will make amends to you, I swear." Henry knew the stark reality of what had happened the previous night was best dealt with the way barber surgeons cauterized a wound. The pain was sharp, but the injury healed more quickly. "Someone went into the house last night. Your mother was attacked and killed, and her servant died with your sister," he said gently. Jocard's mouth opened and closed, a look of wild disbelief in his eyes. His lips trembled until he could no longer hold back the tears. He fell weeping to his knees, hands covering his face. Henry let him sink into his agony until he was exhausted. When Jocard slumped back on his haunches, Henry soaked a cloth and bathed the boy's face. "It's all right, Jocard. Let the pain take you. It will strip you of your grief soon enough. The tear in your heart will burn for years to come, but you will live with it and accept what has happened." He brushed his hand through the boy's hair, lifting it from his forehead. "From this moment on, you will grow stronger." Jocard looked blankly at the older boy. "Were they looking for you? Did they think I was you? Did they die because of what I said?" "No. Father Torellini thinks a gang attacked the house, and that von Plan went after them, but they killed him as well." He helped the boy to his feet. "It was nothing to do with you," he said. He knew where the truth lay, but was unwilling to add guilt to the lad's grief. Jocard began to fasten his tunic. "I must go to them, Henry." "No, you can't. We must be careful." Jocard looked up, his trembling fingers struggling with the buttons. Henry reached forward and did them up for him. "If we must be careful," said Jocard, "then it might have something to do with them thinking I am you. A man was looking for you, so—" He blinked, his thoughts attempting to unravel what might have happened. "So there could be a connection." "Perhaps," Henry admitted. "I must still go to her. My mother's locket, it was all she had from my father. Gravediggers will strip her body of her jewelry." He tried to push past Henry, but he gripped Jocard's arm. "You will stay here. You will be master of your mother's estates now. You must embrace that responsibility. Father Torellini will help you, and my father will extend his protection until you are of age. Do you understand?" Jocard nodded and sat down again. "Forgive me, Henry. I have brought a great threat to your life." He smiled bravely. "I will do as you say. Do you think the servants would give me some wine?" "Of course. I'll get it." He went to the door and looked back. "We must wait until Father Torellini returns, and he will arrange an escort for you. I'll come with you. We'll go together." Henry instructed the servants to take 2 beakers of wine and some bread to his room. He led the servant upstairs, but when he opened the door, the window was open and the boy was gone. Henry ran and looked to the street below. A drain pipe descended close enough for a lithe boy to clamber down. Henry turned and ran down the stairs, pushing past the house staff and out through the small rear gate he had entered hours before. Jocard couldn't be more than a few minutes away, and heading for his mother's house. Henry barged people aside, earning curses, feet skidding on the slippery wet cobbles and pavements as he pounded through the streets. Where was he? There was no sign ahead of anyone being jostled aside. He skirted down a less choked side alley, knowing it would loop around to Lady Cateline's house. The city walls loomed close by, the stench of urine telling him he was where beggars and thieves congregated at night. Now, though, there was only the sound of shouts of alarm.
2 women appeared, followed by a handful of men running in panic. At first he thought the men were chasing the women, but then saw that others were also running towards him, away from a commotion at the next corner. Screams echoed around him. He saw a hooded figure bent double, swinging his arm back and forth, blood spilling from a ragged body as loose and lifeless as a child's rag doll. The assassin had found the boy he thought to be Blackstone's son. Henry bellowed, a raw, animal sound. The killer turned. A pock-marked face snarled at him, a face without fear. It was a man he had never seen before. A killer who could be lost in a crowd. Henry slowed. The assassin braced himself, the bloodied knife in his hand wet with slime. Henry was in a daze, uncertain what was happening, and then realized he had drawn his own knife. He faced the crouching man. He knew it was already too late to save Jocard. He felt the surge of violence rise in him. His eyes blurred. His hand trembled with rage and fear. Then it calmed. He entered the world his father had spoken of, and gathered its power. Striding forward, he feinted. The killer tried to stop a strike that had already curved away, and slashed his free arm. Shock creased his face. Henry sidestepped and parried the man's rapid response. His blade cut low, its tip catching Henry's thigh. A flesh wound that threatened to slow him down, but the stinging pain had no effect on his attack. The man was thrown off balance and raised his wounded arm to halt the blade that jabbed at his throat. But Henry grabbed his wrist and yanked the arm down. It pulled the killer onto his toes. Henry rammed his knife up below the man's sternum. He was close enough to smell the stench of the man's breath as he exhaled. Henry clasped him close. "I am Henry Blackstone," he spat. The man's eyes widened. He choked, but had the dying strength to ram his knife into the back of Henry's shoulder. The pain shot through him, forcing him to drop the man's weight. Henry staggered back against the wall, his strength slipping away. Using the wall for support, he tried to reach Jocard's savaged body, but his legs no longer supported him. He slid down the wall and settled into pools of blood. He thought of his father and the inheritance that was now his. Chapter 70. Sir John Chandos escorted Blackstone to the prince's dressing-room. He dismissed the various servants. There was no sign of Joan, the Princess of Wales. Edward was dressed for the impending ceremony. He wore long robes, his circular cloak held at the shoulder with 4 large jewelled buttons. His fair hair was trimmed to below his neck, and Blackstone was as impressed as any onlooker at his striking figure. "Our barber says my beard better suits my face this way. What do you think, Thomas?" Blackstone had expected admonishment, not to be asked to give an opinion on the finer points of the prince's looks. They had denied him an audience until Edward was settled in his quarters and the dignitaries had paid their respects before the planned reception. Blackstone had to bend on one knee, his recent injury tugging at the muscles. He gazed up at the imperious man, whose life had been so intricately woven with his own. The long, fair beard was shaped below the chin into a point. The comparison between the 2 men could not be more stark. Both were of similar height and age, but Blackstone's battle-worn clothes, despite the best attempts of the washerwoman, made him look like a pauper compared to Edward's grandeur. "The beard is fine, Highness," said Blackstone. "Get to your feet, Thomas. The ability to flatter still escapes you." "You have enough people around you to do that, my prince." Edward fussed the cuffs on his gown. "And we have you as our tormentor." Blackstone remained silent. "We ordered you to Bordeaux, and you disobeyed us." "My men were recovering from their wounds. The Count of Foix gave us time to heal. Beyond that, there was no time to reach you. I wanted to ensure that Bergerac was secure for your arrival." "And they tell us you too were injured." "I am recovered." The prince glanced at Chandos. "Are they ready below?" "Yes, Highness." "Then we will discuss the matter further after the ceremony, Thomas." "I gave Sir John information, my lord. There is an assassin on the loose. You cannot walk the streets without an escort." "Cannot?" Blackstone ignored the reprimand. "We do not know who the assassins are. All manner of men crammed the city.
Sir John has lined the streets with our escort. He has everything under control. We suggest you confine your own men to their quarters, should their roughly dressed demeanour lead them to be mistaken for brigands." The prince stepped towards the door, but Blackstone had the temerity to move in his way. John Chandos came forward quickly, but the prince raised a hand. "There are rival factions from Brittany down in that hall," Blackstone insisted. "Their hatred for us will not be eased by the truce. Who knows how many routiers are out there in the streets? A Breton lord bends the knee and strikes with a knife, and the city burns, your wife is a widow, and the king lays waste to France. Caution, I beg you. Let me stand close to you." The prince's eyes blazed with anger, but he refrained from castigating his father's master of war. Blackstone always had more leeway than most. The Scar-faced knight's defiance had often delivered victory and had once saved his life. He relented. "I take the Dauphin's warning seriously. He sent word to you. Even your most bitter enemy trusted you to protect us, although no messenger survived the journey to us at Bordeaux. Very well. Stand in the wings. Put yourself among the Bretons. Move through the crowds as you wish. Do not disrupt the proceedings." Blackstone lowered his head and stepped aside. Chandos scowled at him as he opened the door. The retinue of courtiers bowed as the prince made his way briskly down the passage to where his wife stood. She looked even more alluring than her reputation. Her tight-fitting dress and low-cut neckline trimmed with silk and ermine was daring. Precious stones and pearls laced into her hair sparkled and glowed. The staid wives of feudal lords could not hope to follow her fashionable trend, and any woman other than the sensuous princess would not have the style and charm to carry it off. Blackstone waited as the finely dressed entourage descended to the lower landings, and then through the doors that would lead to the ornate rooms where the prince and princess would receive the lords and dignitaries. He looked to one side where Gilbert leaned against the balustrade, watching the procession snake away. "Are we still free men?" "He thinks he's safe." Gilbert pulled a face. "Not with his wife dressed like a routier's whore," he said quietly. "God's tears, Gilbert. Keep those thoughts to yourself. Secure the entrance and the side passages. Chandos has enough men on the street. We'll guard the hallways down there and make sure there's no one in the shadows. If I was going to kill him, I wouldn't do it out there. The confines of a building give him nowhere to run." "Bayard arrived 2 hours ago with 10 Gascon men-at-arms. I had them fed and put them at the entrance in the street. It was the Gascon lords who wanted the prince in Aquitaine, so their presence bearing Jean de Grailly's blazon made sense." Blackstone and Gilbert went down the stairs and past the guard on the first landing's door. Beyond that, the stairs descended to the main entrance hall. A familiar face smiled up at them. "Sir Thomas," said William Ashford. Blackstone welcomed the king's sergeant-at-arms. "William, we missed you at Larnac." "And that was my misfortune. My men and I wished nothing more than to stand at your side, but they summoned us to the prince instead. My men are under Sir John's command." "Did you see my son before you left Avignon?" "Yes. By all accounts his studies go well." It was small comfort. William Ashford had left Avignon weeks ago, and anything could have happened since then. "We'll talk later, William. Keep your men alert. There's a threat against the prince." "He knows about this?" "He does, but he will change nothing. He leaves for Périgord tomorrow, and there can be no delay." "All well and good," said Ashford. "But if they carry out the threat, then we'll have a war on our hands." He nodded and turned to rejoin his men. Blackstone and Gilbert made their way to the hall where the prince and princess would be received. The room was full. Men and women jostled for a look at the legendary prince, but perhaps, too, the opportunity to see the renowned beauty of the fair maid of Kent, whose reputation was as scandalous as her husband's taste in luxury. The room stank of sweat from depressed bodies. Open windows above, where the royal couple were seated, afforded some air on one side of the room. On the other side, an enclosed balcony allowed those not important enough to be invited into the great hall to view the proceedings. "We'll circle the room. You go left, I'll go right. Chandos has a cordon of men around the prince. See what's being said. If there are whispers of trouble, we get them out of the room." They separated. Speeches were being made. The mayor of Bergerac's voice urged the gathering lords and dignitaries to bless the day that the prince now ruled Aquitaine. The praise went on long enough for Blackstone to circle half the room, stopping
and listening to the muted comments by those who no longer had any choice but to swear fealty. A knot of Breton lords stood together, men who had fought for Charles de Blois against the English favourite de Montfort. Their faces were sour with bitterness that a truce had been declared between the warring parties for the succession of Brittany. That they had been summoned to attend and put their seals to the document was to them little more than public humiliation. The men craned their necks over the crowd to see the prince and princess, as Blackstone eased behind them. One of the lords, Jean de Beaumanoir, led the faction of Charles de Blois, and a man at his side was whispering loud enough for Blackstone to overhear. "So, Jean, now we have seen the princess, will you dress your wife differently, and have her cast aside those drab clothes of hers?" De Beaumanoir grimaced, and Blackstone thought if the room had not been so crowded, he would have spat in disgust. The Breton turned his face to his friend so his words could not be heard too clearly by those straining to listen to the mayor's droning speech. "The prince shows no embarrassment at his wife's shameful display. Is the court of Aquitaine to take on the appearance of a brothel? My wife is an honest woman. Dignity and self-respect would allow none of our wives to dress so scandalously." Blackstone stepped to his shoulder. "Take care, my lord," he said quietly. "There is a pledge to be signed. Insulting the princess might cause the ink to take longer to dry." Jean de Beaumanoir and his fellow Breton lords glared at the tall man who intruded on their group, but the faded blazon on his chest identified him and forced them to restrain any desire to argue. "I see what I see," de Beaumanoir muttered. "Then let such observations remain unspoken," said Blackstone. He moved away through the crowd, satisfied the disgruntled Bretons posed no threat. He rejoined Gilbert at the door. "I heard nothing more than a desire to be part of the new court," said Gilbert. "If there is any killing to be done, it's between those courtiers wanting the prince's favour. And let's be thankful we face a more honest enemy when we fight." Blackstone pushed open the doors into the entrance and the steps that led down into the street. Crowds thronged in the sunlight. Jean de Grailly's blazon caught Blackstone's eye. "Bayard!" he called to his Gascon captain, who stood vigilantly, with his 10 men-at-arms on the steps leading into the building. Bayard smiled when he saw Blackstone and stepped quickly to him. "Have we ever seen such a day? It does the people good to have a royal prince and his wife visit. I am pleased to see you are recovered." "It took time, but we are all well. I thought Lord de Grailly would have sent you north with the King of Navarre. That man will never learn his lesson. The French will defeat him again. It's good to have you back with us." "It is indeed, Sir Thomas. Lord de Grailly extends his good wishes to you. I and my men's return is a gesture of his friendship." "I hope he doesn't get caught up with the political ambitions of Navarre. Did the Welshman make amends with him?" "Ap Madog? He wasn't there." "He went to make his peace with your master," said Blackstone. "He was never there. I saw him less than an hour ago." Bayard turned and pointed to one of the side streets. "Down there with some of his men. I thought you had him guarding the side streets." The Welshman's lie betrayed him. He had asked Blackstone to get him close to the prince. Now Blackstone knew the assassin's identity. Chapter 71. The stifling heat cooled as Blackstone and the others entered the broad corridor. The smooth limestone slabs beneath their feet bore witness to the centuries of men and women passing this way to attend great occasions in the palatial hall, a fitting place for a prince to receive oaths of fealty. The corridor's arched roof channeled whispers and muted silken rustling across the stone as distant voices paid homage. Passageways went left and right, swallowed by darkness. There were too many to search, but without knowing if they led back to where the prince would leave the great hall, Blackstone had to try. He gestured to 3 of them. "John, there. Moulin, take that one. Bayard the other. Gilbert with me." "Sir Thomas, an assassin would strike where the prince is least guarded," said John Jacob. "His entourage will take the main stairs to his rooms. That's where his courtiers will leave him. When I served the king as his sergeant-at-arms at Windsor, his bodyguard stood at the end of the corridor that led to his chamber. He demanded privacy with the Queen. Would the prince not do the same with his lady?" "We would catch the killer like a rat in a trap. A narrow corridor serves no purpose for an assassin. He can kill, but he cannot escape," said Gilbert. Blackstone nodded. "Grufford ap Madog will not act alone. They would make more than one attempt in case the first failed.
There are guards on every floor. Who would get past them without the alarm being raised?
Unless the killer was already in the prince's chamber, said John Jacob.
John, search the passage. Gilbert, guard this route from the great hall. I'll go up. Blackstone ran for the stairs. Gilbert ordered the men into position. Blackstone's footsteps receded into the heights of the palace. He took the stairs 2 at a time. He reached the vaulted veranda on the next floor and saw the first of the prince's guards at the studded oak door that led to the main rooms and staircase beyond.
Has anyone passed this way? Any servant? Any man-at-arms?
None, Sir Thomas, said the sentry. Blackstone looked down into the floor below. Some of the local merchants gathered at the balcony window that opened onto the ceremony. They were jostling to hear what was being said in the great hall as the civic dignitaries finished proclaiming the prince's letters of commission, followed by the regional lords, and eventually the bishop confirming their oath of loyalty. There were too many gathered at the lower windows.
Where is the next sentry?
A floor above, and another on the other side of this door, the man answered. Blackstone studied the throng of people below him. It would not be impossible for a crossbow to be used through the open window.
Get below and clear the area. There are too many people there. Close the windows, guard the entrance. No one is to enter.
The soldier didn't hesitate and ran for the stairs. A bronze lion's head door handle, the size of a dinner plate, glared at Blackstone. He turned the iron ring clamped in its jaws and heard the latch lift. As he pulled the door open, the man-at-arms on the other side spun around, his sword already half drawn. He stayed his hand when he saw who it was. Blackstone took in the broad half-landing. The staircase was lit by glass lanterns. The balustraded steps dog-legged down to where another man stood guard in the flickering light.
Has anyone come up those stairs and gone up to the prince's rooms?
He asked the guard at the door.
Only a girl with fresh bed linen.
No one else? No manservant or anyone from the prince's entourage?
No, Sir Thomas.
And there is no other way to his rooms? No servant staircase?
None.
The guard commander checked. Anyone who needs to reach the prince's floor must pass by on this staircase. Were his quarters checked after he went down to the ceremony? Could anyone have stayed behind? A puzzled look crossed the man's face.
One of his courtiers or attendants, you mean?
I don't know.
Maybe a house servant.
Bolt the door. No one enters from the outside. Blackstone was already striding to the next flight of stairs when he heard the thud of the latch being driven home. On the top floor, 3 rooms led off from the broad landing. Of the 3 doors, 2 were on opposite sides, while the third, the prince and princess's quarters, was at the end of a corridor 20 paces long. Blackstone checked each of the rooms on the landing. They were not furnished for a nobleman, but were comfortable and clean, kept for those in high office who accompanied the prince. A woven carpet covered much of the planked floor. There was a soft mattress on a bed base and a wash-bowl stand and a jug in the corner. The window opened onto the street 3 floors below. Satisfied that no one could scale the heights and gain entry, he strode quickly towards the prince's rooms. As he pushed open the door, a startled servant girl jerked upright from fussing with the bed. She bent her knee in deference, but Blackstone ignored her as he checked the room. These quarters were more sumptuous than the others. Tapestries hung on the walls, and richly coloured silk cloths adorned the dark wood-carved furniture. Blackstone checked the 2 similarly well-furnished anterooms where the prince and princess would be attended to. He pulled back the curtain covering the garderobe. There was no threat in the room, and no access other than what the sentries had explained. Blackstone studied the room. The maidservant stood unmoving, frozen in the presence of the tall, scar-faced knight. She trembled. Blackstone saw nothing unusual in the room, and had turned to leave, when the sunlight streaming through the window onto the bolstered bed caught his eye. The slanting rays showed barely noticeable damp spots on the 2 pillows. He hovered his hand across them, touched his palm onto the feather-filled covers, and raised his hand to his nose. There was no smell. He glared at the servant, who bowed her head and stepped towards the door. Her hands were sweating, and she dropped a small glass bottle. As it clattered to the floor, she ran. Blackstone snatched at her, caught her wrist, but what had been a demure servant girl was now a snarling wild cat, whose free hand slashed at Blackstone with a short-bladed dagger. As he parried the blow, he saw that her hands were soft and unblemished. She was no servant. He cuffed her behind her head with the flat of his hand. It knocked the fight out of her.
"Poison?"
Blackstone said, easily forcing the knife from her hand. "Leave me, leave me," she spat. Blackstone twisted her arms. Pain creased her face. Tears filled her eyes.
She gulped air like a drowning woman. "Who are you?"
"Kill me, or let me go, I beg you. Do not give me over to torture."
Her cowl fell free, loosening fair hair. Blackstone eased his grip on her wrists. She had succumbed quickly to fear and spent what violence she had. "You sprinkled poison on the pillows. Why kill the prince? Who paid you?" She shook her head and slumped further onto the floor. Blackstone released his grip. There was no escape for her. She wiped an arm across her face to clean her tears.
"I beg you, do not let them put hot irons on me,"
she said, raising her face to him. "You tried to kill a prince of the realm. That cannot save you. Answer my questions, and I will ask they give you a quick death."
"Garroted in the main square, tied to a stake. Or beheaded."
She shook her head.
"I don't have the courage to face that."
Blackstone went down on one knee and gently lifted her chin. "Listen to me, child. Whoever paid you to do this threw your life away the moment they pressed gold into your hand," he said tenderly. "You are no servant. Your hands are soft. Are you the daughter of a gentlewoman who has fallen on hard times?" She pushed back the hair that had fallen across her face. She couldn't have been much older than his son.
"I did not do this for payment. My family are your sworn enemies. We vowed to seek revenge against you and the English prince, who honors you."
Blackstone had never seen the girl before. Even so, there were many families who would wish Blackstone dead. "Then why not kill me?" Her face became a picture of calm innocence, what he imagined an unsullied angel might look like.
"You must live, so you may suffer."
"You make no sense, girl."
"I was in Paris when you invaded my father's castle and killed him. My mother swore she would see you suffer and dishonored. You cast her and my young brother and sister into poverty. My sister died in the plague, and were it not for the kindness of my uncle, I would have had to serve a nobleman as little more than a servant. I would have been shamed. My brother was raised by my uncle and died with him when you attacked him." She smiled again. "You cannot protect your prince. He will die. I have failed, but the others will not." Blackstone realized it was not the look of an angel, but of someone possessed with an unswerving desire to cause him harm. "Where does the Welshman intend to strike?" he demanded. She shook her head. "If my poison did not kill the prince, then a blade will. Remember who it is who brings you down. Let your heart ache forever to know we dishonored you, because you did not protect your prince, and we revenged ourselves with the death of your son."
Blackstone wrenched her to her feet. "Who are you?"
"Sir Rolf de Sagar was my father. Lord Mile Babignon de Pontivy was my uncle."
The girl sprawled as Blackstone threw her back down. The family who had helped the savage priest flay alive Blackstone's friend, the friend he had killed in mercy. The sneering creature in the shadows of a man's mind was fate, ever present, waiting for the moment to bring retribution for Blackstone having killed the girl's father, and this was only one attempt on the prince's life, in case a more direct assault failed. Blackstone grabbed her. "Where will the assassin strike?" Blackstone had not seen her retrieve the small bottle from the floor. She threw back her head and tipped it to her lips. She choked, and then shuddered. Her eyes rolled back. She fell as gently as a silk scarf being dropped to the floor. The cathedral bells rang out. Others joined in from across the city, a joyous celebration of the English prince being honoured. Blackstone knew it could also herald the prince's death. Chapter 72. Blackstone hurtled down the stairs. His leg protested, but he ignored its demand for him to slow down. If the Welshman was going to strike, it would be when everyone was celebrating, when all eyes would be turned to the prince. Cheering crowds would flatter a prince's vanity, erasing any thoughts of danger. The prince's sense of occasion, the grandeur that was a reflection of the English crown, was a deliberate show to lift the spirits of the populace plagued so long by war and pestilence. 100 paces. Slow moving. His entourage behind him. Soldiers either side, keeping back the throng. Soldiers who would stop at the entrance and block the cheering crowds from entering. The assassins would not make an attempt on his life in the street when he left the great hall and turned to walk the short route towards the palace entrance. The risk of failure was too great, but once inside, it would be only the prince and his bride and the courtiers. Sir John Chandos would follow a respectful 10 paces behind the prince. That's where they would try to kill him, in the confines of the entrance hall, before he reached the stairs.
Blackstone heard voices and laughter rise from below. Now the formalities were over, the joyous occasion had raised everyone's spirits. Blackstone made the final turn and saw the prince step into view. If an attack was imminent, it was time to gamble. If his instincts were wrong, they would laugh him out of court. Blackstone trusted his instincts. "To arms!" Blackstone bellowed. His sudden cry and appearance, pounding down the stairs, wolf sword in hand, momentarily stunned the prince. Alarmed at the fleeting thought it was Blackstone trying to kill him, the prince shielded the princess. Blackstone gestured him away from the stairs. "Get back!" By the time his words echoed across the stone walls, he was in front of the prince, putting himself between the royals and the men who loomed out of the depths of the building. Men's voices roared as a sudden and furious clash of steel spilled from the side passages into the hallway. 3 men lunged from the shadows towards Blackstone, big men, wielding falchions and swords. Blackstone rushed at them as Gilman and the captains blocked more attacks from the side passages. The entourage scattered, crouching against the walls as Chandos and his armed escort of 4 men threw themselves to support Blackstone, who killed the first assassin and blocked another. A knife slashed his left arm. He ignored it. Blackstone turned, saw the bloodletting behind him as some of the entourage were struck down. He ignored the blurred image of half-lit death in the shadows. "Get them out!" Chandos bellowed as Blackstone killed another assailant. Blackstone seized the prince's arm. "With me!" Blackstone commanded the heir to the English throne. Prince Edward made no complaint. He grabbed his wife's arm and pulled her up the stairs behind Blackstone. The study door swung open at his hammering. The wide-eyed sentry jumped back, already armed, alerted by the commotion below. "Guard the stairs," said Blackstone. "Go!" He ordered the prince, who tugged his wife with him. Too late. Cries of alarm echoed up from the floor below as the guard there was killed. Footfalls pounded upwards. "Come on!" Blackstone ordered the sentry. They reached the top floor. The prince rushed towards his quarters. "No!" Blackstone yelled. "The bedding is poisoned! In here!" He shouldered open one of the other doors. The prince pushed his uncomplaining wife inside. "Block the door," Blackstone told him. Their eyes met. "Thomas, I am unarmed." Without a second thought, Blackstone pressed Wolf's sword into the prince's outstretched hand. "God save you, my lord," said Blackstone. The door slammed. He turned to face the attackers swarming up the stairs, a dozen or more men, sword blades slaked with blood. It was a well-sprung trap. The first assault below had forced the prince into the only escape route open to him, the staircase. The sentry killed the first 2 men as they struggled up the steep stairs. Blackstone seized a fallen sword. He and the man stood shoulder to shoulder, holding the high ground as the surging attackers crammed up the stairwell, hampering each other's strikes. The unnamed soldier fought well, but then sword thrust and grabbing hands yanked him down into the wolf pit. Blackstone stood alone, the dead at the top of the stairs, slowing the attack. He peered into the throng of men and saw the unmistakable burly figure of Grufford ap Maddock, silver mane and beard sluiced with sweat and stained with blood. A wild man, shouldering his men aside as he stormed up the staircase to engage with Blackstone. So it was true. Lady de Sagar had bought the Welshman off. Ap Maddock bellowed. "Thomas, give him up, and I'll spare you. In God's name I swear it." Blackstone rammed his blade into a man's stomach, and then booted the body free of its grip. He cut and thrust and parried, using his fist to beat the men forging through what was now a narrow gap as they stumbled over their fallen comrades. A slashing knife blade cut into his injured leg's thigh. He staggered momentarily, and then braced against the searing pain as he jabbed the sword into the snarling man's throat. Sweat stung his eyes. "God has disowned you!" he shouted over the grunting roars of the men determined to kill him and the prince. It was only a matter of time now before they overwhelmed him. He could hold them back for a short while longer. Their sheer numbers would push him back. Heartbeats pounded away the minutes of life that remained. And then that unfaithful bitch, Fate, blessed him with the kiss of life. The assault faltered as Moulon's strength forced open the door on the half-landing below, pushing aside the tide of men. Chandos and Gilman, with John Jacob and Bayard at their back, cut a swathe into the attackers with their men. Blackstone saw the look on Ap Maddock's face. The attack had failed, and he knew it. He raised his face to Blackstone, and baring his teeth with a grin, turned and escaped down the stairs. Chandos, Gilman, and John Jacob fought their way up to Blackstone. Moulon, Bayard, and the others made quick work of the surviving routiers. The men's splattered faces and jupons bore witness to the hard and bitter fight it had taken to reach Blackstone.
As Chandos reached the top step, John Jacob bent and hauled aside the bodies to give them free passage. "The prince?" said Chandos. "In there. Take care in his chamber. Poison was used on his bed. There's a dead girl." Chandos nodded and pushed past Blackstone. This was no time for more questions. "Bastards fought hard, Thomas." "They were determined," said Gilbert. "And here," Blackstone replied, binding his leg with a dead man's belt. "Aye, I see that. Who led these men?" "The Welshman." Gilbert scowled. "He's not among the dead," he said, glancing down the body-strewn stairs. "What next?" "He escaped. You and the others stay and guard the prince. Take nothing for granted now, Gilbert. We are in the heart of the Haw." Blackstone stepped over the dead and went as quickly as he could down the stairs. "No, Thomas, wait for us!" Gilbert called. Blackstone turned. "Gilbert, protect him. Do as Chandos commands," he smiled. "Do as I ask, my friend. I have to finish this." Chapter 73. Blackstone pursued Grufford up Maddock into the cellars. Wine barrels lay along one wall, racks of wine bottles on the other. Light seeped down a narrow stone staircase at the end of the room. It was the only way out. Gripping the sword hilt tighter, he stepped warily onto the narrow steps that curved up to the right, shifting the borrowed sword into his left hand. He edged around the corner. Light spilled down. Ap Maddock was running for his life, but there was no sign of him. Blackstone pressed his weight into his wounded leg, ignored its protest, and pushed up further into the room above. Pig, sheep, and game carcasses, skinned and cured, hung from hooks. A servant lay slumped against a wall in a pool of blood. What had been a tray of wine bottles lay shattered at his feet. An open arch revealed a kitchen, meat on a spit, signs of food being prepared on a vast table, steam rising from a cauldron. The servants had fled, no doubt terrified by the fleeing Welshman and the violent death of one of their own. An open, arched wooden door led into another passage, from where sounds of a busy city reached him. He turned into a narrow alley that led into the street. An overturned handcart, baskets of fruit and vegetables scattered, the carter thrown off balance on the sloping cobbled street. The lumbering Welshman was as strong as an ox, and had collided with him. There was still no sign of Ap Maddock as burghers stooped to help the man right his cart, while others gathered his wares and ran off with them. When he saw Blackstone, one of those helping the fallen man pointed towards a narrow alley across the street. Behind him, to the right, Blackstone saw soldiers blocking the main entrance to the palace. There was no time or need to warn them of the narrow entrance at the rear that gave access to the cellars. The attack had failed, and there would be no further attempt on the prince's life that day. Not when the assassin's leader had escaped. Blackstone ran hard, his injured leg throwing him into an awkward gait. The narrow street was blocked halfway down. Men and women cowered, pressing themselves back against the shopkeepers' stalls. A man lay sprawled, the back of his head caved in, his blood on the cobbles not yet congealed. A child cried uncontrollably, pressed close to the skirts of a woman in the crowd. The dead man wore a blacksmith's apron, and an iron bar lay close to his outstretched hand. Perhaps he had tried to stop Ap Maddock and paid the price. "There!" said a man, pointing at the sunken watercourse that ran under the city. The Canal du Caudau had been dug over 50 years to divert water from the river Caudau, north of the city. It powered watermills to grind wheat for the city's bakers and flowed beneath the streets, eventually to spill out into the broad expanse of the fast-flowing river Dordogne beyond the city. Blackstone clambered over the low stone wall to see the shallow water gushing into a tunnel. He glanced up at the sky, trying to gauge where he was in the city. The sun was behind his shoulder. The Dordogne was south of the walls. The canal offered the chance of escaping beneath the city walls, and if Ap Maddock reached the river, he would be gone on one of the many barges plying their trade. "The river?" Blackstone called. 500 paces, the man shouted, pointing behind him. 4 men, he warned. Blackstone slithered down into the water. Ap Maddock must have escaped with survivors from the attack. He crouched, peering into the gloomy tunnel. The reflected light from the water gave only so much illumination, along the curved walls and roof. He waded in, the knee-deep water pushing behind his legs. His free hand guided him along the walls, eyes adjusting to the near darkness. He edged around a corner into complete darkness. He paused, attempting to hear a man's laboured breathing or footfalls splashing through the water. There was only the echo of the gurgling stream.
Blackstone pressed ahead, and as he turned another corner, firelight flickered across the ceiling 20 paces ahead. The spluttering sound of water droplets hitting flames sizzled in the dank air. The light grew brighter. It came from a side passage. He increased his pace. If more routiers had escaped and found another route beneath the city, he wanted to kill them before they turned into the main tunnel. An arm extended forward, the burning torch guiding its bearer. Blackstone snatched the man's wrist. His blade angled low, ready to plunge beneath the man's armpit. The torchbearer cried out, terror widening mouth and eyes. Were it not for Blackstone's strength, he would have fallen back into the stream. Blackstone felt the old man's body tremble beneath his grip as he kept the torch raised. "Who are you?" said Blackstone. "Lord, don't hurt me, I beg you. I am the tunnel keeper. I am charged with keeping the water free of obstruction. I beg you," the man stuttered. Blackstone lowered his sword. "How far does this passage take me until I see light again?" "I have a torch burning in each chamber, where another passage joins this one." "No daylight?" "I thought the canal revealed itself to the streets above." It does, said the keeper, "but not here. Not until it runs into the river." "Darkness the whole way?" "Aye, Lord, the whole way, except for my torches. A man can get lost down here and drown. The nearer the river, the stronger the flow and depth. And there are no torches burning once you are past the final chamber, only darkness, and then the drop into the river." "Take me to the next chamber," said Blackstone. Shadows cast the man's face into a contorted grimace. He shook his head. "I am fearful, Lord, of what you seek." "Men who tried to kill the English prince." The man shuddered, crossing himself. "Assassins? They could wait in any of the side tunnels. We would never see them before they struck at us. Even the Almighty cannot see us down here." "Then ask his forgiveness for your blasphemy, and thank him I am here instead." Blackstone kept one hand on the nervous man's shoulder, pushing him ahead. Blackstone sweated in the fetid air, and his lungs laboured from the heat. He ignored the pain in his leg that demanded he stop and attend to it. He could not gauge how far they had travelled, but when the tunnel widened, the tunnel keeper hesitated, bracing against Blackstone's grip. With quickening breath he whispered, "Someone's ahead." His voice was barely audible over the splashing of the water, which had increased in strength, making Blackstone think they must be closer to one of the chambers, and soon after the plunge down to the river. "Where?" The man trembled as he nodded. "Forward." Although Blackstone could see no one, he trusted the keeper's instincts. He put his ear close to the man's mouth, ignoring the stench of someone working in sweating darkness day in, day out. "A passage to the right," the man whispered. Blackstone pushed him onward. The man's head shook from side to side in dread. "Keep moving," said Blackstone, eyes searching the hewn stone walls. And then the flickering light exposed a darker patch in the wall, not yet discernible as anything more than deeper shadow. 3 paces from the side passage was a narrow tunnel. Blackstone forced the man's arm forward, the torch now level with the side entrance. A shadow loomed, steel glinted. Blackstone hauled the tunnel keeper aside. The attacker's blade struck stone instead of flesh. The torchlight flickered behind Blackstone as the tunnel keeper turned and ran, splashing through the water. Blackstone rammed the sword at the half-turned man, but he twisted, parried the blow, and in the diminished light Blackstone did not see that in his free hand he held a sharp-pointed dagger. Blackstone felt it pierce his mail into his side. The barely healed old wound tore. Ignoring the raw pain, he grasped the man's wrist, keeping the blade in his side, smothering the man with his own body, stopping him from bringing his sword to bear. Blackstone head-butted him, felt and heard bone crack, cartilage and teeth break, forced the man to step back with a spluttered gasp. Blackstone released his wrist and rammed the sword into the man's stomach, and then kicked him down into the swirling water. The darkness had, by now, engulfed them, but Blackstone knew his attacker would have no fight left in him. He knelt on one knee in the water, grappled for the man's head, and hauled it above the surface, pressing his other knee into the man's stomach wound. "The Welshman, Grufford ap Madoc, where? Where is he? Ahead, or in a side tunnel?" He felt rather than saw the man shake his head. He was gasping for breath, fighting for the life that would soon desert him. "Where?" Blackstone asked again. "Ahead. Waiting. I tried to escape, but the tunnel was too narrow." Blackstone let the wounded man's head drop back into the water and pressed his weight onto his throat until his struggle ceased. He stepped over him,
felt the wound in his side, and knew that loss of blood and his injured leg would disadvantage him against the Welshman's strength. There were still 3 more men ahead waiting to kill him. He stumbled forward, confident they would not attack him in the darkness. It would serve no purpose. 3 men against 1 would get in each other's way, and might cause more injury to themselves and to him. He reasoned that if they were waiting to ambush him together, rather than 1 man at a time, then they would be in one of the far chambers, and would use the tunnel keeper's torches to attack him. That would give them enough room and light to overpower him. A distant glimmer of light on water forewarned him of the hidden chamber. Tumbling water reflected tongues of flame. The strength of the current behind his legs pushed him on. Beyond the chamber, the sound of cascading water echoed along the tunnel. Pressing himself against the wall, he edged forward. When he reached the chamber's mouth, he would have no choice but to step into plain sight and expose himself to immediate attack. The torchlight danced across the roof, showing the tunnel widened left and right. Straight ahead was darkness as the cave-like tunnel tumbled the water away towards the river. Where would the killers be, left or right? If he laid such a trap, he would have men on both sides to overwhelm him, 2 on one side, the 3rd on the other. The curving wall led into the chamber. Men wielding swords with their right hand would want room to throw their arms back and strike. The chamber wall to the left would restrict their movement. It was clear to him that they would attack from the right-hand side of the chamber. He tightened his grip on the inferior sword and took a determined stride into the open space. A rapid glance to his left showed the chamber empty, but as he turned, he saw Ap Maddock standing behind a 2nd man. Where was the 3rd? It made no difference, and it was too late. The shadows concealed what the man held. There was a sudden twang of a bow cord, and then searing pain as a crossbow bolt pierced his chest. The impact forced him back against the wall. His sword arm went slack, and he forced his left hand across his body to grasp the sword before it fell into the water. He gasped for air. Ap Maddock remained motionless as the bowman threw aside the crossbow and lunged forward. Blackstone parried the sword strike, but the man's strength easily blocked it, and then he swung his fist into Blackstone's face, splitting the skin on his forehead. Blood blinded one eye. His knees sagged. He brought his head up sharply and connected beneath the man's chin. The routier staggered back, spat out what remained of his teeth, and rammed his sword towards Blackstone's exposed midriff. Blackstone twisted onto his injured leg, which gave way, dropping his hip. The blade edge ripped across his jupon, scraping against the mail beneath. The man's impetus took him past Blackstone, who backhanded the sword pommel into his temple. Dazed, he fell back, stumbled in the water, and fell. Blackstone threw his weight down onto him, pushing the blade into his chest. He squirmed, his contortions so fierce that Blackstone's sword blade snapped. Blackstone's injuries from the battlefield at Launac and the newly inflicted wounds weakened him. He pushed his back against the wall to keep himself upright. There was still half a blade left on his sword. He tightened his grip and turned his head to one side so that the blood trickled away from his one good eye. His blurred vision showed the big man step closer, a look of regret creasing his brow. "I'm sorry, Thomas. I have no desire to kill you. Better the others did that for me. I have no choice now. I am paid to see your son and the prince dead. By now your boy is slain by one of my men in Avignon. You stopped me from ending the prince's life, but my reward will be as great for ending yours. The Lady de Sagar nurses a vendetta against you and the prince you serve." He took another step. He was no fool. He knew Blackstone could still strike at him. "If I do not kill you, then you will spend your life hunting me down. I'll finish it quickly," he said. Death beckoned. Blackstone knew that even if he could wound the Welshman, the 4th man waited somewhere in the shadows. "You'll die first," he vowed. "I'll see your body swept away before mine." Grufford ap Maddock hesitated. "Thomas, you are the most defiant bastard I have ever known. No different from when you were a boy at Cressy. By Christ, I swear I thought you dead that day." He laughed. "And now you are moments from death, and you threaten me. Look at you, man. Lame, wounded, barely upright. Drop that useless blade, and let's be done with this." Cressy. The terror and noise of that first great battle lurked in Blackstone's memory, always ready to be summoned. The mutilation and death of his brother, the sprawling fight across fallen bodies trying to reach him, and then the final moments of his own life beneath the Bohemian knight's sword, death a heartbeat away, a desperate final breath that gave the young Blackstone the will and strength to kill the aggressor. Grufford ap Maddock half-turned, swinging back his sword-arm. Blackstone pushed himself off the wall, threw himself forward, smothered the strike, jabbed upwards with the broken shard, felt it strike mail, and then the agonizing surge of pain as his own body weight snapped the crossbow bolt. The burly Welshman brushed him aside. Blackstone stumbled, striking his head against the wall. Instinct made him twist. He sat in the water, back once more against the wall, the current tugging at him. He lifted his head. Ap Maddock's raised sword would not be blocked again. "Enough, Thomas," he grunted. Suddenly the Welshman saw something on the other side of the chamber. His mouth gaped. His sword arm faltered. Blackstone heard someone moving. He turned his head. A figure stepped from the darkness. Blackstone shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Once again he was lying on the field at Cressy, the priest giving him the last sacrament. Beyond his shattered body a great cross of fire emblazoned the sky as a windmill burned. He stared hard. Torchlight blazed brightly against a black cross. The flaming symbol came closer. Ap Maddock cursed, turning to face the apparition. Steel clanged. The burning cross swayed before Blackstone's eyes. A cry echoed. 2, 3, perhaps more sword strikes, and then a final blow. Grufford ap Maddock dropped to his knees and fell face down, dead, into the water. Blackstone fought the darkness that reached for him. He extended his hand towards the blurred, fiery cross. It came closer, but Blackstone fell sideways into the water and felt it tear him away. It was a comfort from the persistent pain. The current rolled him onto his back as the water swept him away into the black tunnel. They found Thomas Blackstone's body later that day, washed up on the river's muddy banks. Chapter 74. Kildare, John Jacob, and the captains stood silently in the room. Sun streamed through the window, bringing warmth to the stone walls. Blackstone lay on a bed, covered in a linen sheet. Kildare's sigh was a curse. He was always so damned pig-headed. He should have taken some of us with him. He cared more for the safety of the prince than his own life, said John Jacob. Better to down the field of battle than down a damned sewer, said Moulin. Before anyone else shared their thoughts on Blackstone's courage, a hubbub of excited voices reached them from the corridor beyond the closed door. "See who's making such an undignified noise when he's lying here like this," said Kildare. Renfred opened the door and saw a flurry of activity as Sir John Chandos led the Earl of Warwick, the Prince, and members of his retinue towards the room. John Chandos carried Blackstone's sword. He reached the door. "Everyone out!" he barked. Kildare and the others stepped quickly into the corridor and pressed themselves against the wall. Thomas de Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, made a sweeping gesture, and the retinue parted, following Kildare's example. Heads bowed from both sides of the corridor as the prince strode forward. He looked neither left nor right. When he reached the door, Chandos presented him with Blackstone's sword. The prince stepped inside. Chandos closed the door behind him. Edward, Prince of Wales and Aquitaine, stood for a moment, looking at the man whose path had crossed his own on numerous occasions. They had fought in war and argued in private, and he had despaired often at Blackstone's defiance. Alone in the room without servants, he ceased for a moment to be a prince of the realm, and pulled a stool forward to sit next to Blackstone. A pigeon cooed and fluttered against the window's stippled glass. The prince saw the shadow disappear, and when he turned back, Blackstone's eyes were watching him. Blackstone tried to rise, but the prince gently pressed a hand against his chest, easing him back onto the pillow. "There is no need for that, Thomas. Not today." "You're safe," said Blackstone. The prince nodded. "Yet again, you save our life. Yet again, we are in your debt," he said. "There is no such debt, sire." The prince lifted Blackstone's belt and scabbard from the chair and slid the hardened steel home.
If Wulf's sword had been in your hand instead of an inferior blade, you would have suffered less injury.
I'll heal.
We would have it no other way. Our personal physician cares for you. One of your archers had the impertinence to raise his voice and demand an apothecary trained in the use of herbs to also attend you.
That would be Will Longdon.
We believe that to be his name. He was thrown into the cells. A few days of stale bread and water will serve as sufficient punishment. Don't worry. We will release him without charge. We are familiar with insubordination from you and those who follow you.
All good men. All would die for you.
And some did, during the attempt on our life. Were it not for you, Thomas, the Lady Joan and I would be dead. You readily gave up your sword when the enemy was at our door.
My duty has always been clear. But you would have saved her. You forget. I've seen you fight.
The prince smiled. Two soldiers sharing a common heritage of war.
How long have I been here?
Blackstone asked.
2 days. You stank like a sewer rat when you were found, and no doubt you fought like one. You were bathed and your wounds attended to.
Blackstone fell silent. The prince shared his silence. He knew how far their journey had been together.
When I lay in the darkness facing death, my mind took me to the field at Cressy. I saw the burning cross again and heard the whisper of angels. My mind played tricks, but I know the torchlight down there showed me a cross of fire.
We fight our battles over and over, Thomas. When they dragged your body from the river bank, we once again saw the boy lying wounded at our feet at Cressy. I too was young, and that burning windmill lit up the sky for miles. It heralded our victory louder than any trumpet or drum. It was a sign we would one day win our father's war. The prince smiled. You were not mistaken, Thomas. The man who saved you was a Teutonic knight. His name is Gunther von Schwerin.
Blackstone smiled.
The fourth man.
The prince's expression showed he did not understand. When I went after the Welshman, I thought 4 men had gone down into the canal. Blackstone explained. He must have been shadowing us and finally saw his chance for revenge when Ap Maddock ran from the attack. It was the torchlight on his blazon I saw. Where is he now?
Gone. He warned your men that the water had swept you away. He told us he owed you a debt, that you had saved him and his fellow knights, and when you were found alive on the river bank, he rode on. The prince laid a hand on Blackstone's arm. You could have gone to Avignon to save your son, he said, his voice unusually tender. You chose to stay. We are humbled, Thomas, and grateful. We had news that your son is safe. Wounded, but safe.
A tear formed in the corner of Blackstone's eye. The prince nodded and smiled in understanding.
When you are healed, we will send for you.
He stood ready to leave and placed a hand across Blackstone's.
We desire peace, but it is the nature of these times that there will always be conflict. We begin a new journey together, Thomas. We will have need of you to fight again.
You've been listening to Cross of Fire by David Gilman.